Well, a very good morning and a happy Boxing Day to you all.
Yes, thank you for joining us for another round of GB News Christmas special this Boxing Day.
Well, it was an exciting day of festive telly, wasn't it? From the return of Wallace and Gromit, an Emmerdale bombshell, and of course, that epic finale of Gavin and Stacey.
Yes, it was. And are you on the hunt for a Boxing Day bargain? Well, you'll be joining the almost 22 million of us who are expected to splurge today as we look set to splash almost £4 billion in store and online.
Wow.
Blimey.
It's the traditional Boxing Day fox hunt taking place as well, as families venture outdoors to watch the hounds and riders on horseback head into the countryside for trail hunting. But could the tradition be coming to an end as Labour pledged to change the laws to end it?
Plus, the King praises diversity in ethnicity, culture and faith as he praises healthcare workers and issues a plea for unity after what he called the anger and lawlessness of the summer riots. Is he right?
Yeah, was he right? Make sure you send us all of your thoughts as well. Plus, later on in the programme, we are going to be heading to the races at Royal Downs in Lisbon with Doogie Beattie to get all of the latest on what's going on there this Boxing Day.
And are you still thinking about food? I think Patrick probably is, yeah?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, you are. OK, we'll be looking at all of the top tricks and tips to make the most of your Christmas dinner leftovers, if you have any.
Have you got a Boxing Day walk planned? Well, join me later for the full forecast of what you can expect and for the rest of this week.
It's just gone 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm Patrick Christys.
And I'm Emily Carver, and this is GB News Boxing Day Breakfast.
Wow.
We had quite a few leftovers, yes.
Well, exactly, yes, and I don't mind admitting that I got back out of bed shortly before midnight and attacked the wheel of cheese.
So this is just what I'm not aware of. You know, I'm fast asleep, getting my beauty sleep before arriving here.
Not that you need any.
Thank you, thank you. But he's out there, you know, attacking the fridge again. Round two.
Stuffing it in, bit of that red onion chutney. That was me. I'm sure that many of you will have overeaten.
And he left it out.
Will have overeaten and overindulged if you're anything like me. So yesterday we had loads of wonderful pictures of your families, your Christmas setup, and you getting the table ready, and that was really lovely to see. So thank you very much for sharing that with us. But today, I think, we want to see some evidence of that overindulgence, don't we? I'd quite like to see relatives passed out on the sofa with the telly on in the background and just looking at you all there, languishing in the remnants of that turkey.
Yes, did you have a relative who fell asleep a little too early, perhaps?
Yeah.
Yeah, any leftovers? What are you... Also, I want to know what you're doing with those leftovers today. Are you going to whip up a turkey curry? Brussels sprouts? You got any of those left? What do you call it when you just chuck everything in a pan? Bubble and squeak.
Bubble and squeak.
There you go.
Yes. You might be going on a Boxing Day walk, potentially. Look, get those pictures coming into us thick and fast.
We probably all should be going on a walk today, really, shouldn't we?
I need to go on a marathon, I think, actually. But you can just email us the usual way, gbviews@gbnews.com. Whatever it is you're doing today with your families, etc. It was a real pleasure for us yesterday to sit here and genuinely feel as though we were sharing Christmas morning with you all. So it'd be nice to do it again on Boxing Day morning, I think.
Well, absolutely it would be. And we had a lovely Christmas. So after we left here, you know, about 11:30, went over to my family's, my parents' house, and we had a banquet, didn't we, really?
Absolutely, yeah.
Huge amounts of food. Trifle, and the Christmas pudding did come out. Yesterday we were talking about how the Christmas pudding has gone out of fashion. It might become extinct, but we brought it back.
We brought it back. And, yeah, we luckily did not have a rancid turkey. A little bit later on in the show, we're going to be showing you what has become an unfortunate Christmas tradition for people. People sending pictures in. In fact, I think we can show you this now. So some people, look at this. All right, I appreciate if you're probably already feeling a little bit tender this morning. This isn't necessarily the best thing for you to see. But people were saying Christmas is ruined. Some of their turkeys turned up and it was all gammy.
Not sure what's going on there.
Yeah, grief. I mean, gosh, that would be the nightmare
But this happens, isn't it? A lot of people can order their turkey in advance. They go to pick it up.
Oh, those pictures. Can I just say, when I first saw those pictures this morning, it was small on my phone and it looks all right.
A bit much.
And now we've just beamed them out in high definition to everyone. It's made me feel a bit ill. But
Really a bit queasy.
there we go.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they're not attractive, are they, turkeys, raw?
But do you imagine that? People spend 150 quid on a turkey these days and it turns up and it's bright green.
Also, I think we should show a picture of our Christmas dinner. I have to get that sorted.
We'll get that
We'll tease
sorted.
ahead to that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely everything.
Well, look,
Brussels sprouts galore.
There's loads for us to pick through today. Now, you might not have watched Gavin and Stacey. We didn't. We were planning on watching it later today, I think, but apparently it was great.
Oh, my goodness, it's got 5 stars all round.
Yeah. We're going to be talking about Christmas telly. It was a good day for Christmas telly. Started off, of course, in fantastic fashion by GB News Christmas Breakfast, but then it managed to even get better than that, didn't it? So we're going to be reviewing all of that. We are going to be reviewing the King's speech. There was a bit of controversy about the King's speech. So,
There was.
You know, quite nice and wholesome in the round, I think. But what did you make of his decision to go off that usual line, didn't we, about how diversity is our greatest strength? He mentioned the summer disorder as well. Was he right to do that? Should he have just ignored it?
I think he could have left the summer disorder out. I don't see why we need to be reminded of that on Christmas Day. Also, you know, it's just a couple of lines, isn't it? And it's such a complex issue. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe you could have left that one out. Bit miserable.
I suppose his argument would be he's the king for everyone, isn't he? He's the king for the entire country.
Absolutely. But a lot of things have happened this year.
Yeah.
A lot of things have happened this year. The summer riots were just one, you know?
Yeah, indeed. Well, we do have some other news knocking about today as well. The front pages are in front of us here, so we're going to be picking through all of those. But, well, are you going to be joining the Boxing Day sales as well? We would just want to hear from you throughout the course of the show. But there's an interesting little thing to get us going. So the glass industry is warning that the introduction of a new packaging tax could lead to job losses, higher prices for consumers. I think we've got a bit of an explainer on this, haven't we?
We do. Anna Riley is here.
Shattering the UK glass sector. That's what British Glass says will happen under the government's new packaging tax. It comes into force in April and moves the cost of waste collection and sorting from councils to producers. And the heavier the container, the higher the levy.
Brands, retailers and even the consumer will face higher fees in glass. For example, if you take a 500mm beer bottle, that potentially could have 10, 15 pence of extra cost put onto it because of this EPR tax. So this could push consumers away from glass into less recyclable materials, all based on weight. We believe that EPR should be really driving recyclability, so encouraging those materials that are recyclable, not encouraging us to go to the lowest cost option.
Brewers are also warning that British ales are at risk from glass bottle tax. Timothy Taylor's in Keighley mainly supply beer to pubs, but also sell bottled beer into the grocery industry.
The net cost of council recycling is moving to us. The government just seemed to think that business is this bottomless pit. The assumption initially was almost that we would absorb these costs. Well, I'm sorry, but, you know, a bottled beer business is a pretty low-margin business. There's just no way that producers in the industry can absorb that.
With the additional costs incurred for businesses by the budget, there are fears for the future of the pub industry.
I know from our own pub, Woolly Sheep up in Skipton, our costs are going to go up by over £60,000 just for that one pub, between national insurance, living wage, and also the reduction in the rates discount that we get. Now, again, that's a healthy pub, but there are loads of pubs run by husband and wives or business partners that are marginal. Next summer into the autumn, you're going to see a lot of pubs closing, and that's awful for the people running the business, but it impacts us because that's fewer outlets for us to kind of put forward our award-winning ales.
The government say its new packaging tax will create a £10 billion investment in the recycling sector over the next decade and see packaging producers, rather than the taxpayer, covering the costs of managing waste. Anna Riley, GB News.
Well, there you go. This is why you need to go to your pub.
Yes.
Your local pub.
Exactly. And we're going to take pictures of that from you. This is all about you today. So we want to see you out there supporting your local pub, you know, really going out
Rose
there.
has got in touch. She says, morning, Patrick and Emily. Great to see you both bright and early on Boxing Day. Good to see you're up and about already. Nick says, the King's comment in his speech about the summer disorder was way off the mark. Should have left it out. AM also says, talking of the summer disorder was bang out of order. Paul, I agree, the King's message should have stayed positive. I think there's,
It was a mixed bag, I think, for the King.
There was a lot of lovely stuff in there. Really lovely stuff about the nativity story, about the carol once in Royal David City. Sorry, I've got a printout of this.
Yes.
The entire King's speech. But let us know your thoughts.
Yes, absolutely. Shall we have a little look about some of the other stories that are coming in to the newsroom here today? So, memorial services have taken place today, commemorating the 20th anniversary of that Boxing Day tsunami. 230,000 people sadly lost their lives across dozens of countries. The tsunami was caused by a 9.1 magnitude earthquake on the 26th of December 2004. I think that was one of those moments in life where you remember where you were when you heard about this and you started seeing it all coming through, didn't you, really?
Yeah, you can't forget it.
No.
It was just horrifying. It did hit a dozen countries, including Indonesia, Thailand, Sri Lanka, India. It even reached as far as East Africa and displaced some 1.7 million people.
Well, there was also a story that we brought to you yesterday that was just unbelievable all round, because an international investigation has now begun after the Azerbaijan Airlines flight crashed yesterday in Kazakhstan. There were 67 people on board. Remarkably, 38 passengers were killed, but 29 survived, actually, which, when you see the footage, as I'm sure you all have, of the actual crash, just seems absolutely unimaginable that anyone, frankly, managed to walk out of there. But there is some scepticism as about whether or not Russia shot it down.
Yeah, I've seen that. People are saying that potentially could have been what happened. I don't know if we know for sure yet, but there you go. There's a picture of the wreckage there. Yeah.
Indeed. It comes as new footage has been released of the inside of that plane, which we're bringing you right now, just as it was descending before it crashed.
OK, well, in other news, almost 22 million Brits are set to hit the shops in store online today as they take part in Boxing Day sales. Yes, about £3.7 billion is set to be spent across the day. Isn't it annoying? You've bought all your presents full price, and then as soon as Christmas is over, they're all slashed. Half off, 80% off, 20% off, whatever it is. It's feared these sales, though, could be dying out a little bit, along with our high streets, because both Next and M&S have announced that they won't be opening today. Oh, I didn't know that. So even M&S isn't opening.
It's interesting, because like, my birthday's in the middle of January, so I used to do quite well, especially as an only child, because I'd get whatever I got for Christmas, and then my parents could hit the Boxing Day sales and the January sales, and then I'd get a bit of a top-up on that as well. But it wasn't a white Christmas, I don't think, anywhere in the UK.
No, you were praying for it.
I was gutted, absolutely gutted.
You were hoping for a Christmas miracle in the shape of snowflakes.
I was.
No.
But we can get the latest on your weather with Jonathan Vautry.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, very good morning to you. This is your GB News weather forecast provided by the Met Office. If you are planning a Boxing Day walk today, then for some of you I can promise dry conditions. That is all thanks to this area of high pressure out in continental Europe that is stretching its way in across much of England and Wales. But further towards the north, we do have this cold front slipping southwards across Scotland and Northern Ireland. So it is a damper and wetter start to the day here with drizzly outbreaks of rain. To the far north of the Northern Isles, we will see some slightly brighter skies throughout today, a few showers to watch out for, but the winds will be a touch lighter today compared to what we did see on Christmas Day itself. This rain band then is going to be in play across quite a lot of areas of Scotland, so really quite damp and dreary, unfortunately. Certainly raincoats will be needed for any outdoor activities here. Hopefully in Northern Ireland it will turn drier into the afternoon, still relatively cloudy. The best chance of seeing some sunshine is going to be across parts of northeastern England, parts of northeast Wales as well. Might just see a few cloud breaks also. Otherwise it's quite widespread grey skies for many of us. Temperatures generally around 10 or 11 degrees Celsius as our highs. Into this evening and overnight, that rain bandit is still in play across the far northwest, still quite damp and drizzly here. Elsewhere, it's a cloudy night. Can't rule out some spots of drizzle also over the higher ground sites, fog in there as well. But with all the cloud around, it's certainly not going to be too chilly. Temperatures holding up in mid-single figures at least. On Friday, well, there's not that much deal of a change. You'll see a lot of widespread cloud around grey skies for many of us. Again, a touch of drizzle possible over the highest sites. So the rain band across Scotland will begin to fade out a touch more. The rain here generally turning lighter and patchier. The rest of the brightness across parts of the Northern Isles, where here we'll start to see some cooler conditions moving its way in. Is there any chance of some sunshine for other areas? Well, hopefully on Saturday we will start to see more in the way of those sunny spells emerging. But by the time we reach the new working week, it's looking unsettled again. Bye-bye.
A chilly start will give way to a lovely, warm afternoon. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Well, we've got lots of pictures coming in already. People are up very early for Boxing Day.
Good.
And clearly, people didn't, eat to excess, drink to excess.
I thought they might have gone all the way through. You might have gone all the way through, and not
Have you ever done that?
Oh, yes.
Probably, yes.
Absolutely. May I refer you to my earlier work on GB News? But we're going to be doing a bit of a Rate My Plate section here because we've got some lovely pictures of people's Christmas din-dins coming in. So we're going to be rating people's plates.
And our Christmas din-dins.
We're going to show you what we had.
Because I think I've got a picture of everything, including the gravy and all the accompaniments. So we want to know what you make of it, whether you'd give it a 2 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10.
Absolutely.
I think it was a 10 out of 10.
It was a 10 out of 10 meal. So, yeah, we're going to get those pictures for you very, very shortly. But before that, it is the time now for the Great British Giveaway. It's your chance to become our biggest ever winner with an incredible £50,000 in tax-free cash. It's an amazing sum of money. It could make your new year your best year, couldn't it? Here's all the details on how you can win it.
It's our festive treat to you. Your chance to win an incredible £50,000 in tax-free cash. Our biggest ever Great British Giveaway. What would you spend £50,000 on in the coming year? Spectacular holidays? A brand new car? Home improvements? Or maybe you'd just like to save it for a special occasion? £50,000 is an amazing amount of money and it could be all yours. For another chance to win, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. You can call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB10 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 31st of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Right, OK, so this morning everyone is talking about, if you are up, everyone is talking about what was on the telly yesterday, aren't they? And Gavin and Stacey, it has been rated 5 stars. Now, I have read that a couple of you didn't think it was that great, but it does seem like the overwhelming opinion is that it was a pretty good one.
Yes, we didn't watch it. I'm going to try and watch it again later.
We had to go to bed. We wanted to, but we had to go to bed, sorry.
Yes, indeed. Look, we don't want to give too many spoilers away or anything like that. Obviously, we genuinely don't know what was in it, so... but we do have a little clip of what is being described as an iconic moment, so I think we can play that for you now.
You don't have to ask me. I'll ask you. Nessa, I love you.
Did she say yes? Did she say yes? Stephanie Tetchy's going to be here with us after this very short break. We're going to be reviewing all of the Christmas telly, what you made of it. It wasn't just Gavin and Stacey, there was a load on yesterday.
Wallace and Gromit?
Yeah.
What else was on?
Oh, it was awesome.
Save the Midwife? Is that called the Midwife?
Call the Midwife.
Not Save the Midwife.
No.
There's a few other bits and pieces.
That King's Speech as well. So loads to talk about, and we're going to be doing it all very, very shortly. This is GB News Boxing Day Breakfast with Patrick and Emily. It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here We do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
Well, it's interesting because I haven't actually been told specifically what I've done, which has resulted in me being removed from my committee position, which was head of daytime. I started a podcast in September in which I interviewed Charlie Bentley-Astor, who's a detransitioner. I then also interviewed Graham Linehan and I wrote an article for his Substack. And shortly after that, I was told that I had been suspended and the university union started an investigation into me. And that very quickly became apparent to me that it was an interrogation of my gender-critical views rather than any sort of misconduct that I had been alleged to.
Right. And Graham Linehan has been outspoken on issues relating to transgender ism, whatever you want to call it, gender ideology. And so perhaps just by having associated yourself with him as a controversial figure, that was why the investigation happened, you suspect?
Yes, and already it's quite clear that guilt by association is a crime that you can commit within university societies. I actually purchased my free speech union membership way before this all happened, when a friend helped me edit the episode with Charlie, and he got in trouble with a separate society who told him that he must disassociate himself from me, and if he didn't, further measures would be taken. So at that point, I thought, well, I better put some damage control in place and purchase my membership in case anything happens to me.
So this decision is made by the student union, right? Is that made up of fellow students? Or who's making this call?
Well, that's actually part of my appeal. So the process has been completely improper. They haven't followed their own guidelines. There are two different guidelines as to whether a complaint is dealt with the society itself, so Leeds Student Radio, or the union, and it's basically been a mishmash of both. So it's been an improper procedure, but it is, as far as I'm aware, it's the student union who's decided to remove me.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the arguments. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together and what have we got, in my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Well, welcome back. It's now 22 minutes past 6. You're watching and listening to no, not Christmas Day, Boxing Day breakfast with Patrick and Emily.
It's all a blur, isn't it?
It's all a blur.
It's all a blur. Well, along with presents being exchanged yesterday, sitting in front of the TV was at the top of the agenda for many families across the nation, as we were spoiled with Christmas specials from Gavin and Stacey, Wallace and Gromit.
Bit of Strictly, I think there was as well.
Yeah.
Our showbiz reporter Stephanie Tecci is in the studio to tell us all about it. So what was on yesterday?
Gavin and Stacey was the most talked about show. 5 years in the waiting. They left us on a cliffhanger. We saw two of the main characters. We saw Nessa had proposed to Smithy 5 years ago. Can you imagine waiting 5 years to wait to see if someone said yes? Yeah. And that is what a lot of the British folk was out of their misery last night, finally seeing how it ended between both of them. The last time it was on air, it attracted about 12 million people to watch it. And that is because British sitcoms are quite popular. But when you talk about Gavin and Stacey, there's almost like a cult-like following to it. And it did not disappoint. Like, the reviews are out today. My personal review, it was a 5-star. I was left in tears watching it. It felt like a bit of a Friends ender, waiting to see if Rachel and Ross would get together. But rather, we were waiting to see whether Smithy would say yes to Nessa, which he eventually did say yes at the end.
I've seen all these 5-star reviews, and when I opened up my Twitter this morning, it was all about Gavin and Stacey, which is nice for a change.
It is.
But Ian's got in touch. He said he watched it. Nothing funny about it. The plot was so obvious. He says, don't know who's done these 5-star reviews. Clearly not everyone was
Can't win them all.
Can't win them all.
I do agree with Ian in the sense where you kind of did know they were going to end up together. I think if they didn't end up together, it would have been a bit of an injustice. But again, I think people have been waiting so long to see how this sitcom would end, and I think it did have a good ender.
Do we think this is the end now, though? Because they've said it, haven't they? They said this is it. But if there's money in it, and it's going to get... Look, I mean, it must have had probably about 12 million views again, if not more.
Definitely.
It's the most spoken about thing this morning, pretty much. Surely they might resurrect it again.
Patrick is never an ender. I think with the right price tag, there's always room for it to, like Gavin and Stacey, to live on. It may no longer live on the BBC, but I can see it going on to Netflix or Amazon, because when I was watching last night, I was like, OK, it's a good finale for TV, but I can imagine in about 2-3 years, when James Corden gets a bit of itchy feet, he's going to want to do something full length for it, and there is a market for it.
Should we just play a little clip for yesterday? Again, I will stress, Emily and I are yet to see it, and I don't know if
you want to watch it tonight, don't you?
I do want to watch it tonight. Look, there's no way that I'm going to be able to avoid it all day, especially doing this job now. Certainly an indication of what might have happened in Gavin.
You'll forget anyway. You'll forget by the time I watch it.
Shall we play you a little clip anyway?
You don't have to ask me. I'll ask you. Nessa, I love you.
Stephanie's gone again.
He lives out in California, doesn't he now?
Well, no, he's back in the UK now. He spent like 5 years in Hollywood as a host, and now he's come back to the UK. So I do think we'll be seeing more of James Corden on TV.
Yes, indeed. You nearly went emotional.
Are you ready for it? Are you ready for it, guys? For more James Corden?
I don't think we are.
So what else was on the box yesterday? What were some of the big hits?
Well, some of the big hits yesterday was obviously the King's speech. It's been a heavy year for the royal family, so there was a lot to dissect in that speech. I felt like there was the 3 C's, the care, the community and the conflict, which I felt like he touched all on. He has big shoes to fill in. You know, the Queen with her speeches, you know, she got the whole nation locked. I think for Charles, it was more people wanted to see what he had to say because of the royal family, because of, you know, his and both Kate's battle with cancer. And he did thank a lot of health workers for what they do for everybody who has got illness as well. I think, obviously, there was a few sore points which I can imagine some viewers found controversial, him referencing the riots and kind of seeing how the community came together. But I guess some people felt like it was verging into politics, which we know is a bit of a funny place for both the royals.
Shall I read out exactly what he said?
Yeah.
Some of those slightly more controversial aspects of it, I think. So he said, on our recent visit to the South Pacific to attend the Commonwealth Summit, I was reminded constantly of the strength which institutions as well as individuals can draw from one another, and of how diversity of culture, ethnicity and faith provides strength, not weakness. He then went on to say that he felt a deep sense of pride here in the UK when, in response to anger and lawlessness in several towns this summer, communities came together not to repeat these behaviours, but to repair.
It's wishful thinking, isn't it?
It is.
It is a bit sort of...
I think he did
he need to mention it?
You know, that's the thing. It was, I think, for all of the country, it was quite of a touchy moment. But I guess it's, you could have reflected on the 3 victims who died. And I think, you know, like what Keir Starmer did when he kind of tagged-lined people as kind of, I can't remember the word he used, but kind of making them seem that they're rioters. I don't think that was a positive thing, so...
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, I can imagine a huge amount of work goes into writing the King's speech. I wonder how long it took him to... you know, put down everything he wanted to say.
It genuinely did seem like it was coming from the heart, though. I think, you know, he would have connected with viewers. Like, I think one thing about the royal family now is they seem that they're much more personable and they're about that human connection, which sometimes I think the Queen kind of lacked. And I think this is what Charles has got right.
There was also some lovely footage, I think we're going to bring it to you a little bit later on, actually, of Kate and William and the children there around Sandringham, stopping for gift. thing. So if we can bring that to you a little bit later on, that'll be nice, because that was just a very wholesome, wholesome footage. In fact, here we go. So this is them there stopping for people's gifts. People waiting up. We spoke to some people yesterday who'd camped out overnight.
This is what you call dedication on Christmas Day, coming out to meet the royal family.
Yes, we saw some true eccentrics, didn't we?
Lovely.
Who'd been camped out all night just to catch a glimpse of Princess Catherine. Very nice.
They were desperate to give her things like flowers and chocolates, and there was some lovely footage as well of William and the children just moving a bit further on. Kate was being inundated with this outpouring of love from people, and they waited for...
Because there's only been rare appearances of Kate this year. Obviously, during her battle with cancer, her public appearances have been very far and few, and when there is, the public knows she is going to be there, they will turn up. And I think this year the public has really supported the royal family. I know there's been a lot of scandals which have plagued them, but we are a nation who love our royal family.
We are indeed. So I'm reading here, Strictly Come Dancing Christmas Special Review. Strictly's first ever drag contestant.
Yes.
So what happened here?
They had their first drag winner. She was on the Strictly Christmas Special. She was with Kai Widrington, and they done really well. But you know how Strictly is. Strictly likes to tick the boxes. We've had a deaf winner, we've had a blind winner, and now we've had our first drag queen winner. Unlike the rest of the competition, this is only a one-episode show, but I thought it got to the point, and I thought she was quite electrifying.
And we didn't have our MasterChef Christmas special, did we?
Wow, that's controversial.
Well, I was quite surprised that they pulled that off air, because I think, you know, sometimes I do think with these kind of situations, do they really think people are going to be sensitive watching Greg Wallace? Like, you know, whatever happens with this situation, obviously that's up to the BBC to deal with, but for a show that a lot of production has gone into, I think it takes audiences like we're too sensitive to watch this stuff, and I think a lot of audiences out there are thick-skinned.
Yeah, I agree.
And we're not talking about a case where we're not talking about Hugh Edwards or anything like that. We're just talking about Greg Wallace.
It seems a bit much to cancel it all.
Yeah.
Particularly as it's not just Greg Wallace, is it? There's so many other people who make the programme sing, as it were.
Well, I think as we're heading into a new year, we're going to have to be watching how a lot of these meat broadcasters are going to be handling people if they are going to be cancelled and stuff. Does it mean tainting the whole show? I don't think so. So,
be interesting though, wouldn't it, whether a lot of the editors have watched it back and just making relentless innuendos about the turkey or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, we're going to have to pop that. Sorry, Greg, we're just going to have to go, mate. It was all right last year. It's not all right.
Not working this year.
Yeah. That's actually quite smart. Maybe that was an issue. Yeah, maybe that was an issue. OK, well, Stephanie Tetchy, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
You look great.
Oh my gosh,
It looks great.
Had to bring the jewels.
Yeah, really lovely.
Thank you.
Lovely stuff.
Right, should we keep up the festive spirit, seeing as it is Boxing Day? We're going to listen to the Vocal Zone Voice Studio Choir from South Derbyshire with Silent Night.
Silent night, holy night, shepherds quail at the sight, glory stream from heaven afar, heavenly hosts sing
a beautiful carol, isn't it? That one?
It is. Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. So we were asking you, and we are asking you, to send in pictures of your Christmas dinner plates for us, and, crucially, any relatives who conked out on the sofa a little bit earlier than they should have done. You can go to GBViews.
Go on, they won't be too upset. Shame them.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, Boxing Day, isn't it? But we thought we'd kick things off. So we wanted to show you a picture of what we were tucking into yesterday, or at least a bit of it.
Yeah, so should we talk everyone through
Go on,
it?
talk.
Obviously, you've got turkey there, the white and the brown meat.
Mm-hmm.
You've got some delicious roast potatoes, a couple of parsnips, some sprouts, of course, peas. Do peas belong on a Christmas dinner?
Yeah.
Broccoli. You've got some creamy, cheesy leeks.
That, for me, was
which was delicious.
That was the pièce de résistance yesterday.
And then red cabbage in the middle, a little pig in blanket, and some stuffing.
Yeah.
There you go.
We had it all.
And gravy on top.
We had it all.
Maybe I haven't put the gravy on yet.
Well, there we go.
I don't know. I put it on, I promise. It was delicious.
It was lovely. So
we
we
also
wanna...
had bread sauce and cranberry sauce. My mum said that apparently they're selling sourdough bread sauce now.
Gosh.
And she said, no, we don't need that.
No. But yeah, we want to know what you were tucking into yesterday. So please do get in touch with that. It's gbviews@gbnews.com. We really did love seeing all of your Christmas houses yesterday. So keep those pictures
They were
coming
great.
today.
So many presents as well.
So many presents. Yeah.
Yeah. And did you have a Christmas pudding? Because yesterday we were warning that they were going extinct. No longer in. Not in vogue anymore.
Not in vogue.
You know? We had Christmas pudding and trifles. There you go.
Well, we've got a lot more coming your way here on this Boxing Day breakfast spectacular. We're going to be giving you all of the latest sports news. Huge amount of sports news on. There's the racing, there's a bit of football, there's all sorts.
Darts?
Probably. But we're also going to be taking you live to a Boxing Day hunt. Mark White is out and about there, our intrepid reporter. And we are hoping, I think we might be seeing Nigel Farage at some point at this Boxing Day hunt, if we can grab a moment.
He's going to be out there. He's going to be out there. But apparently there are calls for all of this to be banned. So we shall see.
Well, it's not a real
hunt. On
hunt.
the ground is. I know, it's a trail hunt, right?
Trail hunt, yeah.
Yeah, but
so
some people don't like those either.
hopefully,
I don't know.
Hopefully no foxes will actually be harmed in the making of this hunt.
I've seen a lot of foxes on our way in, actually.
Yeah, loads of them. knocking
Attacking
around.
the leftovers.
Yeah, they've had a good Christmas.
They've had
It's been a good Christmas for the foxes. Anyway, we'll see you very, very shortly, so stay tuned. This is GB News Boxing Day Breakfast with me and Emily.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Well, joining us now is Feng Shui expert Karina Sophia, who's going to share some of the best ways to ensure that our homes are still feeling calm as well as beautifully decorated this Christmas time.
One of the Feng Shui myths is that Feng Shui is all about moving furniture, and it isn't at all. Oh. Well, there is a little bit of that. It is about the flow of energy, but it starts outside, so there's lots of different forms of Feng Shui. So what we're going to talk about today is one form called Flying Stars Feng Shui, and there's another one that's classical, and form Feng Shui starts outside. If a 5-year-old would walk past your house and be happy, then the energy will.
I love that.
So if a 5-year-old would like to see more, would like to come in and would touch anything and not get hurt, then it's a good thing and the energy is feeling good and wants to come in as well.
What about the light colours? Does that matter? Does that come into play?
Yes, there are different colours. Depending on the direction, the compass direction of your home, there are good colours that support energy inside the home. So if your home is facing north, for instance, then it would be sitting south, and the inherent energy of the south is fire. So you want to have red or green, which is wood, that fuels the fire, and that supports the inside of the home. Now, I just painted my door red a couple of days ago, and then I got this opportunity, so don't underestimate it. You want to decorate your tree with whatever you want to manifest. Whatever it is that you want to bring into your life. So this speaks for itself. It says joy.
Oh.
And it has a little bell
I
on
like
it.
that idea. I can get on board with this. So you decorate your tree with things you'd like to see in your life.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're going to put some joy.
That would be nice.
GB News, the People's Channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get the book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Oh, welcome back. I hope you're all having a lovely start to Boxing Day. I hope you all had a wonderful Christmas yesterday. You're going to be with us until 11 a.m. with me, Patrick and Emily. We've got a lot on for you, haven't we?
We do, actually, and we are going to be now turning our attention to the sports, because Boxing Day is a big day of sports, isn't it? And we've got Ben Jacobs here with
Good
us
morning.
to tell us more.
Good
Now,
morning.
apparently there's quite a bit of football going on today, but there's a particular match you're most interested in.
Yeah, well, a little bit later I'm going to Wolves Manchester United, which is Victor Pereira's first home game in charge, the new Wolves manager. He got off to a winning start, beating Leicester 3-0 in a bit of a derby. So I think we call this the Boxing Day banana skin for Manchester United. Ruben Amorim definitely could do with a victory, and what we're waiting for, which is going to be very interesting, this slightly later kick-off. So probably about lunchtime we'll start to get a sense of team news. But Marcus Rashford, is he going to be included or not? And if not, that's 4 straight games that he will have been dropped for, which would strongly imply that he's going to be off somewhere in January.
Is there a sense that there's something going on behind the scenes with Marcus Rashford? Again, I'm sure many regular viewers and listeners, and Emily and I are Manchester United fans. I think he's brought some tremendous memories, Marcus Rashford. He was been a tremendous striker for a long period of time, but seems to have fallen by the wayside. I'm just wondering if there's some issues there behind the scenes, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, Ruben Amorim has said he's training well, and that's what you expect from a manager. But Rashford did an interview a couple of weeks ago with the journalist Henry Winter and said that he wants a new challenge. And you'll know, as a Manchester United fan, when Cristiano Ronaldo did a high-profile interview, that was that. There was friction, and managers don't like it when their players speak publicly instead of going to the manager instead. So I think it's over between Rashford and Manchester United. I think we should keep an eye on Saudi Arabia in January. There's 3 clubs there that are looking, and PSG have been linked with Rashford as well. But I think the feeling is the wage and the fee and his form and his age will all mean that PSG don't make that move. But you just never know. It's Boxing Day. It's Christmas spirit. Is Amorim going to hand a lifeline to Rashford? And if he starts and scores, then that could change the whole complexion.
Well, he's a hat-trick away from probably starting every week again, isn't he? It's just the nature of the game. But just let's focus on one of the other Manchester clubs as well, because City have been on an appalling run of form. They're hosting Everton today, I think.
Yeah, this is the early kick-off and how Pep Guardiola could do with a win. He said his team are not guaranteed Champions League football, and that is the case if you only look at the table. But they're Manchester City. They've still got Kevin De Bruyne, Erling Haaland, Phil Foden, and Rodri's injury has clearly made a big difference. So we have to see whether they go big in January. They're playing an Everton side that have drawn 0-0 with Chelsea and Arsenal in back-to-back games, so defensively very solid. But you'd expect Manchester City to win this game, even though they've lost 9 of their last 12. It's almost unthinkable. Manchester City could lose 10 of 13 if they're defeated to Everton today. And I think what we have to say is if they lose today, no chance of somehow getting back in the title race.
Do you think there's a chance that Pep Guardiola might actually be sacked? I know it sounds like an unbelievable thing to say, but he's just signed that 1-year contract extension. There's a lot going on again behind the scenes with City with some of these court cases in relation to they might lose points and all of this stuff in relation to the financial fair play, etc. Is there a possibility that they might part company with Pep?
Well, first of all, try not to smile too much as 2 Manchester United fans asking me that question. I don't think sacked, but Pep Guardiola might choose at some point to walk away if he thinks he's not the right person for the long-term project. I don't think that's necessarily now. Come the summer, we wait and see. There's new sporting director Hugo Viana coming in. Manchester City need a revamp. They need a midfielder. They need a replacement for Julian Alvarez. They probably need to spend 200 million. Pep would leave on his own terms if it doesn't go according to plan. And I don't think we're looking at some kind of axe-wielding Christmas knee-jerk reaction from Manchester City. But come the summer, no guarantee that he continues.
It's all quite exciting, isn't it? But also what's exciting is the horse racing. So what's going on there today?
Yeah, the big thing with the horse racing is Aintree, Wetherby and Wolverhampton, but King George VI is the one that we're really keeping an eye on. And that, of course, is at Kempton Park. And I would keep an eye on Spillane Tower, the favourite for the race. And when we're looking at this kind of field, people like a Boxing Day flutter, don't they? There's 11 in the field. And Grey Downing is probably the one to watch, the British Hope, if you want a little bit of a dark horse. But Spillane's Tower will be the favourite. You got Mark Walsh riding, JP McManus training, and then the Christmas Hurdle, which is one of the other races, Constitution Hill, a legendary horse, has returned to the field fully fit. Wow. And again, favourite for that particular race.
Oh, wow.
And Doogie Beattie, our Northern Ireland reporter, is going to be at the races.
He is. He's going to be in Lisbon, and he'll be reporting live, I think, for us from that. So that will be good. Doogie's big day
I'm
at
sure
the races.
he'll be looking very smart.
Yes. Oh, I wonder if he'll have his... Yeah, or what look he's going to go for. He can't go for the country, the flag cup. He might go for the top hat and tails.
Top hat and tails? Is it that kind of event?
I don't know. People get dressed up for the races, don't they?
Sometimes,
yeah. Dressed up for the races, so we'll have to wait.
The full Ascot thing.
Shout out to you, though, Ben. You've hot-footed it back from Leicester this morning.
Yes.
To be here, so thank you very much.
Yes,
pleasure.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, real pleasure to get you on. I think we'll be chatting to you again a little bit later on as well. So, yeah, thank you very much, mate. Great to have you on this Boxing Day morning.
Yes. Now, still to come, we've got a lot more. Please do keep sending in your pictures, actually, and of your dinners. We want to see if they're better or worse than the one that we ate yesterday.
Yeah.
But yes, we are going to have a little look at the top European holiday destinations. If you are in search of some winter sun, here's the weather.
Can't wait to get in that sea.
Lovely and warm.
Just like the feeling of having great travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Whilst there hasn't been much snow around the UK this Christmas, other areas of Europe have been seeing a few wintry flurries, all courtesy of Storm Elena across parts of Balkans and Greece, from quite unsettled conditions here at the moment. Generally, though, high pressure is in charge further towards the west, so for France, parts of Iberia, it is drier with some sunshine around. There are a few showers to watch out for across Madeira and Tenerife. Relatively similar conditions will persist over the coming days, with Storm Elena still in charge for the next week or so.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
OK, so when we come back, we are actually going to be looking at what is making the news today. Apparently, Labour MPs are up in arms with the Prime Minister in red wall areas. They're saying, if you don't do something about immigration, we're out on our backsides at the next election.
It's unsurprising. They're probably hearing it every time they knock on someone's door.
Yeah. So,
but yeah, we're going to be talking about that and lots of other stories. We've got the front pages in front of us, and we're going to be talking to TV personality Theo Main and also the journalist Jonathan Liss, so you won't want to miss that.
No, exactly. Stay tuned, because also I am reliably informed that you have now been sending in loads of pictures of your Christmas din-dins, and we're going to be showing you them after the short break, so stay tuned.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
Restaurant St Bart's executive head chef Johnny Crowe creates ramen with a British twist, using only the finest UK-sourced produce. As the only restaurant in London to hold both a Michelin star and a green Michelin star, St Bart's emphasises sustainability and the diversity of British ingredients. Johnny joins me now. Johnny, congratulations on having these 2 Michelins. How do you get a Michelin green star?
Probably a better question for the inspectors, but I mean, I think it's down to a lot of hard work.
What hoops do you have to go through?
So, I think it's working every day on it. The sustainability isn't something that you just achieve and then therefore you have it and you can sort of relax. It's about every day trying to be better, trying to make a restaurant and a business that is overly sustainable.
So what things do you do to make it sustainable?
So one of the main things that we've really tried to do is focusing on British produce, and actually, you know, part of that is about sustainability and food miles. A massive part of it for us was also about sort of helping the British economy and the farming economy and our fisheries as well. But yeah, no, the idea...
We have a lot of farms near St Bart's, which is in the heart of the City of London.
Well, funnily enough, there's an amazing collective called Shrub Provisions, who we use a hell of a lot, who work with farmers all around East Sussex. So it makes a difference from flying it in from Kenya or somewhere else like that. But no, like a big part of it was, one, using British produce to cut down on food miles, but also helping sustain our farming industry.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the argument. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together, and what have we got? In my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Boxing Day Breakfast on GB News. Now, look, we're going to get you started early doors here with some Christmas dinners. So, Wooly has sent in his Boxing Day breakfast, his creative use of leftovers. What are we looking at here?
What we're looking at is
toast?
2 pieces of white bread, toasted with some butter. Then you've got turkey leftovers, obviously, and then you've got mustard.
Nice. We've got a great start to the
Now,
day.
we enjoyed some mustard yesterday, didn't we?
We did.
With the sausages and the sausage rolls. And I think he's got a cup of tea. And crucially, he's got us on the telly.
Lovely stuff, Wooly. Well done. We'll keep those pictures coming in. We want to see what you're up to today. We also want to see if you've got any passed out relatives from yesterday. But shall we have a little look about what's making the news? So Theo Main joins us, TV personality and journalist Jonathan Liss. Thank you very much, chaps. Great to have you on the show.
Thanks for having us.
Merry Christmas, Merry Boxing Day, all of that.
Merry Boxing Day.
Would you like to start us off, Jonathan, with this story that's caught our eye about the police are deciding to tackle Snapchat and bad parking as opposed to maybe real crime? Is that what's happening here?
So this is the non-crime hate instance, or NCHIs,
oh, no,
which we've been hearing a lot about recently. And analysis by The Times has found that officers have been called regarding a hand-painted teddy bear picnic featuring a gollywog, a rude word being spelled with alphabet cups in Tesco. Other incidents included someone getting upset about the name of a dog. So look, I think that you and I might find some. I think that you and I might find some common ground on this, Patrick, because I do think that most of these things are a little bit silly, and I suppose it's not to say that they don't cause genuine offence, but they certainly don't need the police to be involved. I think that we really do need to kind of resolve our differences, and people can really be horrible. Like, there can be nasty people out there, but being nasty is not a crime, and the police don't need to be involved when someone's been nasty unless an actual crime has been committed,
This
and
is
laws
just
have been broken.
warfare, isn't it, really, between neighbours and things?
Yeah.
I'm going to report you to the police, and then they go and actually do it.
I mean, there's one here, I'm just reading it. So another incident recorded by the forces was a patient at a mental health institute calling a staff member dark chocolate, which, when you add the context of it being a mental health patient, I'm not sure that's the kind of thing the police need to get involved with.
I think that's something that should be done in-house, really. Could you imagine that conversation? We're going to take your time to deal with that. I think that's something that the company should deal with in-house, because that's just taking time away from police time. And they should have a policy in place to, obviously, regards to the racism or bullying policy or whatever it is in their workplace. But, yeah, again, it's a waste of police time, I believe, in something like that, because they should have something in place to cover.
Well, it's basically people saying clumsy or nasty things that could be perceived as offensive to someone, which...
that's the world we live in, though, isn't it?
That's the world we live in. I think people have been offending each other for time immemorial.
Yes.
So, yes.
It's a leap, though, isn't it, to think, right, you know, OK, I was offended by that, I'm going to call the police.
Well, I don't really understand the point of a non-crime hate incident. I would quite like someone on my side of the political fence to kind of explain to me, give me kind of the progressive case for a non-crime hate incident, so I could come on your show and argue with you about it. Because at the moment, I can't really see the point of it, because either something's a crime or it isn't. And I think that often actually the bar is set too low for crimes anyway. I think that a lot of these things are things that would have once been said, you know, in a crowded pub, and the person would have just kind of been ostracised for that and said, well, you're not a good person, rather than being criminalised. So I kind of think that I'm not entirely sure. I think maybe
I
some
don't think
people
you need to find, you know, another
Well,
argument.
I'm always open. I'm always open to like have you know, have something that have the contrary point of view, but I haven't heard a convincing case for it yet.
Yeah.
I mean, apparently, you know, the government was trying to sort of say, you know what, police, you don't really need to be reporting these things anymore, at least the previous government, but there was actually a surge in the recording of this. So I don't know if the police just find it easy to record these things.
Well, that's something it's super easy, because they can just sit at their desks and they can record it, because it's not a non-crime instance. It doesn't need to be kind of forwarded to the CPS or anything like that.
I mean, if I had £1 for every time somebody called me a nasty word or the colour of my skin or my sexuality, I'd be loaded. Absolutely.
But two of those things are hate crimes. If someone is racist to you and uses, you know, sort of racial slurs, or if someone uses homophobic slurs, that actually does meet a criminal threshold.
It's interesting that presumably you never felt the need to call the cops then.
I think there's worse things going on in the world than somebody calling me a nasty word. I think over time I've built a thick skin, but I think there's worse things happening in the world, especially the world we're living in at the moment, that needs police attention than somebody calling me it's something under the sun. Like, I just brush it off and go about my day.
Well, obviously, it's terrible that people would call you that, but I get what you mean, which is that, you know, maybe there can be a bit of perspective at times about other things that are going on. Now, it's been a bit of a short and sweet paper round, this one, but we have got you in. We have got you in the next hour, and we'll talk about some more news stories then. So
yes, we can get your hot take on the King's speech, perhaps.
Yes. Well, did anyone be honest? Did you watch the King's speech? No.
I actually did.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
You sat down and you watched it in full.
Sat down live.
I'm full of surprises, Patrick.
No, hey, it's brilliant. I am surprised. We're going to be talking about King's speech. It's been causing a little bit of controversy.
Little bits of it, yes.
The
reference to the riots over the summer.
Oh, we
was
won't
that
like
necessary? Was that necessary, Jonathan?
Yes, I think it was actually.
We'll see you soon. Stay tuned.
Imagine getting a call to tell you that you've won £50,000 in tax-free cash, our biggest cash prize of the year.
Oh.
Good luck.
Britain's newsroom. Weekday mornings from 9:30.
A Tesco store on a Scottish island has defied locals by ignoring pleas to stay closed on Sundays.
Tesco's has said that no member of staff in Stornoway would be forced to work on a Sunday and that it had received a significant amount of positive reaction to its plans.
Well, let's talk now to the Minister of the Reformed Presbyterian Church, Reverend Kenneth Stewart. Good morning to you, Reverend Stewart. You're trying to keep Sunday special, and if Tesco are going to open up, that means it won't be quite as special for you.
Well, yes, good morning, and thanks for having me on. Yes, Tesco, for some reason, they claim it's not economic advantage, but for some reason they've decided to go against hundreds of years of tradition on this island and the deeply held religious convictions of many, many people, including, of course, their own customers who are really grieved by this decision. We come, obviously, from the standpoint that a day of rest is effectively mandatory. It's a human right. Along with the other 10 commandments, which have undergirded our moral and legal fabric in society, it actually enshrines the human right to a day of rest. And of course, in the UK, that's been eroded for many, many years. Incidentally, it's still far more respected on the continent. But for us here, the Sabbath or the day of rest has been very, very important. It's not just what we do, it's who we are. And for some reason, Tesco have decided just to go against that.
And Reverend Stewart, we were actually talking about this earlier, how in European countries, I mean, even in France, which is a secular country, still very few shops will open on a Sunday.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Good morning, everybody, and a very happy Boxing Day to you all.
Yes, thank you very much for joining us for an extra special GB News Christmas special.
Well, it was an exciting day of festive telly, from the return of Wallace and Gromit and Emmerdale Bombshell, and of course that epic finale of Gavin and Stacey.
Which we haven't watched yet. But are you on the hunt for a Boxing Day bargain today? Well, you'll be joining the almost 22 million Brits who are expected to splurge today. We're looking set to splash almost £4 billion in-store and online. Are you going to get out and about? Will Hollis has the latest.
Will the draw of online shopping stop Brits from coming down to the high streets on one of the busiest Boxing Days since before the pandemic?
Oh, fantastic. Will Hollis out and about early doors for us there.
Still dark outside.
Can't wait to hear from him. Anyway, we're going to be talking about the traditional Boxing Day fox hunt. That's on as well. Families are venturing outdoors, going to watch the hounds and the riders on horseback head into the countryside for trail hunting. We think, well, so Mark White's going to be there for us. We think Nigel Farage might be there as well. Could be interesting to talk to him, by the way, because Reform are just about 1,000 new members away from overturning the Tories now. So people have obviously been talking about politics around the Christmas table, haven't they?
Does look like it, doesn't it?
Do we think the Boxing Day hunt tradition will end? Apparently Labour want to change the laws to try to stop it.
Yeah, let us know what you think of that. And the King, he praised diversity in ethnicity, culture and faith in his speech. He commended healthcare workers and he issued a plea for unity after what he called the anger and lawlessness of the summer riots. Is he right? Was he right to mention the summer riots? Send us your thoughts.
Plus, later on in the programme, we're going to be heading down to the races at Royal Downs in Lisbon with Doogie Beattie to get all of the latest on what's going on there. Can't wait to hear from Doogie as well.
Indeed. And are you still thinking about food?
Mm-hmm.
The one next to me is. We're going to be looking at all the top tricks and tips to make the most of your Christmas dinner leftovers. Send in your pictures.
Sending your pics. We've got some pictures coming in of your Christmas dinner, so keep them coming. But right now, shall we have a look at this?
Have you got a Boxing Day walk planned? Well, join me later for the full forecast of what you can expect and for the rest of this week.
It's just gone 7 o'clock. There we are. 7 o'clock in the morning now. I'm Patrick Christys.
And I'm Emily Carver, and this is GB News Boxing Day Breakfast. Right, lots of you are getting in touch. We've got a few views as well. Amanda says she loved Gavin and Stacey's final episode. It was great to see the gang having fun partying. I laughed and indeed cried, like Stephanie Tetchy. Stephanie said she had a bit of a cry.
Yeah, Don's been in touch, had pork yesterday. Leftovers are being curried within an inch of their life at their very
He sounds
moment.
like you.
Yeah, he does. Just for a bit of context, if you're just tuning in, I'll reveal something I did yesterday. So Emily and I, we went to sleep quite early. We passed out, really.
We fell asleep,
about,
didn't we?
About 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. And then we came back home, went to bed, and then I woke up...
You had to do that thing where you fall asleep at someone else's house on the sofa in front of the fire, and then you have to get up, get out in the cold, get in the car, go back and start, you know, the bedtime routine.
Yes,
Knackering.
but then I got up. I got a second wind at what turned out to be about midnight, and I went and attacked a wheel of cheese. So that's me.
You're disgusting.
Do I regret it?
But you didn't need it, did you?
No. But
Did you even really want it?
Yeah.
I also
I did.
saw the tub of Biscoff had a second go at.
That's been destroyed. So there we go. But the reason why we are waffling on here about food, if you'll excuse the pun, is because we've been asking you to get in touch with your leftovers. Yesterday, we had all sorts of wonderful pictures from your lovely homes about your Christmas decorations. It really made it feel as though we were sharing Christmas with you, which is the whole point of the show, isn't it, really? So on this Boxing Day, we want to see your dinners. And loads of you have been getting in touch. gbviews@gbnews.com. What are we looking at here? It's
Kevin and Alison from Leicestershire, they've sent through this dinner. It looks like you've got everything in separate containers there.
Very organised.
Sounds like you were serving it up for a crowd. They've got the carrots, the Brussels, the potatoes, the turkey, and what's on the right? I'm not sure.
We're keeping it Leicester here because Tony has been on as well and sent their meal.
Well, you couldn't fit much more on that plate, could you, Tony?
That's like when you go to a Toby carvery and they give you
Tony's carvery.
Yeah, they give you the smaller plates and you're like, look, I'm coming back. You can either give me a bigger plate or you can deal with me again in 10 minutes' time.
Is that a very large glass of wine? Just there? Yeah, that bit of bubbly, maybe?
Good lad.
A little bit of bubbly. That looks like an excellent meal to be
Although
fair.
it's Tony with an eye, so it could be a lady, actually. Sorry, if I've misgendered you on Boxing Day morning of all days. Well, probably it's a non-crime hate incident, that, isn't it? The Lowe...
I won't report you today.
No, the Lowe family in Newton Abbey. Oh, yes.
I like a square plate. Very nice.
Yeah, that's
Keeps
lovely.
it all inside.
I'm liking the table decorations as well there
see,
in the background, so that's lovely.
I will note everyone's having the Brussels, aren't they? Everyone's sticking to tradition.
Well done.
Yeah.
Jean has sent through her Christmas table. Well done, Jean.
Nice glass of fizz.
Yeah.
Coffee there as well. Nice crackers with a little Santa on them.
I think there might
Candles,
be...
lovely.
There's a note here that says, plus the mess that my grandchildren left.
They have made a mess.
So wait, that's this morning because we've got the telly on. So you're watching GB News. So thank you, and that's obviously what we're wearing today. So that is still what your front room looks like now.
Are you shaming her?
No, I'm just saying they've really wreaked havoc in your house, haven't they? But well done.
I thought you were going to say you should have cleaned that up last night before you went to sleep.
No.
It's mostly toys by the looks of things, which is rather nice. It must be nice having a little child at Christmas around because you know when people because of the magic of it.
Yes.
Grandchildren or whatever, they get very excited.
It's an excuse, I think, isn't it?
Whereas adults, you know, they get excited, but
Yes.
I think there's a magic of having the excitement of Santa Claus arriving.
Yes. I think you get to relive it, don't you?
Yes, that's what I mean. You get to relive the magic.
Yeah, well, keep those pictures coming in. It really is lovely to actually be seeing what's going on with you all on Boxing Day morning. So it's gbviews@gbnews.com. You can also get in touch with us on Your Say there. But it's a big day for people who are on the hunt for a bargain, Emily, isn't it?
Oh, my goodness, yes. People do go out for a hunt, don't they? They'll be waking up early this morning, hoping to nab a bargain in the Boxing Day sales.
The tradition began in the 90s when Prime Minister John Major relaxed Sunday trading laws, allowing shops to open on bank holidays.
But it is feared the tradition could be dying out a little, along with our high streets, because both Next and M&S have announced they won't be opening today, which I'm surprised at.
I am surprised at that. I am, especially in the big cities, I would have
Also,
thought.
if you just need something from M&S or Next, I don't know.
Yeah, but anyway, is the Boxing Day sales tradition dying out? Joining us now is our intrepid reporter, Will Hollis, who's ventured out himself, hasn't he? Will, great to see you. Happy Christmas, mate. Yeah, lovely to see you. Thank you so much for being out there in the cold for us. I hope you had a lovely Christmas, and what's going on where you are?
Good morning. Yes, a very Merry Christmas to you and to everybody watching at home. Boxing Day tends to be one of the busier, if not the busiest, shopping days of the year, particularly because people are after those sales. But as you say, big shops like Marks and Spencer's, Next and John Lewis now and for some years have remained closed on Boxing Day. The reasons that they would say is because they want people to spend time with their families, to reboot and relax before that big period of January sales. What might be the real reason is a major slumping sales on Boxing Day, particularly because of the pandemic and the advent for some years now of online shopping. This year, 22 million people are expected to head out for Boxing Day sales, but only 14 million of those will be on the high street, and a rise compared to last year is online shopping. Fewer people coming out onto the high street, but it is now more than we saw out on pre-COVID years. For the first time since the pandemic, more people are expected to be coming out shopping. Where we are right now in Nottingham, it is still very early in the morning. It's quite quiet. Some people are going to work, but on the way in here today, you could see that some people were hanging about the shops. But from what I've seen, most of the shops don't open until 9 a.m, so we won't see any major queues until that time. But what we'll see over the next few hours is people trying to get a bargain. The trendsetters and the The experts suggest that most of the sales will be people targeting technology, games items, games consoles, as well as beauty items coming in store to get themselves a really good deal. But whether we'll see that online shopping will be trumping again what we see on the streets, we just won't know until after Boxing Day.
Absolutely. I suppose people might have been given, especially younger people, you know, might have been given a bit of cash for Christmas. And they decide that they want to go out and spend that and get that games console or get whatever. So could be a big day. Will, can I ask what was the best present you got this Christmas, mate?
I got a fantastic fleecy. I'm a big fan of zip-up fleecies nowadays, as you can see. I tend to wear them particularly when I'm on screen for GB News nice and early, because it doesn't always help in wintertime to wear a blazer. But I'm under strict instructions that there are work fleecies and there are home fleecies. So you're stuck with one of my old fleecies today. But I can assure you the beauty of my bright yellow fleecy that I got yesterday. It is a thing to behold, but you might not see that until next year.
Well, what on earth is the difference between a fleece and a fleecy?
Oh, I think it's probably just the difference in where you're from. You might call it a fleecy. Some people might call it a fleece. Some people might call it a pullover. In some parts of the world, you might even call it a jersey.
Yeah, but Will, you are actually a fashionista, so our viewers and listeners will see you when you're in full work mode and you've got your suit on, you've got all of that stuff. But you are, when we see you at the GB News Christmas party, you are a natty dresser, mate. So fantastic stuff. And look, thank you very much for being out and about so early for us. And
I do hope the shoppers come out in a little bit. I mean, it is still very early, isn't it? Will, we'll catch up with you a little bit later. Have a good one.
All the best, mate. All the best, mate. Well, there we go. So yes, maybe you are nipping out to try to get a last-minute deal. Perhaps you're only seeing a relative today. What?
I mean, like 5-10 years ago, you used to get the shots every year of people literally, like, elbowing their way to try and get a toaster or something.
Remember those Black Friday pictures when we first introduced it here? There was, you know, and people...
Pulling each other's hair.
People pulling their hairs to go and get a telly from Asda or something, you know. It's just, yeah, real fighting for it, weren't they? But who have we got now? The CEO of the British Independent Retailers Association, Andrew Goodcare. Morning, Andrew. I hope you had a wonderful Christmas. Thank you for joining us. So, are we hoping that this is going to get the wheels of our economy turning? People are going to be out and about today, going and spending a bit of dosh and getting some last-minute bargains?
Yeah, well, retailers hope so, and especially those on the high streets, because it's been a pretty difficult year so far. So fingers crossed that those people will come out, having been cooped up for a couple of days, and ready armed with new Christmas money to spend on bargains.
Yeah, Andrew, I'm just reading here that quite a lot of supermarkets and shops are choosing to stay closed today, which is unusual. Some of the big ones. So apparently B&Q isn't opening. Aldi, most of them aren't. M&S the same. John Lewis also keeping quite a lot of them closed. Why is that?
Well, I think there's a couple of things there. I think some of the larger stores are saying thank you to their staff and giving them an extra day off, and choosing not to open on Boxing Day. Also, a lot of those shops are very well placed with their internet offer and proposition, so they'll be relying on people shopping online for their products. But I think those businesses that are open still recognise the fact that 2/3 of people still prefer to buy in store, still want to go on the high streets. And as I said earlier, I think the shops really will welcome the fact that people are coming out looking for those bargains, which are certainly there to be found.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it is a bit gutting, though, Andrew, I'll be honest with you. If you're anything like me, you do a lot, it will come as no surprise, you do a lot of your shopping last minute, Christmas Eve and the day before Christmas Eve, and then you go into the shops on Boxing Day and you see exactly what you've just bought, half the price. And I think, oh, no, it's a bit of a kick in the proverbials, that sometimes, Andrew.
Yeah, it is. And in fairness, retailers have to be wary of this because... you know, there's lots of sales on all year, and the other reason Boxing Day has lost some of its glamour, possibly because of Black Friday, which comes before Christmas. So a lot of people are there shopping around Black Friday as well, and Boxing Day is almost a top-up for some. But if customers expect to find a product always cheaper later on in the year, then they will keep waiting for that cheaper opportunity. So it is a challenge for retailers who want to get maximum margin for their products. But customers are savvy. They're very bright. They're very smart. They can compare very easily, and retailers are having to adjust to that. So hopefully customers will not be too disappointed. And lots of retailers will do price matching as well. So quite often people will get the best possible price they can at the time.
Yeah, a lot of people will go into the shop on the high street, have a look at the product, go home and see if they can get it cheaper elsewhere.
Well, even compare in store with the
Or in
telephone
store,
tower we have. Yeah, they'll just literally look online in the shop and say, I'm going next door or somewhere else, or give the opportunity for that business to price match something they found online. So
I've never asked a business to do that. I've never said, oh, I've seen this, I don't know, bag cheaper here, can you match it? But maybe that is better for them to get the custom at least.
Well, listen, I mean, John Lewis was famous for that phrase, never knowingly undersold. And they removed it because of the competition they were getting. But their change of CEO, they have a new chief executive now, an ex-Tesco man, and he's bought it back. And I gather that's really helped John Lewis reestablish itself in the mind of customers, because they know that they trust the John Lewis quality, but will also then be able to price match if available. So I think it is something retailers really are aware of, because
absolutely. Well, Andrew, thank you so much.
Online competition is very harsh.
Andrew, thank you very much indeed for joining us on Boxing Day so early in the morning. Really appreciate it. Andrew Goodacre, CEO of the British Independent Retailers Association. Good
and good luck for the year ahead as well. It's, we do hear a lot, don't we? Obviously not helped out by the budget, about how independent retailers, business owners, etc., feel as though they're getting clobbered this year. So, good luck to people like Andrew and anyone out there who does own a small business or work in a small business. And, fingers crossed.
I hope you've done a good Christmas trade.
It's vital. It's vital to keep the wheels of our economy turning. Shall we have a little look at some of the other stories coming into our newsroom here this morning?
Go on, then. Well, memorial services have taken place today, commemorating the 20th anniversary of the Boxing Day tsunami. 230,000 people lost their lives across dozens of countries. Of course, the tsunami was caused by a 9.1 magnitude earthquake on the 26th of December in 2004. And yes, countries like Indonesia, Thailand, Sri Lanka, India, even as far as East Africa were affected.
Oh, do you always remember where you were when that happened, and some of that footage that came out there 20 years ago, though?
Can't believe that.
20 years.
Yeah.
Where's that time gone? In other news, an international investigation has begun after we brought you footage of this yesterday, but an Azerbaijan Airlines flight crashed in Kazakhstan. 67 people were on board. Very sadly, 38 passengers are believed to have died. However, I think miraculously, 29 survivors. Now, there's a lot of controversy about how this plane did crash. A preliminary investigation has been launched because Russia's aviation watchdog indicated the pilot decided to change landing site after a collision with birds. However, the Reuters news agency notes that the plane had diverted from an area of Russia that Moscow had been recently defending against Ukrainian drones. And some footage does appear to show things that look like, well, to the untrained eye, you'd maybe call them bullet holes, but it could be caused by some other kind of material, I suppose. It looks
that bird story sounds a little implausible. A little implausible, but I'm not an aviation expert.
Was it shot down, is the thinking?
But yeah, some of the survivors are sadly in a hospital, but hopefully they'll recover.
That's the footage of the inside of the plane there before it came down to earth, so there we go. Well, in other news, I think it's probably about time now that we should just tell you what's going on with your weather, shall we, with Jonathan Vautry.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, very good morning to you. This is your GB News weather forecast provided by the Met Office. If you are planning a Boxing Day walk today, then for some of you I can promise dry conditions. That is all thanks to this area of high pressure out in continental Europe that is stretching its way in across much of England and Wales. But further towards the north, we do have this cold front slipping southwards across Scotland and Northern Ireland. So it is a damper and wetter start to the day here with drizzly outbreaks of rain. To the far north of the Northern Isles, we will see some slightly brighter skies throughout today, a few showers to watch out for, but the winds will be a touch lighter today compared to what we did see on Christmas Day itself. This rain band then is going to be in play across quite a lot of areas of Scotland, so really quite damp and dreary, unfortunately. Certainly raincoats will be needed for any outdoor activities here. Hopefully in Northern Ireland it will turn drier into the afternoon, still relatively cloudy. The best chance of seeing some sunshine is going to be across parts of northeastern England, parts of northeast Wales as well. Might just see a few cloud breaks also. Otherwise, it's quite widespread grey skies for many of us. Temperatures generally around 10 or 11 degrees Celsius as our highs. Into this evening and overnight, that rain band is still in play across the far northwest, still quite damp and drizzly here. Elsewhere, it's a cloudy night. Can't rule out some spots of drizzle also over the higher ground sites, fog in there as well. But with all the cloud around, it's certainly not going to be too chilly. Temperatures holding up in mid-single figures at least. On Friday, well, there's not that much deal of a change. You'll see a lot of widespread cloud around grey skies for many of us. Again, a touch of drizzle possible over the highest sites, though the rain band across Scotland will begin to fade out a touch more. The rain here generally turning lighter and patchier. The rest of the brightness across parts of the Northern Isles, where here we'll start to see some cooler conditions moving its way in. Is there any chance of some sunshine for other areas? Well, hopefully on Saturday we will start to see more in the way of those sunny spells emerging, but by the time we reach the new working week, it's looking unsettled again. Bye-bye.
A chilly start will give way to a lovely, warm afternoon. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
All right, well, we have been asking you all morning to send in pictures of...
I just had a little yawn, didn't I?
That's all right.
Not because I'm bored, just because I'm a little bit tired. But this is livening us up, and Christmas dinners will too.
Oh, yeah. Well, we are actually currently starving again, is what we were just talking about.
I've heard there are sandwiches in the back.
Well, a lot of you are getting stuck back in early doors this morning, which you love to see. I think we can go now to Kim and Terry from Bright House. Oh, yes. This is a Christmas spread. Started with the prawns, I believe. There we are. Oh, wow.
Then we've got a bit of everything. Bit of turkey, is it?
Yeah.
Bit of turkey, carrots, potatoes.
Well done.
Nice little spread.
It's a job lot, that, isn't it? You love it. We've got Deb from Bexley Heath sent through our very classy Christmas cake.
Those are quite hard to make.
Very difficult.
So I've heard.
It takes a lot of effort, so well done you there.
Yeah.
It's lovely. Who else have we got here, Emily?
Gary and Becky from Evesham, they've sent this message. They say, we rarely get a lion, but 2 days running, we've forgone our lions to watch you two. Oh, well, I hope you're still in your gym jams.
Yes, and thank you very much. And we'd just like to say a big thank you to everyone who did tune in yesterday as well.
It was so much fun.
Yeah.
So much fun.
It was a really lovely show. I mean, it was nice, like we were saying, weren't we? It was our first Christmas as a married couple. It was nice to be able to spend it with everyone as well who's been watching and tuning in. It was lovely to see so many of you sending pictures.
Although I do think the show was stolen by a particular guest, and that was Charlie Rowley, who donned not just one, not two, but 3 extraordinary Christmassy outfits, which we'll show you later if you did miss it, because it was quite something. And he got quite the response, didn't he?
He did.
In the old inbox.
We're going to show you some pictures of Charlie Rowley's ensemble of Christmas tat costumes that he was on with yesterday.
I think they were quite pricey, actually.
Well, yeah, which raised some serious questions about how much we pay contributors on Christmas morning, but now only joking, that's a joke. Anyway, talking of things that we are just giving away, time now for your Great British Giveaway and your chance to become our biggest ever winner with an incredible £50,000 in tax-free cash. It's an amazing sum of money. It could make your new year your best year ever, couldn't it? Here's how you can be in it to win it.
It's our festive treat to you. Your chance to win an incredible £50,000 in tax-free cash. Our biggest ever Great British Giveaway. What would you spend £50,000 on in the coming year? Spectacular holidays? A brand new car? Home improvements? Or maybe you'd just like to save it for a special occasion? £50,000 is an amazing amount of money, and it could be all yours. For another chance to win, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. You can call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB10 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 31st of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
It looks like a lot of you are getting in touch to say you absolutely will not be braving the high streets for the Boxing Day sales. But you never know, you might do a little bit of online ordering if you fancy something, you need something that's cheaper now. Anyway, still to come, we're going to find out why there is uproar over a classic Boxing Day tradition. Which one is it?
Well, what is it? Indeed. We're going to have to stay tuned to find out, aren't we?
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
Donna Ida, who joins us now. And Donna, you look spectacular in your gorgeous denim jumpsuit.
Thank you.
And accessories. And it's important, isn't it, sometimes, just to keep things simple?
I always keep things simple. I travel a lot, I work long hours, and I don't want to think too much about what I'm wearing. So for me, one and done is perfect. Good accessories, fresh hair, nice makeup, and you can go anywhere, including GB News when you didn't know what was happening.
There we go.
Perfect.
Welcome.
Straight off the plane.
Can we ask you some of our top denim questions?
Yes.
Because Stephen Dixon, the presenter of The Breakfast Show who's just on, said that double denim to him is an absolute no-go.
Oh, what does
Is that true?
Don't have him on again, darling.
OK. We're telling me fact.
I love double denim.
Really?
I love it. I think it is so cool.
Does it have to be a different tone?
I was going to say double denim, same colours.
Or same
I
tones?
like the... For me, I actually do like the same. Think Saint Laurent 70s. There's an amazing one that we're doing that's going to look great on you in the new season. The Joan Jean, we've got the City Slicker shirt. Oh, it's amazing. If it's done well, it's perfect. And I like it in a paler blue, but a good mid to dark. Very chic.
You go.
No, well, I was just thinking, little old me, not quite sure
You'd look amazing
what to wear
in
this
it.
morning. How
was a
do
bit
guys
stressed.
pull off denim?
For me, if I was dressing you, I would have put you in a pair of jeans this morning with his amazing jumper. Gorgeous watch.
Black, blue?
Black denim I do like. Men don't like it so much. Men like charcoal denim.
Oh, I don't like grey.
Charcoal. I love grey, and the best seller for men is charcoal denim.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Jubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the arguments. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together, and what have we got? In my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there short and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. You're watching and listening to Boxing Day Breakfast with Patrick and Emily.
Welcome along, everybody. Thank you for joining us this morning. We do hope you had a wonderful Christmas yesterday and you're having a wonderful start to Boxing Day today. But along with presents being exchanged, sitting in front of the telly, really, was at the top of the agenda for millions of families across the nation. And we were spoiled for choice with Christmas specials from Gavin and Stacey, Wallace and Gromit.
Strictly Come Dancing. Our showbiz reporter Stephanie Tecci is with us to tell us more about it. Where do you want to start? What did you enjoy most?
Gavin and Stacey. That definitely brought a tear to my eye because we've been waiting 5 years to see what was going to happen. Was Nessa and Smithy going to get married? Did he say yes? So there was a cliffhanger 5 years ago.
Why did they leave a cliffhanger for 5 years?
Because, you know what, since that last episode, James Corden's gone to be a big star in Hollywood, and there was so many reports about fallouts apparently between him and Matthew Horn, who plays Gavin, which he's since denied. So there's been a long time coming for this series, but I think it was definitely worth the wait. The last time it had 12 million viewers tune in, and I think this time round, last night, was definitely worth the wait. We did get a happy ending. I don't want to spoil it for any of our viewers, just in in case they haven't watched it.
Well, we haven't yet.
Definitely you should watch it. It's getting 5 stars of reviews. It was quite funny and it had a romantic ending.
Now, when I was younger, I was always more of a Coronation Street man than EastEnders.
Really? I was EastEnders.
Well, but I think it's supposed where you grow up.
Yeah, it's true,
Where you grow up.
Yeah,
And
London,
you know, I was up north, and so Coronation Street was there.
Yeah.
I've heard it might have gone off the boil a bit recently, but EastEnders was bang at it yesterday, wasn't it?
EastEnders was bang at it, but also Coronation Street. We did say goodbye to one of the most lovable characters, Gail Platt. After 50 years, she said goodbye to Coronation Street. Her first scene on the show was in 1974, and when she was 23 years old. So it's almost like she has become her character. But last night, viewers saw her leave the cobbles. She had a happy ending, and she's gone off into the sunset with her new husband, Jess. But I hope she does return, because she is just one of those iconic characters.
I remember when
How long has she been in this for?
50
years. 50 years. I think she looks amazing.
Yeah.
I remember when she was driven into the river by the canal by her husband.
Yeah, she's been married quite a few times.
She has. Well, it's nice to see it finally work out, isn't it? Well done, Gail.
For now, it's worked out. But over to the square in EastEnders, oh my gosh, I think we have another whodunit on our case, because Cindy Bill was supposed to be having a happy ending with Ian Bill last night, but it came out that she's been sleeping with her ex-husband's son last night in the EastEnders cliffhanger.
That's not on, is it?
At the end of the show yesterday, we saw her being hit in the head with a shovel, and it was a So today, on Boxing Day in EastEnders version, we are going to see if Cindy is still alive.
I'm happy Christmas. Here's a shovel to the back of the head.
You know, they are quite sinister when they are thinking of these EastEnders storylines. You would think they would come something more positive, family-focused. No, we're going to end Cindy off at the end of the show. That's what they were thinking of.
Adultery. Whatever next.
Oh, hopefully it doesn't mirror real people's Christmas.
We hope not.
Yeah, I know there was some people who probably did have the odd row over the dinner table. And also, judging by...
We didn't have any rows, wasn't that nice?
No, that's good.
We weren't awake long enough to have a row, actually. But,
is that the secret to avoiding couple rows? Go to bed.
Possibly. But yes, so loads on. And you mentioned as well there was Strictly Come Dancing.
Yeah, we had our first drag queen lift up the glitter ball trophy. Her name, someone corrected me earlier. They were like, "She's not a she." Tace won the Tace won.
You were talking about the alter ego.
Yeah, the alter ego. Yeah,
rather than the actual man.
So Tace won. She lifted up the glitter ball trophy with Kai Widrington. She scored perfect 10s for her cha-cha-cha on the dance floor. Luckily, with the Christmas special, it's just one episode, so we get straight to the point. There was a couple of dances. Patrick, you're looking like.
Well, no, I was thinking I'd be rubbish on Strictly.
I think you would be perfect for Strictly. Let's make it happen.
If you could be on any of these shows, which one would it be, Stephanie? Would it be Strictly? Would it be I'm a Celeb?
Oh, gosh. I think I'm a celeb because I like being in nature, I like adventure, so I think I'll be perfect for it.
You like eating bugs?
Yeah, for the right price tag, I will eat bugs. I'd have to phone Farage to give me some tips, but yeah, I think I would definitely do I'm a celeb. How about you?
Nice for you.
Those bugs taste better when you've got, there's a £1 million waiting
on his way.
Yeah, dancing on ice, maybe. Just because I think it's easy. If you are rubbish at dancing on ice, I think most people forgive that because they probably couldn't dance on ice.
I would be so scared, that one.
Maybe that will be it. Although
but everyone can physically eat a bug.
Yeah.
If they don't want to.
But
I hate mice though. If they put me in a box full of mice, forget
you
it.
shouldn't have said that now.
I know.
If you do ever go on it, you're going to remember that. And you're going to end up getting the mice trial.
No. Hopefully the GB viewers will just back me and just not vote for me to do trials.
There's a sense of family.
You are a firm fan favourite here. So
stop it.
And we'll be seeing you again a little bit later on.
Yes, you will.
Thank you very much.
Stephanie.
Well, here's something wholesome now. And we're going to be going to the Vocal Zone Voice Studio Choir from South Derbyshire. And this time they're going to be regaling us with a rendition of Joy to the World.
Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let earth receive her King. Let
like that one.
You like that one? Is that your favourite?
It's uplifting, wasn't it?
Uplifting, yes.
Joy to the world.
We've got Ben Jacobs next.
He's also uplifting. And there's a lot of sport to go at. Loads of fixtures in the football. We've got a full card in the racing. And just on, things involving horses anyway, we are going to be taking you to the Boxing Day hunt. Mark White is out and about with us. We think Nigel Farage might be there as well. It's been a good Christmas for him.
I was very excited when I heard that Mark White's going to be at the hunt. It's going to be good content.
It will be good. And, yes, because it's been a decent Christmas for Farage, actually, because it looks as though Reform are now only a few hundred new members away from...
Less than 1,000 away from the Conservatives now.
Taking over the Tories,
in terms of membership, I wonder what Kemi Badenoch will feel.
I wonder what... That's not got anything to do with discussions around the dinner table yesterday.
Oh, yeah, no. Come on.
Come on,
Go
join
sign
it.
up.
Oh, there we are. Anyway, look, we'll see you in a
No
second.
turkey for you unless you sign up.
We'll see you in a minute. Take care.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
Bansky's Girl with Balloon is arguably one of the artist's most recognisable images. So when a limited edition print signed by the artist was stolen from Grove Gallery in London, an investigation was launched by the Metropolitan Police's Flying Squad. The work was thankfully retrieved. The desire to own great works of art has once again become evident this week, albeit a little further afield on the continent. Police in Italy have uncovered a criminal network forging artworks by Bansky, Andy Warhol, Pablo Picasso and others. Investigators said that they've seized more than 2,100 fake pieces of art with a potential market value of about £165 million. With me to discuss that case is the Chief Executive of Grove Gallery, James Ryan.
The art world needs to tighten up. It is known as a bit of a Wild West out there because people will try and chance it with these forgeries. You're quite right, there's only one actual original, but even auction houses have been hoodwinked before.
The burglary that you suffered is sub judice, so we have to be careful what we say about it. But it must have been a bit of a shock to you. I mean, was it a broken window, a smashed door?
At 10, 11 o'clock at night and just hammer straight through, shoulder barging through the door and then in and out. You know, gone in 60 seconds. I must say, I know...
Obviously, that a targeted attack. The person would have known what he or she was after. Yeah.
Absolutely. But I must say, I know they cop a lot of flack, the police force, but the Flying Squad got the artwork back within 3 days. They were fantastic. So, yeah, I've never heard or seen, other than the Thomas Crown Affair type film, I just didn't think it'd be happening to little old me, in Fitzrovia, but it did, and thankfully we got it back.
GB News.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/your say. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Well, we're going to talk about the sports now, and we're going to start with Beyoncé, the pop icon, R&B star, because she's been paid a ridiculous amount of money to do something. Ben Jacobs, here you are to tell us.
Yeah, good morning again. Beyoncé appearing in a NFL Christmas Day halftime show. It was a match between Houston and Baltimore. Baltimore won 32-2. Lamar Jackson made history, becoming the highest ever points scoring rushing quarterback, but nobody was really talking about the American football. Instead, Beyoncé came on. She got paid $20 million. And she sang some songs from her aptly named album, Cowboy Carter, and we can have a little listen now.
There we go.
Jolene, 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 I'm warning you, don't come for my
say, and this is her rendition of Jolene, and she completely changes the meaning of the song. I don't know if you know about the music side of this as well as the sporting side, because, you know, Jolene is about someone stealing, well, not stealing, but, you know...
A woman desperately
trying to keep her man, and she makes it more of a power anthem, so make of that what you will. But yes, £20 million. Is that what the going rate is for this?
Yeah, for a 7-minute set. There was a bit of karaoke going on there as well, I have to say, whilst we were listening to that clip. So you've got a future as a singer, along with a news and sport presenter.
If only.
100%. It's amazing to think what $20 million gets you, isn't it? It just shows you there that what you can do. It's making me consider my hourly rate, actually, although I'm significantly less talented and well-known, but there we go. So, OK, so that was something. Back here in Britain, we have got some Premier League fixtures. Now, we spoke in the last section about the Manchester clubs a bit, so should we talk about is it Chelsea-Liverpool? Have I made that up? Was that right?
Chelsea and Liverpool. So Chelsea are playing Fulham in the 3 o'clock games, and they are title contenders, though Enzo Maresca is saying that they're not. They drew 0-0 with Everton, but they won 5 straight Premier League games prior to that. And another victory at Stamford Bridge, and they can put the pressure on Liverpool because they're playing first, so they can move within a point of the leaders. And then you've got Liverpool in the late kick-off, and this is a banker home win, you would think, against struggling Ruud van Nistelrooy's Leicester. Mo Salah on fire at the moment. He's the first player in Premier League history to reach Christmas Day with 10+ goals and assists. And if Liverpool win, depending obviously on what Chelsea do as well, they can go 7 points clear, potentially put themselves in a position, because they've got a game in hand where people will start saying their leader's unassailable. So Manchester City and Chelsea need to kind of lay down the gauntlet a little bit, because Liverpool are playing last. But it's hard to see Liverpool, especially at Anfield, doing anything other than taking 3 points against Leicester.
Well, Ben, thank you very much. We'll be seeing you again a little bit later on, nipping back into the studio for us to keep us abreast of all of the sporting action today. It's Ben Jacobs there. Still to come, though. If you're in search of some winter sun, shall we show you where some of the top European holiday destinations are for you?
Dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean All Clear Skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Whilst there hasn't been much snow around the UK this Christmas, other areas of Europe have been seeing a few wintry flurries, all courtesy of Storm Elena across parts of Balkans and Greece, from quite unsettled conditions here at the moment. Generally, though, high pressure is in charge further towards the west, so for France, parts of Iberia, it is drier with some sunshine around. There are a few showers to watch out for across Madeira and Tenerife. Relatively similar conditions will persist over the coming days, with Storm Elena still in charge for the next week or so.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Well, welcome back. It's now 7:43. Happy Boxing Day. Now, still to come, we've got what's making the news with TV personality Theo Main and the journalist Jonathan Liss. I think Jonathan had a few things to say about the King's speech. Will we agree?
Yes, yet more of diversity being our greatest strength. There we go. Anyway, we'll talk about that very shortly.
Lee Anderson's Real World, Fridays from 7 p.m.
I'm joined with Ryan Mark Parsons, who's a TV personality, a columnist, and he was on The Apprentice a few years back, weren't you? That's where most people would recognise your face from, one of the youngest contenders ever on The Apprentice. How did that work out?
Well, you know what? I never in a million years thought I'd get on the show. I was 18 when I applied. There were about 6 months of auditions. It was intense. You met Lord Sugar's advisors, his lawyers, his business advisors. It was the most intense thing I've ever done. And I just thought, never in a million years am I going to get on the show as a teenager. And I got the call from the exec. And he was like, you're one of the 16 candidates. And it was just like, really? So I took a gap year. I've just finished my A-levels. I was working in Harrods before. And I just came up with this business idea, took it onto the show, and I got fired in the end. I lasted 8 weeks, which wasn't too bad. But
what was the business idea? Educate me.
A concierge, similar to companies like Velocity Black, quintessentially, that work with some of the private banks. It was similar to that. I was inspired by my time in Harrods, working with some of these ultra high net worth clients. So I just wrote a 40-page business plan like we all have to do. But I didn't make it to the interview, so I didn't get to talk about it. But no, it was a great experience, a very tough experience, but unforgettable.
So at a young age, how did that change your life at that age? Because you must have got recognised, starting to be recognised when you're going out and about town.
Yeah, I mean, it happened quite quickly because the adverts start rolling out on BBC One and then the shows go on air. It's once a week on a Wednesday. You're getting about 7 million people tuning in every week.
Yep.
And yeah, it was surreal. It was surreal. And then suddenly you get invitations to things. You're going to premieres and it was a lot. It was a lot at a young age. And I obviously had no training for any of that. But I just embraced it and I've had fun with it.
GB News, the People's Channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is the nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get the book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
OK, well, joining us now to pick through what's going on in the news is TV personality Theo Main and journalist Jonathan Liss. But, Charles, before we go to you, we've got a little reminder of Charlie Rowley, who was in yesterday, brightening up people's Christmases with an ensemble of different costumes. Shall we have a look?
Oh, wow, OK, Charlie. Well, you've dressed up. You have dressed up.
Good morning. I'm a serious political commentator.
With another costume change. Yes.
Merry Christmas.
Is he auditioning for a job?
I don't know, but Jonathan, you've also come in fancy dress, so thank you very much.
Just some regular Christmas jumper, Patrick. It's not hardly a costume.
Oh, well. All right, let's talk about the King's speech then. Look, I think in the round it was quite nice. There was a mention there, classic of, diversity is our greatest strength, talking about the disorder in the summer, which has got a few people going. Jonathan, your views?
My views are that diversity is fantastic, Patrick. I think the King should have assembled the United Colours of Benetton out behind him, just like with someone from every different colour just behind him to represent the greatness of Britain's diversity. I think that would have really got people going. That would have made people sort of, proud to be British. On a serious note, I thought it was a really good thing that he talked about the riots, because this is obviously a political topic and obviously he's not meant to be a political figure, but I thought it was important to address it head on, which he did. And I think he did it in a clever way, which isn't to kind of talk about the origin of the riots, of the Southport stabbings or all the misinformation, all that stuff. And it wasn't even to talk about the perpetrators of the violence particularly. It was talk about what happened afterwards, which I think everyone can get behind, about how people did come together to rebuild things and to rebuild trust. I think that's really important message.
There's a lot of other things that have happened. Could have talked about the winter fuel payments.
Well, that would have been obviously, Emily, as you know full well, that was a political...
But this is kind of political.
That's a party political issue.
He didn't talk about the children who were murdered.
No, because obviously that's sub judice, and obviously that would have been... I think that would have veered too close into political territory.
But he went there, didn't he? He went there to show his support.
Yeah. It is interesting.
So it would have been something that he could have mentioned.
To see the areas, the aspects of political life that the King will wade into, whether it's to do with the environment or whether it's to do with things like race and culture, but not actually things that I would argue the King's core base maybe care about when it comes to things like the winter fuel payment, the farmers, all of this stuff. Yeah. I don't know. Do you think is there an argument to suggest that maybe the King and the royal family are trying to be a bit too woke at times, do you think?
The monarchy's gone woke now.
I'm not a royalist in any way, shape or form. If the King's speech is on, I'm never one to tune in. because I'm just like, whew. My partner, he's a royalist, so follow family.
Really?
Everyone. Yeah, he loves them. I'm like, I don't give two flying Marys what's going
I was
on.
wondering where you were going with that.
It's only 7:30.
Do you know what? I think there was a lot of lovely stuff in here, though.
Yeah, there's always
and it is
sweet
his
stuff.
job. It is his job to bring people together.
Yeah.
To me, it sounded like there was a tad bit of wishful thinking, maybe wrapped up in the idea that such things will never happen again, because unfortunately in this country we do have some racial, religious tensions that do flare up every now and again. We can't wish those away.
I don't think he said
but
it
it's
would
a
happen
positive
again.
message. Well, he said not to repeat these... Yeah, OK, he didn't say it would never happen again, but he said that communities came together not to repeat these behaviours, but to repair, etc., which is nice, which is lovely. But some people have got in touch to say, why did he need to bring up the summer riots?
Well, should we just change tone slightly
go
and
on.
talk about words of the year? So we've had some... So now the words of the year have been revealed. I don't know how often anyone watching this show would say cutesy.
That's all.
Very demure.
People have said that for years.
Demure.
Very mindful.
Very mindful.
Very mindful. I use them in my day-to-day, to be fair. I've had a very cutesy, mindful day.
Did you have a brat year?
Brat summer.
Yeah.
Brat summer was massive. Everybody was saying, I've had a brat summer. I'm like, a what?
What does it mean?
Cool.
Like a cool summer.
Oh, you're such a
you can say about anything, I suppose. Like, I've had a brat holiday. I'm like, good on you, love.
A bit naughty.
You're a
little bit
Charlie
edgy.
fan. You're a Charlie fan, I bet.
Charlie who?
Charlie XCX.
Oh, right, OK, yeah.
It's all stemmed from her.
I don't know what you were talking about
Not
there.
Charlie. I wasn't talking about Charlie Peters.
Or anything else for that matter. Yes. Lots of words. Don't go Delulu now. Don't go...
What is Delulu?
Crazy, like mad.
Is it?
Like having a mentee bee. I said, like yesterday, me cooking Christmas dinner, I was like, I'm having a mentee bee. Get me out of this kitchen.
Oh, meant to be a mental breakdown?
Yeah, mental breakdown, a mentee
Well, that
bee.
doesn't sound very woke.
I'm having a mentee bee.
Probably was.
Over the sprouts and the turkey. Well, there we are. Right, OK. Well, it's a good job. I hope everyone has managed to get home OK and everything, because apparently a train was cancelled every 90 seconds in 2024.
No way. Every 90 seconds.
Standard.
You had some...
Well, you go up and down the country a lot,
I go
don't
up
you?
and down the country a lot. Obviously, I'm based in Leeds. I'm always in London for work or jobs or whatever it is, and I do get the train quite frequently because sometimes I can't be bothered driving. It means I can work on the train. 9 times out of 10, my trains are always cancelled. The recent one I had was stood in King's Cross, and it was literally like the scene out of is it Home Alone when they all cancel them? The airport. It was like that. Everything.
When it's like...
Literally, I was like, how am I going to get home? It's like the second to last train. They flooded everybody over to St Pancras, and then these trains were just rammed, absolutely rammed. Everybody was stood up. Old people couldn't even get a seat. I was like, when is the British public transport going to get better?
When it's nationalised.
Oh, there we go. I knew he was going to say...
Interjected.
We can't keep paying them more. Train managers are on 40-odd grand a year to say, mind the gap. We've got, the train drivers, here we go, just going to slot it into forward. Now it's going to go stop.
Actually, I like to see you drive those bloody trains up and down the country.
I'd do it. I'd get there on
so
time.
easy. Go and do it then. Go and do it then.
I prefer this job, Jonathan.
If you're a train driver enjoying your Boxing Day, please get in touch to tell Patrick if it is as easy as he says.
Yeah. I'll tell you one good thing, though. So I went to Glasgow a couple of weeks ago, and the train was about 25 minutes late. Didn't think anything of it. I wasn't in a rush to get there. And not because Glasgow's not lovely, obviously, just I was in a rush. And then I just got a text message immediately saying, your train is more than 15 minutes late. Just click here. Yeah. So I clicked here and got a quarter off my the train ticket.
There you go.
Yeah, I can't say fairer than that. They've got to be down.
You immediately got it.
I've done 2 days later. They've got to be plus sized having a terrible railway system.
That's pretty good. Yeah, get your compensation.
Yeah, get the compo.
Make sure you get your compo.
Look, I've been doing stories about benefits.
If everyone gets their compo,
I've been doing stories about benefits all year. Everyone else is on the take. You might as well get involved as well, I think. But look, guys, thank you very much.
I think that's how people feel.
It's been a lovely start to proceedings. So there we go.
Actually.
I think now we can get some of your weather with Jonathan Vautry.
A nice bright morning will generate a lovely warm day, right through to the evening. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, very good morning to you. This is your GB News weather forecast provided by the Met Office. If you are planning a Boxing Day walk today, then for some of you I can promise dry conditions. That is all thanks to this area of high pressure out in continental Europe that is stretching its way in across much of England and Wales. But further towards the north, we do have this cold front slipping southwards across Scotland and Northern Ireland. So it is a damper and wetter start to the day here with drizzly outbreaks of rain. To the far north of the Northern Isles, we will see some slightly brighter skies throughout today, a few showers to watch out for, but the winds will be a touch lighter today compared to what we did see on Christmas Day itself. This rain band then is going to be in play across quite a lot of areas of Scotland, so really quite damp and dreary, unfortunately. Certainly raincoats will be needed for any outdoor activities here. Hopefully in Northern Ireland it will turn drier into the afternoon, still relatively cloudy. The best chance of seeing some sunshine is going to be across parts of northeastern England, parts of northeast Wales as well. Might just see a few cloud breaks also. Otherwise, it's quite widespread grey skies for many of us. Temperatures generally around 10 or 11 degrees Celsius as our highs. Into this evening and overnight, that rain band is still in play across the far northwest, still quite damp and drizzly here. Elsewhere, it's a cloudy night. Can't rule out some spots of drizzle also over the higher ground sites, fog in there as well. But with all the cloud around, it's certainly not going to be too chilly. Temperatures holding up in mid-single figures at least. On Friday, well, there's not that much deal of a change. You'll see a lot of widespread cloud around grey skies for many of us. Again, a touch of drizzle possible over the highest sites, though the rain band across Scotland will begin to fade out a touch more. The rain here generally turning lighter and patchier. The rest of the brightness across parts of the Northern Isles, where here we'll start to see some cooler conditions moving its way in. Is there any chance of some sunshine for other areas? Well, hopefully on Saturday we will start to see more in the way of those sunny spells emerging, but by the time we reach the new working week, it's looking unsettled again. Bye-bye.
We can expect clear skies, leading to a light and warm.
Imagine getting the call to tell you that you've won £50,000 in tax-free cash, our biggest cash prize of the year.
Oh my God.
Good luck.
I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg and this is GB News, Britain's news channel.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
What about train Wi-Fi? The Times. It's so funny the Times did this story because I was on the train yesterday trying to do some work and connecting to the Wi-Fi, and it happens all the time. It just doesn't work. It's pathetic. And then I opened the Times and they've done a massive investigation. Loads of different rail routes from north to south.
Was that the James Bond thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think, well, that passenger got through, or almost got through, one episode one James Bond movie in 8 hours.
But you know, it's interesting. We call it train Wi-Fi, but it isn't. It's just really a SIM card on a train, really. So if your own phone's not going to get signal, why would we assume that the train's going to have signal? It just doesn't work like that. Unless you're in Japan or South Korea, whose infrastructure is infinitely better than ours, you're just not going to get signal. You have to download those films way before you get on
There is technology that can help with that. You know, there really is. If they found ways to put it underground, they can get it on ground and get you going. I definitely think, you know, with the price that we're paying for these tickets, they can get the Wi-Fi going. There is technology.
That's why it's so frustrating, isn't
Call
it?
Elon, get a Starlink, let's go.
If you're a passenger paying hundreds of pounds for a season ticket or whatever you call it, and, you know, commute to work every single day, and you're paying all this money, and you can't.
It's so expensive. You'd expect Wi-Fi at the basic. Yeah, exactly.
But it happens with phone signal as well. I'll be walking down London in Park Lane or somewhere else, or down on the south coast. I just don't have phone signal, and I think to myself, what on earth is going on?
Doesn't it feel like 5G's made it worse though?
Yeah.
Because I feel like 4G that didn't happen so much, but 5G just feels like.
Yeah, and then I always get this little E in the top corner of my phone, and I don't get any signal. I think it's got worse over the past couple of years. Yeah, especially with 5G. I agree with that.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Very good morning, a very happy Boxing Day to all of you.
Yes, thanks for joining us again for our special GB News Boxing Day special.
Well, it was an exciting day of festive telly, from the return of Wallace and Gromit. There was an Emmerdale bombshell, an EastEnders bombshell, the epic finale of Gavin and Stacey as well.
There are a lot of bombshells, weren't there? Also, are you on the hunt for a Boxing Day bargain today? You're going to be joining almost 22 million people who are expected to splurge today in this country. We look set to splash almost £4 billion in store and online. Quite incredible. Will Hollis has the latest.
Good luck, Will.
Gone are the long queues at 6 a.m. for the Boxing Day sales, but on one of the busiest shopping days of the year, will online sales draw people from the high streets?
Good stuff. Will out and about early doors for us there. The traditional Boxing Day fox hunt is taking place as well. Families are venturing outdoors to watch the hounds and the riders on horseback head into the countryside. Mark White is going to be there for us. We're thinking Nigel Farage is going to pop up on GB News there at some point as well. So could this tradition, though, be coming to an end? Because apparently Labour wants to change the laws on it.
Yeah, and the King, he praised diversity in ethnicity, culture and faith. He commended healthcare workers and he issued a plea for unity after what he called the anger and lawlessness of the summer riots. Is he right? Do you agree with what he said? Did you enjoy it? What do you make of it?
Was he too woke? Anyway, later on in the programme, we're going to be heading down to the races at Royal Downs in Lisburn with Doogie Beattie. He's going to have all the latest on the Boxing Day sport there for us. And are you still thinking about food?
Yeah, we're going to be looking at all the top tricks and tips to make the most of your Christmas dinner leftovers. Send in your pictures, please.
And in sports, Manchester City kick off a full programme of Boxing Day games at home to Everton. There's an Edinburgh derby in Scotland as well. Now, the latest from the cricket as well. And we'll find out why Virat Kohli is at the centre of an altercation.
Have you got a Boxing Day walk planned? Well, join me later for the full forecast of what you can expect and for the rest of this week.
Well, it's just gone 8 o'clock now. We're hurtling headlong through our Boxing Day breakfast here. It's a pleasure to be on board with you. Thank you for giving us your company. I'm Patrick Christys.
And I'm Emily Carver, and this is GB News Boxing Day Breakfast. Right,
Well,
leftovers, eh?
Leftovers. This is what Boxing Day is all about for many people. We're going to be getting stuck into them a little bit later on. We showed you a picture of our Christmas dinner yesterday, and we've been asking you all to get in touch with yours. So whether it's leftovers, whether it's what you had yesterday, gbviews@gbnews.com. Thank you to everyone who's been getting in touch, and I think we can have a little look at some of them now. Martin has been on. Oh, yeah, well done, Martin. That's a hearty plate of food.
That's good. Quite a bit of stuffing. 3 balls of stuffing I can see there. Is that swede or carrots in the bottom? Looking pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, good.
Needs a bit of gravy, though.
Little bits of gravy on top, and jobs are good. And Daniel's been on. Thank you, Daniel.
That looks like beef.
Yeah, what are we looking at there? Is that beef, do we think?
Yeah, because it looks like that's horseradish next to it.
Well, that's going to be on my plate later tonight, Daniel. I can't wait
We're having beef later, aren't we?
Get back home and see my mum and dad and my grandma and my Auntie Sue as well, and we're going to be having a rib of beef. So, yes.
Oh, it's going to be delicious.
Absolutely. And finally, Helena's been on. What have we got from Helena? Yeah, another side.
I like the side shot there. A Yorkshire pudding. Yeah, does it belong on a Christmas dinner?
It does.
I think it does. Anything goes.
It's the towering there that you get from that side-on shot from Helena. You see, it's not just an aerial bird's-eye view of that plate. You get a sense of scale there from Helena.
You do get a sense of scale.
Thank you very much. Lovely. That was just the mound, the Christmas mound. I love it.
I feel like you're imagining eating it.
Oh.
Yeah.
OK.
Delicious.
Anyway, so something else that was taking place. Clearly, whilst you're all having your Christmas dinners, despite the fact that people like to keep politics away from Christmas din-dins, obviously you were all talking about it because Reform UK's membership surged yesterday. So I think we can infer that maybe people were getting together for the family and having a good discussion.
Well, only the Reform supporters. Or they were convincing their whole family to join. It's quite extraordinary how fast that ticker has gone up. Only 1,000 behind the Conservatives now. Now, the Conservative Party is 200 years old. What does this say about the state of it, the party?
It's worth noting, though, I think, that in context, look, it's obviously fantastic to have a load of members if you are anything, you know, any party or any organisation. The more members, the better on paper, and helps keep some money rolling in, I think. But I think Jeremy Corbyn's Labour Party had an unbelievable number of actual members.
I think they're on about. I think Labour are on about 300,000 plus.
Yeah,
so about double. I think they're on about double than the Conservatives.
I wonder if there's something.
They've always had a higher membership, I think.
They have, and then it's not always translated into actual votes. But like I said, I think we're going to be seeing a little bit of Nigel on GB News later on, popping up from that Boxing Day hunt. So keep your eyes and ears peeled for that.
Yes, but elsewhere, if you're a shopper, you might be doing this, but shoppers across the country will be waking up early this morning, hoping to nab a bargain in the Boxing Day sales.
The tradition began in the 90s when then Prime Minister John Major, he relaxed those Sunday trading laws, allowed shops to open up on bank holidays.
Yeah, some of you don't think that should have ever happened.
Why not? Because he should have kept it as a day for church.
Day of church, day of reflection, not a day for, heading into the shops, for being material, materialistic. And that sort of thing, consumerist. But anyway, it's feared the tradition could be dying out anyway, along with our high streets, because both Next and M&S have announced they won't be opening. Lots of other shops as well aren't going to bother opening. Apparently this is to let people have another day off work, but maybe it's because the cost of opening doesn't match, how much you actually sell. I don't know.
A lot of people probably doing some shopping online, I would have thought.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Is this tradition going to be dying out? We have dispatched Will Hollis, our intrepid reporter, out and about to Nottingham for us. Will, thank you very much. And you've made some friends.
Good morning. Yes, well, the good news is for the people that emptied their fridges enjoying Christmas dinners yesterday, the supermarkets are open. But for people on the high street, there's a little bit of disappointment this morning because many of those big names like Next, like John Lewis and M&S have decided for this Boxing Day they're going to stay closed. I'm here with Neil and Max, who've come out since bright and early 6 a.m. for the Lush sales. Neil, you were telling me a little bit about the different Boxing Days that you've enjoyed over the years here in Nottingham. Tell me, what was it like before and what's it like today?
Well, going back a few years, it was really busy. The streets were busy with people going to all the sales early in the morning. And nowadays, as you can see, there's not many people about, and there's not many people who actually have the sales. But we always attend the Lush sale. I've been coming for the last 6 years, round about 6 o'clock in the morning, and yeah, we enjoy the sale. And my boys, Max and Jax, who's actually in the queue, they've been coming for the last 3 years, and they enjoy coming with me, don't you?
You wanted to be the first in the queue this morning. One of your sons is holding your place in the queue.
Right, yeah.
I imagine there used to be hundreds of people lining the streets in Nottingham here. Right, Jack's even given up his space in the queue because he's such a big GB News fan that he wanted to make sure he was on the TV.
Yeah,
why did you want to be out here at this time in the morning, and especially bring the kids along as well?
I do it for a Christmas present for my other half. She's semi-disabled and she can't get out at this time of the morning. It takes her a while to get going. I do it as a present towards her. She loves Lush stuff. I mean, it's 50% half price, so it's a bargain that you can't afford to miss.
And then being out here, knowing that it's changed a little bit, as somebody who loves a Boxing Day sale, who loves the tradition of coming out here with your family, what do you think about online sales where a lot of people just sit at the computer, even from early as Christmas Eve when it turns midnight, they can get their Boxing Day sales, even on Christmas Day? What do you think about that?
Oh, well, fair play to them who do it. I mean, I prefer to come out and be able to see what you're actually buying, touch, have a conversation with the staff who are nice and jolly and helpful. And yeah, it just all adds to the festive spirit of shopping day on, shopping for Boxing Day.
The festive spirit. We've got Max here as well. Max, how old are you and what did you get for Christmas and what were you hoping for Christmas?
I was hoping for a new controller to play some video games, and I also got a little bit of money.
A little bit of money? And what's that going to get spent on?
Boxing Day today, and like game CX and stuff. So yeah, I'm probably going to spend all of it.
Spend all of it today? You're not going to save any for January or February?
No.
And what's Christmas like now for we've just got a bit of an ambulance or something in the background. That's the siren that you can hear. But Max, what's Boxing Day like now for a young man? How old are you?
10 years old.
What's Boxing Day like at 10 years old in the year 2024?
It's kind of fun coming out here with my brother and my dad for the past 3 years, because
We just have a laugh, don't we, while we're waiting, and it's all good fun, and we do it for a mum, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then as experienced Boxing Day sales shoppers, what's the trick of getting a good bargain on Boxing Day?
Getting to the first, being first in the queue to get into the shop first. So yeah, it can be quite busy at times. So yeah, if you can get in there first, you get all the best items before they sell out.
Sound advice there from Neil and Max. And you tell me that you're a GB News viewer and you've got a bit of a message for our hosts, Patrick and Emily, this morning.
Yes, thank you very much for everything you do. We really enjoy your show. And all of you at GB News, you do a fantastic job. Thank you very much, and we're avid viewers.
That's the view from Nottingham, live on the High Street, from Neil and Max this Boxing Day.
Oh, please do tell them. Thank you so much, and thank you for watching.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. No, it's great, and please help to spread the word and everything, and God bless. No, that was really sweet.
That was rather nice.
It?
You didn't have to say that.
No, we didn't even have to pay them for that. Yeah, you can't buy that kind of publicity. No, brilliant. Well, no, that's great. They're absolutely spot on though about getting out early, being first in the queue. It's something my mum used to shout at me about because I'd always be late. But if you're there, you're first in the queue. You can have your pick of everything.
Well, is your mum out today?
She won't be out today, probably now, no. But in the past, you know, with things like that, whether it's anything, whether it's shopping or getting into theme parks or doing whatever, you get there early doors.
Yeah, yeah. Did you take that away with you?
Only when I was with her, because she'd kick me out. She'd kick me out of the house. But
let's speak to Andrew Goodacre, CEO of the British Independent Retailers Association, to reflect on our report just then. So Will Hollis, they're talking to a man and his son. They're out trying to get a bargain. Apparently, Lush has 50% off today. So there are people who are braving the high street.
Absolutely. I think all the statistics show that more people still prefer to shop on the high street. As the interviewee said there about touching, feeling, grabbing that bargain whilst you can. So, you know, there's life on high streets just yet.
I actually think it's maybe an underrated activity to do with the kids. So if the kids have got a bit of money for Christmas and, you know, things are a bit cheaper, you can actually go out with them, like I think he was called Neil there, you know, was doing. It probably is. If you've got young kids, but it is a good activity, because they'll be up and about anyway, won't they? Especially around this time of year. The kids will be up at the crack of dawn.
Yeah, everyone's excited as well. And as the young child there said, they've got some Christmas money to spend and they want to treat themselves with that money. They want to get as much value for that money as possible. So even children realise that there's bargains to be had on Boxing Day. And you know, we are people at the end of the day. We are social animals. We like to be with people. And it is a great atmosphere around shops at Christmas time because everyone is in that good festive mood.
Yeah, it's true. Although, Andrew, have you ever seen a case of people getting a little bit too excited?
Well, I have seen people getting agitated, and our members tell us all the time that customers can get a little bit fraught when they're trying to get the product they've had their eye on for some time. But
and there's only one left.
Largely this time of year, there is more goodwill than badwill around there. And it's been tough for retail because, you know, customer behaviour has got worse over the year, and we've seen that. But we're hoping that the Christmas spirit continues into Boxing Day and the New Year.
Well, it's actually, on that note, I think it's really lovely that we just saw a man there with his young son, I think his other son was in the queue, going out and actually paying for the shopping that they're going to get, because the amount of times we cover these shoplifting stories and we see the sheer scale of shoplifting at the moment, it must be an absolute nightmare, especially for those independent retailers. You know, it's not a victimless crime, even when you do it with the big corporations. I mean, there's a Tesco's around the corner from here that it's just a procession of shoplifters.
Terrible.
It's awful. It makes me wonder why I bother paying.
Yeah.
It has,
it's the last thing they need. You know, if you're working hard running your business, owning a shop, and the stock on the shelves is your money, it's your savings effectively, and to see that disappear the way that the theft has increased this year has been awful for them. And again, we hope that Christmas time has not been as bad as we feared in that respect, and that people have gone out and paid good money for good products.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Andrew, thank you very much. Great to have you on the show, mate. Well
yeah,
done.
appreciate it.
Andrew Goodacre there, who's the CEO of British Independent Retailers Association. And look, if you are a small business owner, you are an independent retailer, then all power to you. You're the lifeblood of the British economy. So thank you very much for tuning in. I know that...
And you should be treated as such.
Yes, tough times, I think, with the latest budget. But if we can all survive, then that'll be the main thing. But
should we have a little look at some of the other stories that have been coming into the newsroom this morning?
Well, I can't believe this is 20 years on from this devastating Boxing Day tsunami. 230,000 people sadly lost their lives across a dozen countries.
That death toll, isn't it?
The scale of it.
The scale of it.
Absolute scale of it. 9.1 magnitude earthquake. It was on the 26th of December in 2004. It hit countries like Indonesia, Thailand, Sri Lanka, India, even got as far as East Africa, displaced 1.7 million people.
Incredible. In other news, an international investigation has now begun after this Azerbaijan Airlines flight crashed yesterday in Kazakhstan. 67 people were on board. Now, 38 passengers are known to have died, but there have been 29 survivors, some of whom have been taken to hospital. So we're hoping for the best there. There has been a bit of a preliminary investigation. Russia's aviation watchdog has indicated the pilot decided to change landing sites after a collision with birds. But Reuters news agency has noted that the plane had diverted from an area of Russia that Moscow had recently defended against Ukrainian drone attacks. So there are questions around whether Russia may have been involved.
Yeah, not for the first time it would be that Russia shot a plane down, of course, but that comes as new footage has now been released of the inside of that plane in the moment that it descended. I mean, there's a remarkable video as well of an individual who's clearly, you know, thinking that his time's up, frankly, and starts praying. Anyway, he did survive. It is just, it seems so rare that anyone survives any of these incidents. So despite that loss of life there, it's remarkable that some people did manage to walk away.
That must be just the most terrifying experience that anyone could possibly have. Well, in other news, what's the weather like outside?
Let's find out, shall we?
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, very good morning to you. This is your GB News weather forecast provided by the Met Office. If you are planning a Boxing Day walk today, then for some of you I can promise dry conditions. That is all thanks to this area of high pressure out in continental Europe that is stretching its way in across much of England and Wales. But further towards the north, we do have this cold front slipping southwards across Scotland and Northern Ireland. So it is a damper and wetter start to the day here with drizzly outbreaks of rain. To the far north of the Northern Isles, we will see some slightly brighter skies throughout today, a few showers to watch out for, but the winds will be a touch lighter today compared to what we did see on Christmas Day itself. This rain band then is going to be in play across quite a lot of areas of Scotland, so really quite damp and dreary, unfortunately. Certainly raincoats will be needed for any outdoor activities here. Hopefully in Northern Ireland it will turn drier into the afternoon, still relatively cloudy. The best chance of seeing some sunshine is going to be across parts of northeastern England, parts of northeast Wales as well. Might just see a few cloud breaks also. Otherwise, it's quite widespread grey skies for many of us. Temperatures generally around 10 or 11 degrees Celsius as our highs. Into this evening and overnight, that rain band is still in play across the far northwest, still quite damp and drizzly here. Elsewhere, it's a cloudy night. Can't rule out some spots of drizzle also over the higher ground sites, fog in there as well. But with all the cloud around, it's certainly not going to be too chilly. Temperatures holding up in mid-single figures at least. On Friday, well, there's not that much deal of a change. You'll see a lot of widespread cloud around grey skies for many of us. Again, a touch of drizzle possible over the highest sites, though the rain band across Scotland will begin to fade out a touch more. The rain here generally turning lighter and patchier. The best of the brightness across parts of the Northern Isles, where here we'll start to see some cooler conditions moving its way in. Is there any chance of some sunshine for other areas? Well, hopefully on Saturday we will start to see more in the way of those sunny spells emerging, but by the time we reach the new working week, it's looking unsettled again. Bye-bye.
A chilly start will give way to a lovely, warm afternoon. Boxed Heat Pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Lots of you commenting on that father-son duo being interviewed by Will Hollis, that they've made the effort to get up so early to get their mum some smellies from Lush.
I just think that's lovely.
Yeah, which is really rather nice. And we love the shout-outs saying how much they love GB News. Always appreciated.
But of course, the problem is now if she's watching, she won't be surprised by what they come back and get.
Oops.
But
Or maybe they haven't thought that through.
not our problem.
Well, hopefully she's still
Is it?
asleep. Hopefully she's still asleep. It's not our problem. All right, Christmas spirit, ended yesterday, clearly. Jules says, having worked in retail most of my working life, people do turn into monsters at Christmas. Don't get me wrong. It's not everyone. We used to get some lovely customers, used to dread the sale. Yes, to be honest, there did used to be these video clips of people literally pulling at each other to try and get that last TV, that last microwave, that last, I don't know, dress or whatever it is that's going on the cheap.
Yeah, I mean, I was
Hooligans.
I was kind of a monster in my own way last night when I attacked that. I revisited the cheese board.
You shouldn't have done that.
I just caught sight of myself sat topless on the couch.
You shouldn't have done that.
Gut spilling out, cheese everywhere, thinking, how has it come to this? I'm on telly again in a
You're
few
allowed
hours.
to put on a couple of pounds at Christmas, though,
Yeah,
aren't
not
you?
stone
As long
half.
as when it gets to January the 1st, you're out on the running track.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a big January for exercise, but I tell you what, it could be a big January for you because
good segue.
There's a chance that you might win £50,000 in the best kind of cash. What is it? It's tax-free cash. Yes, that's right. You can win our great British giveaway. Should we let you know how you can get your hands on that Wonga?
It's our festive treat to you. Your chance to win an incredible £50,000 in tax-free cash. Our biggest ever Great British giveaway. What would you spend £50,000 on in the coming year? Spectacular holidays? A brand new car? Home improvements? Or maybe you'd just like to save it for a special occasion? £50,000 is an amazing amount of money and it could be all yours. For another chance to win, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. You can call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB10 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 31st of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Good luck.
Some people are giving you weight loss advice.
Oh, good.
Not that you need it. You do.
Yeah, well that's not what
While
they're saying.
swimming,
No
apparently.
one's saying, Patrick, you don't need to lose a bit of weight, but they're just saying, no, here's how you can.
If you wanted to.
Yeah.
If you wanted to, while swimming, apparently, because I guess you freeze off the calories as well.
Freeze off the calories anyway. Still to come, we're going to be looking through the Christmas TV hits in just a few moments. Did you watch Gavin and Stacey last night?
Go on, tell us.
There was a little cliffhanger. Well, there wasn't a cliffhanger. It was a sensational episode. Apparently, we haven't watched it yet because we were going to watch it.
You were going to, but it was on an hour later than you thought. It
Yeah.
was on at 8, but it was actually on at 9, which was too late.
Yes, it was indeed.
For
So
us.
we're talking about that, all of the latest Christmas telly, and keep your pictures coming in. gbviews@gbnews.com.
They are coming in.
We
They are
want your
coming in, but keep them.
leftovers. We want you. I'm mad keen to see if we can get any relatives conked out on a sofa. But there we go. Anyway,
Go on,
stay tuned.
shame your relatives.
Stay tuned to GB News Boxing Day breakfast. We'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Love a bit of baking and share some hot tips. We're delighted to be joined by our baking extraordinaire, Matty Edgell, who won Great British Bake Off last year. Woo! Welcome. Congratulations as well. I'm sure you're sick of being congratulated.
And there's a nice reminder.
No, you like all the glory.
Yeah.
What was it like winning the Great British Bake Off? And what's last year been like for you?
Winning I was not expecting to win at any point until they said my name.
You're a very
so it was a
humble
nice
guy.
surprise. No, I was just
really?
in touch with reality. Yeah, no, I wasn't.
Was it quite a close race throughout then?
Yeah, I considered myself the underdog throughout. I think the first week I turned around after the showstopper and kind of saw how good everyone was, and then looked at mine and thought, how have I got here? And that kind of theme followed through.
But then that surely like an underdog. On.
Yeah,
but,
it did.
Actually, I'm going to get better throughout this.
Yeah, I think it made me kind of like really tune into the feedback that they was giving me and trying to embed that throughout. So that's probably why.
Could you feel yourself improving as the series went on?
Definitely, and I think also, like, kind of simultaneously, my confidence improved at the same time, and then that, like, little bit of belief in myself probably helped out as well.
What was your strength? Biscuits, cake, bread?
I think cake's my strength. I think cake, typically, if you start baking, that's probably where you start, isn't it? So that was what I knew most.
How did you start baking?
I've been asked this so many times since...
You don't know.
I attribute it to my nan.
Oh,
but, yeah, I would say, I think most people probably attribute it to like a grandparent or something that they maybe done with like their parents when they was growing up. So I'll give it to my nan.
Or the major lockdown baking boom.
Yeah, banana bread.
Everybody
all over the place, don't it? It's good.
Yeah, it's really good. I love a banana bread, even now.
GB News, the People's Channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. You're watching and listening to Christmas Boxing Day Breakfast with Patrick and Emily. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, everybody, for joining us. And thank you so much for sending in your wonderful pictures. I think we can go... we're going to do a bit of a Rate My Plate session here, where we were hoping that you would send in some of your Christmas Day dinners or Boxing Day leftovers or anything.
Whatever's going.
Whatever's going. So I think we can see... This is Martin. He sent in his Christmas dinner. Thank you very much. He looks like a lovely full plate there.
It does. Lots of potatoes.
Loads of different potatoes.
Fine, big potatoes.
I don't want to have a go, Martin. I probably like my potatoes a little bit crispier than that myself.
Ooh,
but Daniel's on. I think Daniel was on the beef. Controversial. Could it be goose? I don't know.
I think it's beef.
It's beef, I think.
Because I think that's horseradish.
Yeah.
As a good accompaniment.
That's right. Helena's on.
And then we've got the side profile here. Yorkshire purd.
Yeah.
Swede, maybe. Or pureed carrots.
We've got some other ones here. Sarah's Christmas dinner. Well done, Sarah.
Excellent
What are we looking at there? What's the meat? Is that a...
Is that a leg?
Is it a lamb
Turkey leg?
shank?
Yeah, it looks like a lamb shank.
Oh, is it a lamb shank? Stephanie thinks it's a lamb shank.
It looks good.
It does look very delicious, actually. Kim?
Kim's on. Come on, Kim. Where we go? What's this? Where is she?
Oh, wow. OK, that's a big plate.
Wow.
That's a whopper.
That's
Love
a
it.
big one.
Oh.
You're not going to have any room after that for Christmas pudding.
No, well done,
To wait an
Sharon,
hour.
I think. Sharon's sent one in. Then we can go to Sharon.
Oh, romantic Christmas
wow,
dinner.
now we're looking at a lovely little table centrepiece there, aren't we? With
a candle,
with
yeah.
a candle in it as well, and all of that stuff. So very
That
nice.
looks very cosy and romantic.
It does.
Should we look at Nigel's?
Let's see if this is Nigel's.
Oh, artistic shots.
It's a rather large pig in blanket, that, Nigel.
What, you think it's too big?
No, I just think it's a good-sized pig in blanket. Nice volume of gravy. I like it. I like it swimming in gravy.
That's Nigel's your favourite so far.
Yeah.
Oh,
and that is Nigel.
Is that husband and wife?
Well, we hope so, for Nigel's sake, yeah. Otherwise, he is in a lot of trouble this Boxing Day morning. So, Nigel, you said you were playing golf, but it appears that, so well done. All right, OK, well, that's
enough of that.
That's enough of that.
That's enough of that.
Stephanie's with us, thank you.
Stephanie is with us because we want to talk about the telly, because that is what everyone's talking about today.
Yeah, we've got 2 days of glorious TV. We had last night, which was good. There was some big shows. Gavin and Stacey, of course, everyone's talking about that online. We waited 5 years to see whether Nessa and Smithy would get married. I don't want to give it away because I think some viewers might have not watched it, but it was worth the wait. That's all I've got to say.
Is it 5 years later?
Yes, it is, surprisingly. And when I was looking at most of the cast, they've aged pretty well, including James Corden. I thought it would be hard to do the continuation, but it actually worked really well.
A little bit of help there. He has been in Hollywood.
There's always a bit of help. There's always a bit of help. But, you know, I think it will get great viewership when it comes out, when people say how many people tuned in. I think definitely this probably topped it for Christmas Day.
If you have not watched it yet, then fair enough, and we don't want to give too much away, but I think we do have a little clip of a moment from last night's show that is, well, it'll leave you wondering what happens next, won't it? So can we play that?
You don't have to ask me. I'll ask you. Nessa, I love you.
What happened?
I love a big romantic moment during Christmas. But another good show that was talked about yesterday was Wallace and Gromit, Vengeance Most Foul. It's been 13 years since we've had a Wallace and Gromit film, but it seems to do pretty well. Yesterday's one was about Wallace becoming obsessed with his latest invention, who takes over, creates a mind of his own. It's almost a bit too scary about the future, I think, with the way AI is going, but it was a good show. Good programme last night.
Aren't
they are, but I do love Wallace and Gromit.
I think we should watch that,
yeah.
I'm getting excited now because we're going back to see my wonderful mum and dad and my grandma and my auntie later today. So I'm looking forward
to just watching the telly.
We're going to have a rib of beef and we're going to watch all of this stuff.
Oh, you can't go wrong with that.
Like another Christmas for us, which will be really nice.
One thing you might want to watch tonight, Patrick and Emily, is Outnumbered. So it's coming back on our screens. It's been 8 years now since we've seen this lovely family favourite. But, you know, they've all grown up. The parents are now grandparents. And I hear there's one character that looks like you, Patrick.
Yeah, so Ben from Outnumbered is a cheeky chappy, I think a chaos merchant, a little bit of a nightmare child.
Naughty.
Naughty. A really naughty
menace
boy.
or just naughty?
Menace. Menace to society.
Yeah. Well, I often get referred to as Ben from Outnumbered. So people seem to think that there's some kind of correlation between my behaviour and him. So.
And you do have curly hair.
Yeah. There he is.
There he is.
Oh, he looks so innocent.
But he's not.
Well, my hair was a bit longer. There we go. So yeah, I don't know. If people often email in and say I look like Ben from Outnumbered.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Oh, there we go. Well, I'm going to be watching tonight to see if there's any similarities between you two. And so that will be on BBC One at 9:40 tonight.
Oh, great. That's on tonight. Okay.
Yeah. And then also we have Call the Midwife. So this year, instead of one festive episode, they've done 2.
Is Call the Midwife good?
It's really good. Like, I just think people tend to think nurses are not exciting to watch, but actually, yeah, it's quite a good drama.
Good stuff.
Really good. You won't go wrong there.
Won't go wrong with a bit of
what we're going to be doing is watching the telly by this.
Yeah.
You know.
That'd be nice.
Well, this is the day to do it, to be honest. And
it is.
All the storylines are out there.
Can I just say thank you very much? Not just for this, but for everything that you do for the channel over the course of the year. We seem to only cross paths
once a year.
But we do watch and listen. You're always on. You're always
on breakfast.
I know. I'm a breakfast girl.
You are a breakfast girl.
Nighttime, I'm a bit too X-rated.
Well, I do a show not to 11 p.m.
Yeah, don't worry, Stephanie. It's going, you know.
Yeah, very good. Rendezvous then, right? But anyway,
enjoy your Boxing Day, guys.
You too, as well. Thank you so much. Amazing stuff from Stephanie Turchi, as always. What have we got on next? Are you crying again?
Find out.
He cries every time he laughs.
Yeah, it's because it's early.
It's because it's early. It's not that early anymore. 8:32.
No, well, anyway.
And I think it's time for a rendition of "Oh Christmas Tree" by the Vocal Zone Voice Studio Choir.
Oh Christmas tree, oh Christmas tree, your branches so delight us. Oh Christmas tree, your branches so delight us. Every one summer days are bright, still green when winter snow is white. Oh Christmas tree, your branches so delight us. Oh evergreen, you bring to us such pleasure. Oh evergreen, you bring to us such pleasure. How often Christmas time is spite of you, dear tree, gives us delight. Oh evergreen, you bring to us such pleasure.
Oh, there we go. I love those. They're nice little...
Me too, I love them. And we've got all the best carols as well. They've sung a lot for us. We've got a lot coming up as well. We're going to be at the hunt. Hunt.
Yeah. We're going to be at the Boxing Day hunt, so Mark White's going to be there for us. He's going to be popping up in about an hour or so. Nigel Farage might be there as well. We're going to be discussing why it's been quite a good Christmas for Nigel Farage. Reform membership is surging. I wonder if that implies the kind of conversations that people were having politically over Christmas dinner yesterday. But Ben Jacobs is going to be here as well with all of the latest Boxing Day sport, whole host of action in the football, in the cricket, and of course in horse racing as well. So.
I'm waiting for the darts.
Waiting for the darts, are you?
Yeah.
All right, well, on that note, I'll see you in a second.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
The BBC has been branded jaw-achingly stupid, not by me, by the way, over its decision to cast black and ethnic minority actors in the historical drama of Wolf Hall. Now, is this a forward-thinking idea or nonsense? And are we rewriting history? Henry, I mean, the Tudors were real-life people. They were pretty much white.
Well, some of these shows depart so much from historical context anyway that maybe it doesn't make any difference. But I think just generally, we've got a problem in this country with portraying history in its correct sense. You can't change history. And I think it's about the motivation. If the motivation is to sort of, to make a political point, then I think it's wrong.
What I find kind of tedious about people finding this instant jaw-droppingly stupid, Jesus was portrayed by somebody who's half Slovak and half Irish. Moses was portrayed in the Exodus by an Englishman. So, you know, same with Anne Boleyn, you know, was portrayed by Natalie Portman, who is Jewish. So if this is the one thing that's getting people angry, then there's something deeper within that rage, because I think Hollywood's been doing that, where people...
When you say something deeper, do you think there is a hidden racism and people are complaining about this?
Well, I think for some, maybe, yes. I can't speak for everybody because this news dropped today. I don't know why they are thinking that it's egregious. But there absolutely must be some underlying racism if this is the only one that you're upset about.
GB News, the People's Channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Emily Carver. This is GB News, Britain's news channel. Well, I think it's time for a bit of sport.
It is. It is.
What should we start with? Ben Jacobs is here to talk us through it.
Yeah, good morning. I think we'll start with the cricket because I've got an altercation to tell you about.
Yes.
So, Christmas cricket, India are at the MCG against Australia, and Sam Constas, who's a teenager making his debut for Australia, had an amazing innings, 60 off 65, which is a very strong pace for Test cricket. 311 for 6. Australia have closed this, the fourth Test in the series at 1-1, and he was there in the crease, and Virat Kohli, who was clearly frustrated, came walking towards him. He went about 15 metres out of his way, and the two collided with shoulder to shoulder.
Argy-bargy.
So wait and see whether any action is taken there. But I think that sums up India's day, and Australia very much in control once again. 311.
Oh, that was a red mist.
6.
He's an interesting character, Virat Kohli, isn't he? He's known for getting under people's skin. He's known for winding people up a little bit. Very, very confident chap, isn't he? To do that to a young person on, as the Aussies would say, on debut is maybe poor form.
Yeah, and also only a teenager as well, but I think that's the gamesmanship of it all. You're trying to rattle his head, you're trying ultimately to make him focus away from what he was doing well, which was hitting boundaries, and Australia will feel in a really strong position. But if you looked at that footage, you might have noticed that he had the ball in the right hand, walked up towards him, moved it into the left hand to free up the right side, then there was the collision. So it does look intentional from Kohli.
It does very much so.
It is.
But that's quite bad behaviour for cricket, isn't it? Because, you know, in the football we see a lot of mouthing off and, you know, some kicking and punching sometimes.
He knows what
but
he's doing.
cricket is a gentleman's sport.
I mean, I would just like to say, I think it's probably quite a good job for Virat Kohli that didn't happen outside a pub, because Constance there looks about twice the size of him.
That's
and
true,
I think he would have dispatched Virat Kohli to all corners, possibly, yes. But there we go. So that's what's going on in the cricket. I mean, we've got a whole host of other things here. Where do you want to take us next?
Yeah, let's go to the Premier League. We might speak about your beloved Manchester United in a moment, but one game we haven't covered yet is Southampton, who have a new manager, Ivan Juric, who's joined on a short-term deal. And it's a big game for them, right at the bottom of the Premier League table. And we might see a Christmas casualty or Boxing Day sacking, however you want to bill it, because Southampton are playing West Ham. Julian Lopetegui is also under pressure as well. West Ham will expect to take 3 points in that game in order to turn things around. But we know that West Ham are looking at a variety of managers, including Graham Potter. And as for Southampton, Ivan Juric has got a massive task on his hands. It almost feels like he might have been hired to start planning for the Championship. But it's not going to be easy. He had a spell at Roma before he joined Southampton. It didn't go very well. But he's promised what's known as death metal football, which essentially means they're going to press a lot. There's going to be a high intensity, and we wait and see whether he can get off to a winning start.
That sounds exciting to watch.
Well, it's going
as
to
much
be
as
interesting
anything.
because if you look at Southampton last season and under Russell Martin, their former manager, they were all about possession, controlling games. You can't do that as a newly promoted side in the Premier League. So tactically, Southampton are going to have to change, and it feels like they're goners in the Premier League. But of course, they'll hope to try and turn it around on Boxing Day.
They will indeed. Go on then, just indulge me a little bit here. So Manchester United, who've we got and when?
So Manchester United won the later kickoffs. I'm actually going to this game once I've finished here. They're away at Wolves. It's the first home game for Victor Pereira, the new Portuguese manager, and he's up against, of course, the Portuguese manager in Ruben Amorim. And the big thing, as I was saying earlier, is Marcus Rashford going to play or be in the squad, or will he be dropped for 4 straight games? And if it's the latter, then the feeling is that he's going to be off in January.
I wonder where he'll go.
He wouldn't go to one of the other leagues, would he?
Well, probably. I mean, if Saudi's on the cards...
Yeah, would he go somewhere like that?
Yeah, I mean, there's been links with Arsenal, but my understanding is that's not the case. But Raheem Sterling's picked up a knee injury, so we wait and see whether now they look for a left-sided player. You've got Saudi Arabia, Al Qadsiya and Al Ali, where Ivan Toney went to. There's rumours they're going to go for a left-sided player. Rashford could be a possibility, but what he's going to have to decide is not just what's best for him in the short term, but if he moves outside of Europe in a kind of big club, is that going to impact his England chances in 2026? And that's why he may choose not to go to Saudi.
There's a lot going on for Marcus Rashford. You know, certain things behind the scenes possibly as well. I mean, there were reports earlier on in the week that I think he split up with his girlfriend, or she split up with him, and you know, potentially moving clubs as well. Maybe he'll just press the button and go, right, I'm off to Saudi, I'm going to coin it in, have a complete change in life. I mean, maybe he'll do that. We'll have to wait. He doesn't look like he's going to be in the England setup anytime soon.
Possibly not, but Thomas Tuchel may have a different perspective. So Rashford has a lot of time between now and 2026. It all just depends what his aspirations are. The irony is that other than the last 3 games in the earlier part of Amorim's tenure, he was playing. He scored the first goal of the Amorim era away at Ipswich. So it's not like he hasn't had his opportunities, but Amorim will be hoping for a response. But first, he's actually got to include him in the squad. And the longer this goes on, the more likely it is that Rashford will agitate for an exit.
Yeah, indeed. Well, look, Ben, thank you very much. You've been phenomenal this morning. Great to have you on the show, and enjoy the game later as well. Ben Jacobs there. We've still got a load
Football's
more
like following a reality show, a drama, a sitcom.
Well, did you used to have a drama about it? Was it called Dream Team or something like that?
Did you find out all about their relationships, what's going on behind the scenes, who's moving where? It's all very exciting.
It is really, but we've got a lot of exciting stuff coming up. We're going to be taking you to the Boxing Day hunt. We're going to be dealing with some of the top headlines from the day as well. King Charles's speech proved a bit controversial, so make sure that you stay tuned to me, Patrick, and her, Emily, for Boxing Day breakfast.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Robert Walton has been jet-setting in recent weeks in Singapore for the YYY Awards and then back to London to host the inaugural Restaurant Association Awards.
Yep, and after many years in the industry, Robert also knows a thing or two about how to create the perfect Christmas. And it's all in the preparation. So we're going to be asking him about that as well. And I'm delighted to say that the godfather of hospitality, Robert Walton, MBE, joins us now on the sofa.
Morning, Robert.
Robert,
Good
so
morning.
good to see you. And what a busy few weeks you have had. Should we start with the YYY Awards? Because I think it's just wonderful who you celebrated at those awards.
So, the YYY, Young Chef, Young Waiter, Young Mixologist. And it's a competition that's created around the world. So people from all around the world can apply. So this year we had 9 countries, from India to the Caribbean, from the USA to Scotland and England. And so we had 27 young professionals. The average age was about 24.
Wow.
All coming to Singapore. So we flew everyone to Singapore. We create what I call the Olympic Village. We create a little village for them, and it's in a very cool spot with great bars. And then we have the competition. And this year, I can now announce, I was here just a few weeks ago before we had the competition, that the USA won, which was absolutely incredible. Thailand was second. And gorgeous Wales was third.
Yes. Well done, Wales.
Well done, Wales.
We now expect to have a good meal. There's no reason why you shouldn't have good food. The key now is the service, because there's no reason why you don't have good service. And good service is not that difficult. Smile, to start with. It really isn't that difficult. It's called hospitable. We call the industry, or the sector we look after, is the hospitality industry, which is all about being hospitable.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the argument. We get rid of the disrespect, and then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together, and what have we got? In my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
We're just having a bit of an argument, weren't we, with our panel? No, we weren't. It was Jonathan.
We like to hold a mirror up to what we think is happening in the homes of people up and down the country.
Are you starting? Yes, are you starting to get irritated by your loved ones?
Well, yeah.
Let us know.
Well, we decided to have a little bit of a row about immigration instead. So
about whether we should talk about this particular story. And this is that Red Wall MPs are apparently telling Keir Starmer to get tough on immigration because they're worried about losing their seats to Reform. So this is Labour MPs.
Labour MPs. Jonathan, they are clearly, they're hearing this on the doorstep, aren't they, that their constituents want something done about immigration. They don't feel like Keir Starmer's doing enough at the moment.
I mean, look, as someone, I consider myself to be on the left of the Labour, well, I'm not in the Labour Party, but on the left generally. So my views on immigration will not actually be aligned with Starmer's and the Labour cabinets, which is fine, it's legitimate. So what they are doing is positioning themselves kind of almost to the right of the last Conservative government, not necessarily the current Conservative front bench, but basically saying that because the Conservatives don't have a leg to stand on when it comes to immigration because of the sky-high net migration figures in the last couple of years, I think the last figures were revised up by some 200,000 or so. So when Kemi Badenoch tries to make political capital out of this, she just gets nowhere. Now, I think we have to point out that a lot of the numbers are because of dependence. So a lot of the people that Britain really wants and needs to come into the economy, they will bring their partners and kids, for example, and they count as migrants. So it's the figures need to be taken with that slight...
That makes it worse, doesn't it? Because then you're bringing in people who aren't working either.
The alternative is that those people don't come in, and we've actually seen numbers crashing out of the care sector, which everyone agrees we need a big increase in care workers because they were prevented from bringing in.
Well, this is the thing. Some people were taking advantage of the care visas to bring in more people. But Theo, do you think Keir Starmer gets the average person? I mean, these Red Wall MPs, so they're worried they're obviously hearing from working class voters that they're worried about things like immigration in northern towns. Do you think Keir Starmer is able to, I don't know, understand the average Joe?
I don't think... I mean, at the end of the day, it is what it is. I think if the more people that can obviously provide a service to the country and help where's needed, I think do it. Why not? Let the help come. But then at what point are you going to just have people come along and then just, like you say, just not do anything? I think as long as they're adding to the economy and helping Britain get better, I think... why not?
I wonder with Keir Starmer whether or not his track record as a lawyer... I was having quite an interesting discussion about this, just with some friends recently. One of them is a lawyer, and I was asking about this cab rank rule.
Oh, yeah.
How hard and fast... So he, gets away with saying that he's managed to represent some of the world's biggest wrong-uns by it's the cab rank rule. I didn't really have a choice. I had to do it. And I was having a chat with a lawyer who's... I won't name now. He's quite a high-profile lawyer. He was saying that's not actually really accurate because you can... If you're any good at a lawyer, you can talk your way out to me. So I'm going on holiday. I'm going on holiday at this time. Not actually in the country. My workload is a bit much, which I think does cast some doubt on whether or not Keir Starmer really wanted to represent those people. And that is why I think now people look at the immigration situation and they think, well, hang on a minute, do you actually want to get tough on it? A lack of believability, Jonathan. He's lied his way into Downing Street, some people would say.
Patrick, I think that the last point about the cab rank rule is a really interesting one because we have a basic principle of justice that everyone is entitled to a defence. Even the most heinous criminals or alleged criminals are entitled to defence. Otherwise, the whole thing falls apart. But
it's interesting to see which lawyers decide to take all of this.
If you're saying I'm not going to represent you because you don't deserve legal representation, then actually the whole thing falls apart.
You get a reputation for being good at defending types of cases and types of persons.
Everyone deserves, and not to say everyone deserves defence.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do it myself. Theo, what should we talk about next?
Let's just whiz ourselves on to something else, actually, because the Boxing Day hunt is taking place now. Yeah. We are going to be covering it. It's not a real hunt, but Mark Wyatt's there. I think Farage is going to be there. People are getting in touch, actually, overwhelmingly in the GB News inbox anyway, saying they're anti this kind of stuff. Yeah. Where are you on the old hunt situation?
I mean, I think it's a tradition, isn't it? It's been in the country for centuries. I think if as long as the animals don't get hurt, let them hunt, let them enjoy it, let them get the pals together and go out on a Christmas hunt day. I think there's a lot of bad stigma around if are they hunting actual foxes, what they're hunting, what they're doing this for. Yeah. But I think if obviously with laws around like animal cruelty and stuff like that, as long as people. Well, I'm saying people. We're not hunting people. Imagine. Well, in this day and age, we don't know. As long as the foxes and stuff like that are not getting hurt, I think let them do their traditions. It's just like...
Yeah, I think a lot of people...
else's family tradition doing something.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would agree with you on that one. As long as, animals aren't getting badly hurt, then it's okay.
But they're trying to tighten the rules. So that's the front page story of the Telegraph, isn't it? That they want to actually clamp down on people if foxes are killed by mistake, for example.
Hard to prove, isn't
it's kind of an interesting one, isn't it? That your viewers are so against this because I think it is quite a difficult topic for a lot of people on the right. Not that all your viewers are on the right, of course, but on the Conservative front bench because obviously the Conservatives have traditionally aligned themselves with rural voters, but obviously they're the animal rights demographic is also very, very strong, and that's cross-party, of course. And so I think that, again, I'm not sure that it's going to be necessarily a kind of a totem issue for the right or for the Conservatives to kind of leap on to accuse Labour being against the countryside because so many of their supporters will.
Well, they've also already got the farmers that they can go at. You don't really need to. You don't need to focus on the fox hunting. You've got what's going on with inheritance tax in farmers. We obviously haven't got time to get into that debate now. But just as a totemic issue for the Tories to get behind, they can focus on that. They don't have to go in on whether or not...
No, they don't. Should we talk about pantomimes?
Oh, well...
I heard one of our guests here is taking part in one today.
Which one?
Well, I don't know, actually. I think it's Theo.
Yes.
Is he?
Oh, there I am. There you are.
Go on, mate, what's going on?
So I am starring in Cinderella in a small town called Cannock. I'm playing the role of Dandini, obviously off the back of BBC The Traitors, as changed my life. It's a phenomenal production company called Polka Dot Pantomimes. They're putting on a fantastic production of Cinderella. The cast that I'm working with are incredible, they're lovely, and it's my first professional theatre contract.
Well, congratulations.
That's some good news this Christmas.
Well done.
I kind of wished you were an ugly stepsister. Just
Sorry about that. You didn't come on here to be abused.
No, I just went to see a ballet of Cinderella, and they were hilarious. But yes.
Oh, well. Well, thank you very much, guys. Good luck with everything
good luck
tonight.
today.
And you take care. And we'll be back on again for the next hour. We've got a lot coming your way, really. We're going to be talking about the news headlines. We're going to be talking about all sorts. But now it's your weather. Anyway.
A nice bright morning will generate a lovely warm day, right through to the evening. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, very good morning to you. This is your GB News weather forecast provided by the Met Office. If you are planning a Boxing Day walk today, then for some of you I can promise dry conditions. That is all thanks to this area of high pressure out in continental Europe that is stretching its way in across much of England and Wales. But further towards the north, we do have this cold front slipping southwards across Scotland and Northern Ireland. So it is a damper and wetter start to the day here with drizzly outbreaks of rain. To the far north of the Northern Isles, we will see some slightly brighter skies throughout today, a few showers to watch out for, but the winds will be a touch lighter today compared to what we did see on Christmas Day itself. This rain band then is going to be in play across quite a lot of areas of Scotland, so really quite damp and dreary, unfortunately. Certainly raincoats will be needed for any outdoor activities here. Hopefully in Northern Ireland it will turn drier into the afternoon, still relatively cloudy. The best chance of seeing some sunshine is going to be across parts of northeastern England, parts of northeast Wales as well. Might just see a few cloud breaks also. Otherwise, it's quite widespread grey skies for many of us. Temperatures generally around 10 or 11 degrees Celsius as our highs. Into this evening and overnight, that rain band is still in play across the far northwest, still quite damp and drizzly here. Elsewhere, it's a cloudy night. Can't rule out some spots of drizzle also over the higher ground sites, fog in there as well. But with all the cloud around, it's certainly not going to be too chilly. Temperatures holding up in mid-single figures at least. On Friday, well, there's not that much deal of a change. You'll see a lot of widespread cloud around grey skies for many of us. Again, a touch of drizzle possible over the highest sites. So the rain band across Scotland will begin to fade out a touch more. The rain here generally turning lighter and patchier. The rest of the brightness across parts of the Northern Isles, where here we'll start to see some cooler conditions moving its way in. Is there any chance of some sunshine for other areas? Well, hopefully on Saturday we will start to see more in the way of those sunny spells emerging. But by the time we reach the new working week, it's looking unsettled again. Bye-bye.
We can expect clear skies leading to a...
Imagine getting the call to tell you that you've won £50,000 in tax-free cash, our biggest cash prize of the year.
Oh my God.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
Following the summer riots and the resurgence of far-right ideologies, the former Education Secretary told peers that reinforcing shared values is now more crucial than ever.
So we're asking this morning, should we teach British values or would it be a step backward?
Well, how do you even start? To debate this now, we're joined by the Campaign for Real Education chairman, Chris McGovern, and political commentator Matthew Stadlen.
Well, I think these days, particularly in schools, it's quite fashionable to look at the negative sides of Britain's identity, particularly British history, Personally, I think I'm very proud of being British, and I think we need to be proud of our country like most other countries around the world are.
As Chris says, Matthew, lots of other countries do it. Heck, you only have to look at the United States, don't you, to see how sort of patriotic they are. Is there anything wrong in trying to instil a bit of that amongst our youth?
I'm just worried it sounds a little bit communist, Stephen, being told what it is to be British. I've got my own personal but very vague views of what British values might be: inclusivity, patience, being able to queue, decency, respect for democracy and the rule of law. But I mean, very many people will have different sets of values. Some people are racist. So are British values racist? You talked about the far right. I think we all know what the far right is. It's sort of violent, xenophobic racism. But if you have, say, I don't know, 3-4 million people in this country who might describe themselves as racist or far right, and they're British, or as British as you lot and as I am, does that mean those values get taught in schools? My worry is it's a little bit communist.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Well, good morning, everybody, and a very happy Boxing Day to all of you.
Yes, are you up and about yet? Are you still watching us from your bed? Let us know, and thank you for joining us for our special Boxing Day special.
It's a good day.
Boxing Day special.
It's a good day to be in your pyjamas all day, I think.
Boxing Day breakfast special. There we go.
If you can get away with a pyjama day, it's today of all days, but it was an exciting day of festive telly. We had the return of Wallace and Gromit. There was an Emmerdale bombshell, an EastEnders bombshell.
A Coronation Street bombshell.
Oh, and there was some Gavin and Stacey as well, wasn't there? Were you happy with what you saw there?
And are you on the hunt for a Boxing Day bargain today? You're going to be joining the almost 22 million Brits today expected to splurge. Apparently, we're going to splash almost £4 billion in store and online. Crazy amount.
I don't know where everyone's getting that money from.
Yeah, no, exactly. I thought we were everyone was impoverished at the moment.
Anyway, the traditional Boxing Day fox hunt. This is proving controversial with you at home in the inbox. Well, families are venturing outdoors to watch the hounds and the riders on horseback head into the countryside for trail hunting, but a lot of you are saying that you want this thing banned. Labour might actually do that.
And the King yesterday, he praised diversity in ethnicity, culture, faith. He commended healthcare workers, and he issued a plea for unity after what he called the anger and lawlessness of the summer riots. Was he right to mention the summer riots? What do you think?
A lot of people are saying that they really missed the Queen when we saw him doing his speech, to be honest. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, she was, one of a kind.
Yeah. Plus, in other news, we're going to be going to the races later today. Yes, Royal Downs in Lisburn with Doogie Beatty in Northern Ireland to go all the very latest on what's going on this Boxing Day.
But are you still sitting at home thinking about food, thinking about what you're going to make for breakfast? We're going to be looking at the top tricks and tips to make the most of all your Christmas dinner leftovers.
And you've been sending in your pictures, so thank you very much. But here's Ben with your sport.
Yeah, in sport, leaders Liverpool could move 7 points clear at the top if they beat Leicester and the other results go their way. We'll find out why Mo Salah is causing a bit of a Christmas stir online, and we'll find out why LeBron James has accused the NBA of lacking Christmas spirit.
Have you got a Boxing Day walk planned? Well, join me later for the full forecast of what you can expect and for the rest of this week.
Well, there we go. It's just got 9 o'clock now. We're rattling through the hours here on Boxing Day breakfast. I'm Patrick Christys.
And I'm Emily Carver, and this is GB News Boxing Day breakfast.
It's my favourite bit of the show.
Yeah, it's time for the Boxing Day Rate My Plate special edition.
Yeah, well, we've been asking all of you to send in all of your pictures of your leftovers, your food from yesterday. I'm yet to see many passed out relatives, by the way. I don't know what's going on here. Maybe there's a slight consent issue when it comes to some of the pictures.
They're probably still in bed and they can't say yes or no.
People have withdrawn their consent to be pictured with their mouth gaping open and their belly out on a sofa yesterday.
Should have got one of you.
We should have got one of you.
We could have got things going.
I think I would have withdrawn my consent.
Alas.
But Sean and Tracy have been on. This is our Christmas lunch. Well done, Sean and Tracy.
Oh, that's nice.
Fabulous Christmas lunch.
It's cosy. So yes, you seem to have had another person with you, but they're taking the photo. Terry from Solihull, she sent through a picture of their pet hamster enjoying a Christmas lunch. Little bit of turkey, little bit of potato, little bit of carrot. No, not carrot, broccoli.
So can I just say, as a fellow hamster lover myself, Terry, I do rate that very highly. Emily and I were the custodians of a hamster called Sheila for a little while, weren't we?
Custodian's a good word for it.
Yeah. Well, Sheila got out. Sheila escaped.
I'm not sure we did our job very well. See, we bought what looked like a very good cage. I mean, it looked like it would do the job, but it turns out that Sheila had very sharp teeth.
Yeah.
And so Sheila managed to, whatever we did, make her way out of the cage. And Patrick was too tight to buy another one. And I wasn't going to do it because I never wanted Sheila.
No.
So I'm just spilling the beans, aren't I?
Yeah, so no, this is good.
Sorry.
So Sheila,
Patrick's much nicer than me. He loved the hamster more than I did.
Spent 2 months living in our wall cavity and the floorboards downstairs, but then downstairs had their ceiling done.
Bear in mind, we just moved into this place as well.
Yeah, so anyway.
Sorry to our neighbours.
Anyway, Sheila's gone now. So let's have a look, shall we, at Caroline. So Caroline's Christmas
look
dinner.
at that. Those plates are massive.
Well done. Lovely stuff. Sarah's in Dorset. Sarah's getting stuck in Dorset.
Nice tablecloth there.
Well done. Shall we have a little look at Darren as well, just to round us off? Well done, Darren. Lovely. Oh, a bit of fizz.
It's not Darren Grimes, is it?
Oh, I don't know.
No, Darren. Another Darren.
Yeah.
That looks good with a glass of fizz. Excellent stuff.
Well, there we go.
Keep them coming.
Keep them coming.
And any passed out relatives, aunts, uncles, grandma.
Yeah. We'd like to see. You can just
passed
email
out
us.
dog in front of the fire.
Yeah.
I don't know.
gbviews@gbnews.com. Get those images coming in, and thank you for everyone who's commented on your
Actually, what I want to see is leftovers. So have you started doing anything with your leftovers? Bubble and squeak with a fried egg on top. That's a recipe that's been in the inbox already.
Yeah, well, I hope you all got your wonderful Christmas presents and Santa came for you yesterday, because certainly there was a clip from Michelle Dewberry, who was on our Christmas show yesterday, that's really divided opinion, because Santa decided that, as well as giving her lovely son some presents, he was also going to leave him a couple of little notes inside some empty boxes to say that he'd been naughty at times this year and Santa doesn't miss anything. Some people thought that that was a little bit harsh from Santa. Other people thought that actually Santa was teaching Michelle Dewberry's son a valuable lesson there.
Has to do this, you know.
So yes, it could be a parenting masterstroke that I might keep.
Have you been naughty or nice?
Yes.
Santa knows.
Oh, well, shall we have a look at what some shoppers are doing? Because people are hitting the high streets, aren't they?
They are indeed, en masse. Well, we shall find out if they are en masse, actually, because a lot of people are just doing it behind a keyboard, aren't they? But lots of bargains going. Apparently, this tradition began in the 90s, although this has already been disputed by some of you. Some of you say, I remember the 70s, there were Boxing Day sales. But anyway, apparently John Major had something to do with it.
Yeah, why not? Anyway, it's feared that the tradition could be dying out, though. Well, because, you know, high street pressures, you've got big shops like Next, M&S, big chains, just not opening today, but...
Which I think they should be open.
Why?
Because, you know, sometimes you've forgotten something and you need to get some milk or...
Yeah. No,
I don't know if Next needs to be open.
I don't think the nation's going to starve today, but yes.
Might need a new outfit? I don't know.
Maybe a last-minute bit of shopping. But joining us now is Will Hollis, our wonderful reporter, who's out and about in the Nottingham area for us now. Well, it's getting brighter, Will. We can see some people behind you there. So what's going on where you are?
Yes, well, the lights are off, but luckily the sun is coming up. There's a bit of a drizzle, but everybody's been celebrating the mild Christmas we've been having. You can probably see behind me that there's a huge queue just outside of Lush, but I'm told by some GB News viewers that have been coming for Boxing Day sales for the best part of 20 years that there used to be 10 times this many people out on the streets in Nottingham, particularly for those big Boxing Day sales like Next, like John Lewis, like M&S. But this year, those mega stores are all closed, and it seems that beauty brands like Lush are really cleaning up some of the first shops to be opening at 9 o'clock today on this high street. Some of the sports brands like Foot Asylum and JD have already got people going in, but it's not exactly a rush is how I would describe it. £3.7 billion is going to be spent in the shops for Boxing Day sales, not necessarily just today, but over this period as Boxing Day sales start as soon as Christmas Eve and go right the way through to the January sales. So we're expected to see about 22 million people shopping for Boxing Day sales, but only 14 million of those shoppers will actually be real people on the high street. That good chunk of about 8 million people will just be people that will be logging on online, tapping away and making their purchases online, because, as we say, many of the big retailers are staying closed. They would cite that it's because they want people to have more of a family experience, let their staff rest and relax, and then prepare for the January sales in this period between now and the start of the new year. It's expected that the footfall on the high street will be up compared to pre-pandemic years for the first time since COVID, but sales continue to drop, and the effect can be seen on high streets, even in big central cities like Nottingham here in the East Midlands. What I'm told people seem to be shopping for, of course, is beauty brand items like Lush, where there's up to 50% off, I am told, as well as the tech and even holidays people are trying to grab a bargain of as well. It seems that people are in high spirits, people are out no matter what, and from some of the people that I've been speaking to who weren't willing to go on camera this morning said they're not even looking for anything in particular, they just want to spend their Christmas money.
Well, Will, thank you so much for being out and about for us there. Can I ask, Will, what was on your Christmas Day plate yesterday? We're showing a lot of people pictures of theirs. They're sending them in. What goes down in the Hollis household?
It's fairly classic. We have turkey. We don't have a full turkey. We have a turkey crown because people don't tend to eat the legs, and there's just far too much meat, even for as many as 8 people as sit down for our Christmas dinner. We do have the things that most people, or some people I should say, would rather not have. We have Brussels sprouts. I quite like the parsnips and the carrots. The big debate in my family this year was whether you should have Yorkshire puddings on a Christmas dinner plate, because some people have said that it was quite a travesty that my mother did not cook Yorkshire puddings, and so this year she made an extra special effort to make sure there was Yorkshire puddings on the dinner plate, and some people were happier than previous years, but I'm told that a traditional Christmas dinner should not include Yorkshire puddings.
She got bullied into it, Will. It's an outrage. She should have stuck by her guns and said, you know what,
her arm was twisted.
Yeah, well, there you go.
I wonder who did the twisting, Will. But yeah, well done, mate. No, and great to give a shout out for Mother Hollis as well on the GB News Boxing Day breakfast show. So well done, Will. And you're an absolute legend. We'll be seeing a bit more.
It's difficult, isn't it, for mums? You know, they have several kids and everyone has their different preferences. Yeah. You know, always someone's got a complaint. Oh, there was no cranberry sauce. Oh, the potatoes weren't crispy enough.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just eat anything, so...
Actually, you are a very good guest. He will literally hoover up anything you put in front of him.
Massive compliments.
You know, it doesn't even have to be that good, although obviously yesterday it was very good.
Yes, indeed. I'm looking forward to my rib of beef later this evening. Anyway, should we have a little look at some of the other stories? A variety of different stories coming into the newsroom for us today. So this is the memorial services taking place across, well, entire continents, actually, because it's the 20th anniversary of the Boxing Day tsunami, where 230,000 people lost their lives in what was become probably one of the most infamous events, weather events, disaster events, frankly, of modern times. It was horrific, wasn't it?
Yeah, a massive tragedy. In other news, an international investigation has begun after an Azerbaijan Airlines flight crashed yesterday. This was in Kazakhstan. 67 people were on board. 38 passengers were killed in the crash, sadly. There are 29 survivors as we speak, many in hospital. There's been a bit of... well, there's been a lot of talk about what happened, and some are suggesting that potentially Russia was involved, the Russian state was involved.
Well, basically, it's a debate.
It's a debate, isn't it? Yeah.
Did Russia shoot it down, or did the plane hit birds? I think most people will...
Russia are saying birds, aren't they?
Russia are obviously saying
And this is the new footage that's been released inside the plane as it began descending.
In some lighter news, the Princess of Wales has been drawing praise online for waiting to meet and greet with as many onlookers as possible at Sandringham yesterday. We spoke to some of the people who were in that queue, and we spoke to some of those people who were looking to give her chocolates and flowers and wish her well after a tough year. She had the children there. Wills was with her, and it was a nice little...
This is good. You don't want a snooty princess. She's out and about. She's meeting, you know, as many people as she can. She knows they've been waiting for hours. Some even overnight.
Some waited overnight.
Nice. Yeah,
exactly.
on Christmas Day.
I just love it. I think that's good. And for all of this hoo-ha about the King's speech, now, I'll be honest with you, I was not particularly chuffed with the King's speech yesterday, but for all of that hoo-ha, the future of the royal family is there, isn't it? That is it, and maybe we can get on board with that aspect
a nice
of it.
family.
A little bit more. We're also going to be talking to you. Mo Salah, the Premier League footballer, the Liverpool striker, has caused a huge amount of controversy online because he, as a practising Muslim, has posted a picture of a Christmas tree and his family around it. He does it every year, apparently. And
he does, yeah.
He's starting to get a lot of hate from people who think that he is essentially betraying his own faith, which is fascinating.
So if you're Muslim, if you're a practising Muslim, you shouldn't be seen with a Christmas tree. It's all a bit much, really, but we'll be getting stuck into that.
We'll be talking about that, but now it's your weather with Jonathan Vautry.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, very good morning to you. This is your GB News weather forecast provided by the Met Office. If you are planning a Boxing Day walk today, then for some of you I can promise dry conditions. That is all thanks to this area of high pressure out in continental Europe that is stretching its way in across much of England and Wales. But further towards the north, we do have this cold front slipping southwards across Scotland and Northern Ireland. So it is a damper and wetter start to the day here with drizzly outbreaks of rain. To the far north of the Northern Isles, we will see some slightly brighter skies throughout today, a few showers to watch out for, but the winds will be a touch lighter today compared to what we did see on Christmas Day itself. This rain band then is going to be in play across quite a lot of areas of Scotland, so really quite damp and dreary, unfortunately. Certainly raincoats will be needed for any outdoor activities here. Hopefully in Northern Ireland it will turn drier into the afternoon, still relatively cloudy. The best chance of seeing some sunshine is going to be across parts of northeastern England, parts of northeast Wales as well. Might just see a few cloud breaks also. Otherwise, it's quite widespread grey skies for many of us. Temperatures generally around 10 or 11 degrees Celsius as our highs. Into this evening and overnight, that rain band is still in play across the far northwest, still quite damp and drizzly here. Elsewhere, it's a cloudy night. Can't rule out some spots of drizzle also over the higher ground sites, fog in there as well. But with all the cloud around, it's certainly not going to be too chilly. Temperatures holding up in mid-single figures at least. On Friday, well, there's not that much deal of a change. You'll see a lot of widespread cloud around grey skies for many of us. Again, a touch of drizzle possible over the highest sites, though the rain band across Scotland will begin to fade out a touch more. The rain here generally turning lighter and patchier. The rest of the brightness across parts of the Northern Isles, where here we'll start to see some cooler conditions moving its way in. Is there any chance of some sunshine for other areas? Well, hopefully on Saturday we will start to see more in the way of those sunny spells emerging, but by the time we reach the new working week, it's looking unsettled again. Bye-bye.
A chilly start will give way to a lovely, warm afternoon. Boxed Heat Pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
OK, welcome back. It's 9:16 and it's time for the Great British Giveaway. Now you could win £50,000, all tax-free. Rachel Reeves won't get her hands on any of it. So yes, make the new year your best year yet. Here's the details.
It's our festive treat to you. Your chance to win an incredible £50,000 in tax-free cash. Our biggest ever Great British Giveaway. What would you spend £50,000 on in the coming year? Spectacular holidays? A brand new car? Home improvements? Or maybe you'd just like to save it for a special occasion? £50,000 is an amazing amount of money and it could be all yours. For another chance to win, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. You can call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB10 PO Box 860 690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 31st of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Good luck, everyone. Well, Labour MPs in the Red Wall decided not to give Keir Starmer a present this Christmas because they've come out swinging, saying if you don't sort immigration out, you're going to get battered at the next election. We're also going to be telling you all about the latest showbiz, aren't we, and what's on your TVs later today, and reviewing what was on there last night. This is GB News Boxing Day Breakfast with Patrick and Emily.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
1 in 20 people are diagnosed with seasonal affective disorder across the UK.
Yes, Healthwatch has revealed that men are more likely to suffer from this than women. Did you know?
Triggers apparently include a decrease in daylight hours, which is certainly happening around about now. If you're leaving the office, it's dark. When you come home, it's dark, as well as the falling temperatures.
Yes, and both of those things happen a lot, don't they, here in Britain? So how can we combat the symptoms of seasonal affective disorder? Well, to discuss this, we're joined now by Dr. Andreas Fonseca, the founder and director of Thrive Mental Wellbeing. Really good to see you this morning, Doctor. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Now, there'll be lots of people watching and listening this morning and saying, what a load of rubbish. It's always been cold in this country. It's always been dark. What is seasonal affective disorder? Is it really a thing?
Well, it is a thing, and it's been known for quite some time. This is not new, really. It is a form of depression. That's what it is. And it's got specific characteristics that kind of differentiate it from other forms of depression. So the reason probably we're talking more about it is because it's basically people are more aware of it and they're recognizing it more. So before you used to be sort of just saying this person's got depression, now you have some specific things to look at that can differentiate it from other kinds of depression, which is quite useful because it's got some specific forms of treatment. So the things that are different about seasonal affective disorder are that for the diagnosis you need 2 years in which you only have episodes during either the late autumn or early winter. So that's when they start, and they fade away by late spring, summer. Early summer. So that's how it works. And you cannot have any episodes at any other time. So it has to be seasonal, specifically seasonal.
GB News, the People's Channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel. Welcome back to Boxing Day Breakfast with Patrick and Emily. Thank you very much for joining us.
We just had a little bit of breakfast, actually, didn't we?
We did, yes.
Snuck a little bit of breakfast.
Oh, Boxing Day Breakfast arrived. But and we are thanking you all as well for sending in all of your lovely pictures of the food that you had yesterday, for relatives El Conco on the sofa, all of that stuff. So gbviews@gbnews.com is where you can send all of that to us, and thank you for spending your Christmas period
We should share
with us.
ours again soon, I think.
We will.
Got a few messages. They clearly missed it earlier in the show.
Ah, yeah.
You know, people waking up. They want to know what we ate yesterday. Maybe.
Yeah.
We want to know what you ate, at least.
Absolutely. I mean, if I was to look at everything I ate just all loaded up in front of me now, it's enough to churn your stomach. But
I think it's just natural instinct to be a little bit nosy, isn't it? It's a little bit nosy. Want to see how other people do it. Do you do it better? Do they do it worse?
Well, I mean, one of the best things to do, of course, is to load your plate up and park your backside right in front of the television, because loads of people will be doing that. And millions did it last night. Millions more will be doing it today. There was Gavin and Stacey, there was Wallace and Gromit, and here to talk about all of it is journalist Julianne Traynor, who joins us live with all the very latest Christmas TV insight. Merry Christmas to you. Happy Boxing Day. How are you?
Oh, happy Christmas, guys. I'm good. How are you?
Good.
We're good, I think.
Good.
Yeah.
We've survived.
We've survived.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, all good. Well, look, what was your top pick? Should we start with Wallace and Gromit? I think, if you don't mind, I think we might have a little clip that we can play, and then we can talk about whether or not you thought it was any good, if that's all right. So, should we have a little look at some Wallace and Gromit stuff? Let's have a look.
Sure, guys.
I'm live outside the West Wallaby Street house of the evil inventor, Mr. Wallace.
Evil? We have a warrant to search your premises. There's clearly been a mistake. Come along, now, butler. We've got work to do.
Oh, wow.
I think I'm going to watch that, actually, Julianne. What happened in it, then?
Well, I mean, it's still such a classic and lots of people tuned in. But for me, yesterday, though, was all about the Gavin and Stacey Christmas special. It was one of the most viewed episodes yesterday, and it was the finale. So this could finally be it. But for those who haven't watched it, though, I would turn away now because, spoiler alert, Nessa and Smithy finally got together in very emotional scenes, and they got married. So, again, I love the way Smithy summed up their relationship. He said it was messy and not perfect, but we're messy and not perfect.
Oh.
So again, it was actually an hour and a half long yesterday as well. So it was nearly like a film as opposed to an episode. I don't know if you guys tuned in or not, but what did you think?
So we didn't. We are gonna watch it later today.
We were going to watch it, but it was at 9 o'clock, and Patrick thought it was at 8 o'clock. And of course, getting up early, you know, we had to go to bed. We had to prioritise sleep so that we were bright-eyed and bushy-tailed this morning. But we're going to watch it tonight when we get to Patrick's parents. What else was on?
Also, there was the Strictly Christmas special was on yesterday as well. And again, it saw Tamsin Outwith take part, and also Vogue Williams was there as well. But the winner was, for the first time ever, a drag queen, Tace. So he won it. And again, that was the first ever. The series as well this year, Chris won it, and he was a blind contestant. So this year, the Christmas special was won by a drag queen. So I guess they're making a lot of history. But again, I think Strictly makes the perfect Christmas viewing because there's the sequins, it's sparkly, and we know the royals are massive fans of the show. And Vogue Williams, her sister-in-law is Pippa Middleton, so we guess she was tuning in as well. And Vogue said she was doing it not only for the tall people out there, but for her mum-in-law, and she was in the audience. So, great
for the tall people out there.
For the tall people out there.
Oh,
brilliant. Julianne, thank you so much for coming on the show on your Boxing Day. Really hope you have a wonderful rest of your day and enjoy whatever else is on the television.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lots of you are getting... Well, a few of you have actually got in touch to say that you watched ballet. Yes. And that happened. My mum was watching the ballet, actually, and my sister watching a rendition of The Nutcracker, because you can watch all of these. Moira said she watched both Swan Lake and The Nutcracker, which is rather nice.
Goes over my head, the ballet.
It does, but, you know, people really
Not
do...
a cultured man.
Margaret says, after The Nutcracker by the brilliant English ballet, I love The King's Speech, etc. So, ballet is sophisticated.
Yep, unlike me, so... There we go. But yes,
beautiful, isn't it?
Some winners on the telly anyway, so good stuff. Well, look, obviously make sure you keep it GB News because
absolutely
over the course of the next hour and a half or so that we're with you, we're going to be getting as many of your pictures of your family Christmases out there on the TV screens. It's gbviews@gbnews.com is the email address. You've got the Your Say link there below you as well. One of the great things, by the way, that I think that we've done here as a channel over the course of this Christmas period, if you've had the messages from the different vicars and those advent messages, I thought that was a really nice touch. But I've also really enjoyed this, which is the Vocal Zone Voice Studio Choir from South Derbyshire, and this is their latest one with Once in Royal David City.
Once in Royal David City stood a lonely cattle shed, where a mother laid her baby in a manger for his bed. Mary was that mother, but Jesus
Beautiful solos in that one.
Very nice.
Don't you agree?
I do. I did indeed enjoy that particular rendition of Once More David City. But still to come, we're going to be picking through Boxing Day sport. There's loads going on. Arguably one of the biggest controversies has been Liverpool striker Mo Salah, who posted yet again a picture of him in front of a Christmas tree with his family. A lovely picture, nice thing. Well, it's enraged elements of some of the more hardline elements of the Muslim community who say that he's basically
from around the world,
committing a sin.
But a lot of you have gone in touch and said, you know what, this is a fantastic example of integration.
Well, from him, yeah.
And how we should enjoy, you know, each other's festivals and things.
Yeah.
I mean, I know lots of Jewish people who celebrate Christmas, Hindu people who celebrate Christmas, Sikhs, whatever, because they're living in a Christian country. Why not get involved?
Exactly. But isn't it quite fascinating how much hate he gets? But anyway, stay tuned. We've got loads more coming away on GB News Boxing Day Breakfast.
Headliners. Tomorrow's papers tonight, every night from 11 p.m.
This is Miss Universe fans hailing the end of wokeness and crediting the Trump effect after a biological woman, there's still some of them around apparently, has won the 2024 crown. She's Miss Denmark, because obviously the last decade, you know, it's just been a beast transgender smurfs from Papua New Guinea. They're the only people allowed to win any beauty contest, you know what I mean? You're not allowed to have any...
Some of the trans women have won these. You definitely wouldn't say no.
They
look
honestly, I've seen but I've seen some of them that didn't, and some that, you know, were clearly just there out of, you know... Well,
have there been more than one trans woman? I didn't realise this. Okay,
I've got a chart at home. This one isn't trans. Victoria Kjær Thielvig, 21 of Denmark. Everything about that description says attractive.
Nazis. Okay, yeah. I have seen pictures of her. She is very attractive.
Yes.
She is.
Yes.
I don't know exactly how to put it, but she is kind of not retro or vintage or so. She's quite an old-fashioned notion of beauty, like just absolutely ice blue eyes. You know, absolutely extraordinary, clear skin and gorgeous blonde hair. I mean, it's absolutely kind of mid-70s. You know,
Well, apparently the sanity's returned to the beauty pageant industry, so they can get back to, you know, sexualising 4-year-olds and promoting anorexia like they used to. So
there is that.
She will earn an estimated $250,000 annual salary working full-time as Miss Universe, and will live in a luxurious New York City apartment as she carries out her duties, which involve glass coffee tables and rich Saudi businessmen.
Glass coffee tables. And visiting other planets and solar systems and constellations, I would imagine, of Miss Universe.
Being concerned about animals.
Yes, absolutely, and wanting to bring about world peace. I miss those days.
GB News, the People's Channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Welcome back to Boxing Day Breakfast here on GB News, and we do want to see, well, your Christmas dinners, really, or what's left of them, the shattered remains of them anyway.
No, what you're cooking today, you know. What are you doing with your Christmas dinner leftovers? Bubble and squeak, bit of turkey curry, that's a classic, isn't it?
Yes, so, well, we had ours earlier today, which we showed you.
We had ours yesterday, actually.
This was what we showed you earlier on. It's got our... or the turkey on there. It's got the pièce de résistance was the cheesy leek.
Well, you know, my brother did make that.
Yeah, well done, Alex. And all of the trimmings. You get the gist. That was our Christmas dinner anyway. So yeah.
I think it looks pretty good. I would give that a strong 9 or 10 out of 10.
Yeah, indeed. Well, hopefully you can keep yours coming in, and we'll get to some more of those a little bit later on. gbviews@gbnews.com. We do want to see from you. But it's time now to go through some of the latest sport. And Ben Jacobs is with us today. Ben, there's a really, really interesting story doing the rounds here. It involves Mo Salah, the Liverpool striker. So what's gone on?
So Mo Salah, we know him for his 10-plus goals and assists this season. He's playing against Leicester later. And naturally, there's a lot of buzz around Liverpool on the field. Off it, he's celebrating Christmas with his family. And on social media, he posts a photograph. They're all in red. One of his daughters has got a Merry Christmas T-shirt on. There's a tree behind. Now, Mo Salah is Muslim, and year on year, he posts the same festive picture because he embraces the culture behind Christmas. He wants to give his kids presents, even though he knows that their upbringing and their religion is different. He feels like they'll be left out if he doesn't embrace the cultural side, and he's settled, and naturally being in England, he's the kind of person that feels that you celebrate Christmas and still respect your Muslim heritage. Yeah. Social media disagrees. He's come under for a lot of criticism, and some fans feel that as a Muslim, he shouldn't be having a Christmas tree and embracing Christmas.
It's ridiculous.
This picture has
ridiculous.
had 79 million views on X. And of course it'll be in the online papers and everything.
What's quite funny is that there's some kind of, quotes unquotes, right-wing accounts there that are like, well, a Mo, it's all good that, well, a mate. And then there's quite a lot of accounts that appear to be from around the Arab world telling him that this is an absolute shocker and he shouldn't be doing it. And it just,
sort of the Conservatives from the UK are like, yes, this is integration. Yeah. This is fantastic. And yes, but there's two sides of this, very much.
Very much so. But I choose to look at it the way that Mo Salah's got involved with a bit of English culture, hasn't he, I suppose? So Christian culture, you could say. So fair enough. But he will be playing later today, though, in other news, you were saying?
Yeah, he's playing, and they've got the opportunity, Liverpool, to go 7 clear at the top if other results go their way. But Chelsea are playing first against Fulham. We've got Manchester City also against Everton as well. So a full programme of Premier League fixtures. And Salah at the moment is on the kind of form that he might even be a contender for the 2025 Ballon d'Or. So I'm sure he'll be ignoring that noise on social media and focusing on getting 3 points at Anfield, and Liverpool are big favourites for that game.
Absolutely. Now, we mentioned...
LeBron James.
Yes, we mentioned something about the NBA superstar LeBron James. What's going on there?
Yeah, it's funny because Mo Salah's getting criticism for showing off the Christmas spirit, and LeBron James is essentially saying to the NBA, why can't we? Now, historically, there was an old kit provider, and every year there used to be Christmas jerseys going all the way back to the kind of Kobe Bryant era, and LeBron used to wear them as well. Now, the kit provider has changed and there are no Christmas jerseys. The NBA argue it's down to the provider. It's their choice not to make them. So LeBron put a tweet out effectively, in a slightly veiled way, attacking the provider, attacking Adam Silver, who heads up the NBA, and saying, bring back the Christmas jerseys. We want to play visually in the spirit of Christmas. And they do it for Halloween. There's special spooky jerseys, but not for Christmas.
Surely it's a good moneymaker as well, because everyone will want one of the Christmas special ones.
Yeah, and people want the limited editions as well. Yeah. But the good news for LeBron is that on the courts, despite not being happy with his jersey, the Lakers beat the Golden State Warriors by 2 points, 115-113. So he got a victory on the courts, but he wants to be able to wear a festive jersey.
I know, but the manager will just say, well, you won anyway, so you don't need one, clearly.
Yes, but...
You don't need one.
Now, Wayne Rooney and Frank Lampard are reuniting in a way today, aren't they?
In a way.
Yeah, this is down in the Championship. It's Coventry City against Plymouth, and it's a big game, actually. A lot will be made of the two managers, but they're both under differing degrees of pressure. Lampard less so because he's brand new at Coventry, but they're hovering a little bit above the drop zone in 17th in the table. Plymouth are rock bottom, and from Rooney's perspective, he's been there longer. He may struggle to stay in a job if over the festive period he can't turn results around. So we'll look at the two managers, we'll remember them as players, but Plymouth need to find a way of winning against Coventry. Otherwise, they're going to be heading into the new year bottom of the table and unfortunately looking like they might go down.
Yeah, indeed. Well, it'll be one to watch anyway. I know that Wayne Rooney's been posting some pictures of him and the kids and Colleen in their matching pyjamas. So it looks as though he's been enjoying.
This is the thing that they do, isn't it, footballers and their wives? It's these little matchy pyjama pictures in front of a tree.
Yeah,
I guess it's quite sweet.
In a massive house. I mean, he's got a house, it's quite near, actually, where I grew up. It looks like a Morrison's. It's massive.
A Morrison's?
It does. It's got all of those, it looks like one of those massive, great big Morrison's that's there. And it's unbelievable, that house. Yeah, absolutely massive.
Not sure I'd like to live in a Morrison's, but...
Well, I don't think you'd turn that down.
You'd never be out of food.
Oh, you could drive around the house. It's that big. But anyway, Ben, thank you very much. You've been an absolute superstar for us today, mate. So thank you so much. It's Ben Jacobs there. You've been filling in on a whole host of different sporting news, but still to come. What have we got?
We have a new panel now, out with the old, in with the new. Liz Brewer and Adrian Hayes will join us to make the news, or indeed find out what is making the news.
Indeed. But before all of that, here's some of your weather from some winter sun hotspots if you're looking to get away and maybe escape the family.
Oh.
I hope it doesn't rain.
Don't worry about it.
It'll spoil our holiday.
Relax, we're totally covered.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Whilst there hasn't been much snow around the UK this Christmas, other areas of Europe have been seeing a few wintry flurries, all courtesy of Storm Elena across parts of Balkans and Greece, from quite unsettled conditions here at the moment. Generally, though, high pressure is in charge further towards the west, so for France, parts of Iberia, it is drier with some sunshine around. There are a few showers to watch out for across Madeira and Tenerife. Relatively similar conditions will persist over the coming days, with Storm Elena still in charge for the next week or so.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Well, still to come. We're going to see what's making the news with our new panel, Liz Brewer and Adrian Hayes. What else are we going to do? We're going to be checking in on this hunt. Boxing Day hunt.
Well, I think Mark White's going to pop up for us shortly. It's been proving slightly more controversial than maybe we may have thought, this Boxing Day hunt, but we think Nigel Farage is there as well. So we're going to be hearing from Mark White, hopefully a bit of Nigel about the Boxing Day hunt and, I suppose, maybe rural culture. You could class it
Little bit of that.
Stay tuned.
Britain's Newsroom. Weekday mornings from 9:30.
It's about Generation Z spending 6 hours a day online. Generation Z, which age group is that?
16 to 24.
OK, great.
Now, this could explain why there's 1 million young people aged between 16 and 24
not working.
in work.
Yeah.
And I did a TV show and we're talking about it, and the lefty person I was on with was making excuses for the fact that we've got 9 million people unemployed. And this woman, this mom, rang in and she was hilarious. And I thought she was going to have a go at me. She said, Cara Malone. I thought, here we go, another one. And she goes, you are absolutely right. She said, I've just thrown my son out of the house, who's 24. She said, my husband and I, she said, we worked all our lives, 2 jobs, to get him to college, to get him to a private school. Yeah. She said, he hasn't worked a day.
No.
And his attitude was, why should I? And you think... And she said he spends all day online.
On his phone.
That's all he's
Because
doing.
we would have gone to get a job because we were bored. And the trouble is, Jonathan, the younger generation are never, ever bored because the algorithms keep them stimulated.
Well, the dopamine hits keep coming. I think it's actually a problem for all of us. Yeah. You know, now for anyone, if you just have a moment to yourself, a lot of people of all ages, what do we reach for? We reach for our phones, particularly for those. Obviously, if we're with a friend, we'll talk to them.
Your age group, you're not talking about...
Well, I know that. I've spoken to a lot of people who are in their 50s and 60s who also will just, you know, if they have a free minute on the tube or whatever, they'll just look at their phone and read. And it's actually terrifying because on the iPhone every Monday it tells you how much time you spent on your phone the previous week, and it's
for you?
On average per day?
Fair few hours. I mean, a lot of that will be work.
What's a ballpark? Oh, more than 5?
Occasionally 5, yeah.
Well, better things to do. Spending 6 hours a day.
Do you never read a book?
Well, that'll be at night time.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
I'm Nana Acquia. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Well, we're back at it with the old Christmas leftovers. Thank you very much for sending these pictures in. Wooly has sent in his Boxing Day breakfast and his creative use of leftovers. We've got a bit of turkey there and...
I don't mean to be rude, but it's not the most creative, is it?
Well, it's a turkey sandwich.
Someone's got to say it. Someone's got to say it.
Does someone have to say it?
Maybe I'm just being mean.
Maybe Tony from Durham has sent in his leftover pie. Oh, yeah, now
That's a little bit
talking.
more creative, don't you think?
Meat, veg, stuffing, gravy. Nick's been on.
He says, this is how we roll here.
Oh.
Fish and bubble and squeak. Basic, but beautiful.
Well.
I do like a bubble and squeak. Just chuck it all in there.
Well done, everyone. Well done. OK, thank you for joining us. But joining us here in the studio right now is etiquette expert Liz Brewer and British adventurer Adrian Hayes. Morning, both of you. How are you?
Good morning.
Well,
happy Christmas, happy Boxing Day.
Did everyone have a good Christmas day?
Amazing.
Yes?
Starting off with you guys.
Yes.
Well. Going on to the Serpentine, watching my crazy family swimming.
So they did it?
They really did.
Okay.
They really did. Going back, Panatola. We actually didn't sit down to Christmas dinner until suddenly, because we were opening presents and then more family arrived, until suddenly my sister said, it's 3 o'clock. King's speech. So we all trooped in, we watched, and I thought it was amazing. I thought he was brilliant, the King. Fantastic.
Oh, OK, good. Yeah. Good. It's had mixed reviews. Some people loved it, some people not so much.
I listened. I was driving out to London last night. The first time I thought, well, a bit disjointed, but then when I watched it later at 5 o'clock on GB News, of course, I thought, there's a theme: suffering, compassion. So you went from the military veterans, which is safe territory, to hospitals, his own illness. And the nativity. I mean, Charles is a man of faith. I think he did what could have been a great sermon. The old Archbishop of Canterbury could have used some lessons for that. I thought it was pretty fitting. And he kept off the climate change, net zero side of things, which I think was quite fitting.
He did, which last year we had sustainable baubles, I think, on his tree, and there wasn't lots of that going on. But Adrian, can we start with you because Sprout of Order, Adrian? It's Sprout of Order. Christmas food waste bill is expected to hit an unpalatable £300 million.
I am not surprised, because one of the highlights for me of Christmas, I've said to some friends, it's not the choir in the markets, it's not the Christmas lights or the Christmas market, it's going to a supermarket on the 23rd and 24th of December. I went and it beggars belief. People buying food for 12 days because the shops are closed all for 1 day. So I'm not surprised there's loaves of bread. People buy things that just goes a bit stupid, so I'm not surprised there's great wastage. And I think, I think just people get a little bit carried away by the occasion, just having to buy. So I'm not surprised at this thing. And it's so much. I eat nuts all the time. People buy nuts because it's the thing to do. How many people eat nuts day to day? It just goes to waste.
That's true.
It's quite fun getting the proper nuts, though, isn't it? And cracking them open with the nutcracker.
Do you know what I noticed is missing this year?
Oh, yes?
Chestnuts. Oh. And everywhere I've been, the light shows, Chelsea Hospital, wonderful light shows. Normally, you'd have a chestnut cellar, or you'd have it by the underground. I couldn't find it, and I love chestnuts. I couldn't find anybody selling actually cooked chestnuts, and that seems to have sort of disappeared. And that's a shame, because those I love. I love nuts too, by the way. But chestnuts, hot chestnuts.
Yeah, you're right. It's sort of when you went into central London, there'd be someone.
That's right.
With them, just selling them on the corner, or
a little hot bag.
At any events.
Yeah. Overcooked, but still chestnuts.
What's happened?
No, it's.
If anyone knows why the chestnuts have disappeared from our lives, let us know.
There's also quite an alarming story here about our British troops. So apparently 13,000 British troops can't go to war because they've been declared medically unfit.
Yeah, I find this extraordinary, and I don't understand it. And I don't know what they mean by medically unfit, because are they in bed? Are they still capable of, say, training people? We need an explanation. When they say medically unfit, literally, are they still capable of actually being in the army? And actually, you might know better than that, having been in the army.
I haven't read the whole story, the reasons. I've not heard anyone, the MOT
There are
or
no
anyone
reasons.
say
We're not
what are
given
the
a
actual reasons. There was dental. I saw something about dental.
Dental?
I do, yeah. Haven't had dental, but I expect there's an element of it, at least, of health and safety, you know, and due diligence and all these sort of things that people, and also perhaps the troops are not as fit as they used to be because they have downgraded selection tests. So little things
What is that about?
Yes,
that makes me furious. It's the same in the police. It seems like box ticking comes first, even in the army.
You know, and it's crazy. We've gone the DEI, you know, look...
Crazy,
Just
it's
going
the
back to
army.
King's Speech, we're all keen on diversity, equality, inclusion. We all believe in that. The DEI narrative, of course, has gone a little bit too extreme.
But the question is, are they doing nothing? Are they still being paid?
Oh, being paid?
Yeah, but we haven't had the explanation. And if they are in the army, and if, you know, they are our army, we could be sending them to Ukraine to teach. We could be actually utilise them in another way, which would actually be quite sensible.
Yeah.
So apparently there are always a number of troops who are out of action at any one time, but apparently this is much higher than you'd assume it would be, or it has been in the past. And I wonder if it's things like anxiety and depression, or if it's literally broken limbs. I don't know.
And again, we all respect PTSD. I know people who've had it, obviously, mental health problems, but again, so many, the mental health bandwagon, you know, riding on the coattails, you do wonder if some of these, at least. The trouble is with 13,000 out of an army size, which is, you know, way less than 100,000 now, this is a huge
big chunk, isn't it?
Well, it's an astonishing percentage. And actually, if you looked at it as any other business, if you had that percentage of your workforce unable to work due to being off on long-term sick, you would have to say that there's a serious problem going on there, and you can't sustain
Well,
it.
it's frightening. It puts the fear of God to me.
So
it is frightening, and we need sort of
a little bit more information from the
we need more
MOD
information.
is
Can we chat quickly about something here? Because a lot of people, myself included, will be waking up at the moment feeling like they've put a load of weight on over the Christmas period, and they might, Adrian, decide to get stuck into some weight loss injections. But apparently there's a bit of a Wild West culture taking place.
What a surprise. Look, as someone who treats nutrition very seriously ever since I was in my teens and all the rest of it, I mean, again, people just looking for a quick fix, and of course there's consequences. You're going to get people trading. Follow the money. There's money in this. Whereas if people just really got into... If there's one thing that I advise to people, I say I've been doing this since I was 19... Get rid of the sugars, the cakes, the sweets, the confectionery. Just do that. Patrick, you did it yourself. You're on a weight loss programme a couple of years ago now, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Huge thing. But just get rid of that, and that'll... And apart from losing weight, you'll also reduce inflammation in your body, which is a precursor to cancer. Cancer cells feed off sugars. So just do that, folks, and forget the weight loss pharmaceuticals.
Can we start tomorrow?
Tomorrow, yeah.
Tomorrow.
Trouble is,
I just had a Greggs.
We've been preaching that for the last 5-6 years, and even educationally with television programmes, but it doesn't seem to have stuck, and people still don't seem to accept the fact, and you're absolutely right, it is the sugars. It is, I mean, start every day with a green smoothie. I've been doing that for 10 years, and people say, where do you get your energy from? And I said, have a green smoothie. Everything in that is what I need for my body during the day. If I am going to skip lunch, or if I am going to have one glass too much of champagne. But, you know, at least I've got the basis inside me for my green smoothie.
There you go, green smoothie. It's the way to go.
The double whammy, really, because we went on our honeymoon middle to end of November. Just 2.5 weeks, and that was just one constant...
Little Thai extravaganza.
Food, you know, all of
Pad
that stuff.
Thai galore.
Pad Thai galore. Also, I was not on the booze, so I was drinking things like the non-alcoholic pina coladas, which is just sugar, actually, really.
Yes, it is.
So that
and
was
non-alcoholic beers.
So I had a couple of weeks of that, and then we came back, and it was the Christmas period.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, right, January, going to get back on it, get back out there, get back to eating.
But you're quite slim.
I'm not anymore, I'm not now. I've got a spare tyre here.
The table's hiding it, Patrick. Emily still loves you.
Someone's got to. But anyway, thank you very much, guys. Absolute pleasure to have you on the show, picking our way through a couple of those news items. But we've got a lot more coming your way.
Oh, yes, we do. But we're going to take a quick check on the weather with Jonathan Vautry.
A nice bright morning will generate a lovely warm day, right through to the evening. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, very good morning to you. This is your GB News weather forecast provided by the Met Office. If you are planning a Boxing Day walk today, then for some of you I can promise dry conditions. That is all thanks to this area of high pressure out in continental Europe that is stretching its way in across much of England and Wales. But further towards the north, we do have this cold front slipping southwards across Scotland and Northern Ireland. So it is a damper and wetter start to the day here with drizzly outbreaks of rain. To the far north of the Northern Isles, we will see some slightly brighter skies throughout today, a few showers to watch out for, but the winds will be a touch lighter today compared to what we did see on Christmas Day itself. This rain band then is going to be in play across quite a lot of areas of Scotland, so really quite damp and dreary, unfortunately. Certainly raincoats will be needed for any outdoor activities here. Hopefully in Northern Ireland it will turn drier into the afternoon, still relatively cloudy. The best chance of seeing some sunshine is going to be across parts of northeastern England, parts of northeast Wales as well. Might just see a few cloud breaks also. Otherwise, it's quite widespread grey skies for many of us. Temperatures generally around 10 or 11 degrees Celsius as our highs. Into this evening and overnight, that rain band is still in play across the far northwest, still quite damp and drizzly here. Elsewhere, it's a cloudy night. Can't rule out some spots of drizzle also over the higher ground sites, fog in there as well. But with all the cloud around, it's certainly not going to be too chilly. Temperatures holding up in mid-single figures at least. On Friday, well, there's not that much deal of a change. You'll see a lot of widespread cloud around grey skies for many of us. Again, a touch of drizzle possible over the highest sites, though the rain band across Scotland will begin to fade out a touch more. The rain here generally turning lighter and patchier. The rest of the brightness across parts of the Northern Isles, where here we'll start to see some cooler conditions moving its way in. Is there any chance of some sunshine for other areas? Well, hopefully on Saturday we will start to see more in the way of those sunny spells emerging, but by the time we reach the new working week, it's looking unsettled again. Bye-bye.
We can expect clear skies, leading to a light and warm day ahead. Lovely. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Imagine getting the call to tell you that you've won £50,000 in tax-free cash, our biggest cash prize of the year.
Oh my
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
Cryptocurrency entrepreneur Justin Sun spent $6.2 million, £4.9 million on a banana, duct taped to a wall, a piece of art by artist Mauricio Catalan. Other artwork has recently caused controversy. A portrait of the British computer scientist Alan Turing by the world's first ultra-realistic robot artist, that is, say, ADAR, sold at auction for almost $1.1 million. Joining me now to talk about these latest hoo-has is art critic and mentor at the University of Arts London, Estelle Lovett. I have a feeling that in the case of the banana, it's quite a lot to do with the buyer. Now, you've researched the buyer a little bit. Do you want to tell us a little bit about Justin Sun?
Yes, so he's a very wealthy cryptocurrency dealer. And of course, you know, everything now is AI and FTs, and it's the way that money's going, and it's very good publicity for him. So obviously, you know, he's not daft. But what makes this banana so unusual is, and it has, as you say, taken the art world by storm. It is the current spectacle, and what's amazing is that even during these very difficult times, the art market still manages to spend big on a significant fuss. Why is why has it created this fuss? Well, don't forget, the winning bid just happened in a matter of minutes. It took Justin Sun minutes to beat 6 other rivals, so they've all got mega bucks in their pocket. But, you know, it's conceptual art at its best.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Oh, good morning, everybody. A very happy Boxing Day to all of you.
Yes, how are you? Thank you for joining us for our special GB News Boxing Day breakfast.
Well, it was an exciting day of festive telly. There was the return of Wallace and Gromit, Emmerdale's bombshell, there was whatever happened in EastEnders involving a shovel in the back of someone's head, and this epic finale of Gavin and Stacey, which apparently peaked at 12.5 million viewers last night.
Wow, OK, well, are you on the hunt for a Boxing Day bargain today? You could be joining the almost 22 million Brits who decided to splurge today, or at least are expected to. Apparently, we're going to spend more than £4 billion in store and online. What cost of living crisis, eh?
Well, we're going to take you live to the traditional Boxing Day hunt as well. Mark White is waiting and ready to go for us. We've got people there watching the hounds, the riders on horseback, heading to the countryside for trail hunting. What do you make of trail hunting? Is it a tradition we should be getting over with now, or do you think we should be banning it, or actually is it just a nice bit of British culture?
And the King, of course, lots of opinions on his speech yesterday. He praised diversity and culture and faith, and he commended healthcare workers. He did issue a plea for unity after what he called the anger and lawlessness of the summer riots. Was he right to throw that one in? Let us know.
Was he too political, do you think? Plus, we are going to be heading over as well live now to Royal Downs in Lisburn to get the latest there on the Boxing Day racing with our very own Doogie Beattie.
And are you still thinking about food? Well, we're going to be looking at the top tricks and tips to make the most of your Christmas dinner leftovers. It's not just Bobble and Squeak out there, guys.
We're going to have a chef in the studio.
Oh, wonderful.
As well. Brilliant stuff.
And in the sport, Pep Guardiola admits Manchester City are in danger of missing out on Champions League qualification. His side host Everton at 12:30 to kick off a busy programme of Boxing Day football. And Spillane's Tower headlines a field of 11 runners for the prestigious King George VI Chase at Kempton.
Have you got a Boxing Day walk planned? Well, join me later for the full forecast of what you can expect and for the rest of this week.
Well, it's just gone at 10 o'clock in the morning on Boxing Day. Good morning, everybody. I think I get the impression a lot of you are only just waking up now.
How are you feeling?
Yes.
How are you feeling? Any sore heads?
Oh.
Anyone overindulged, if that's possible, at Christmas? Let us know.
Well, we've got loads on.
Admit it.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about all sorts of different stuff. This is going to be the best hour because we're going to be taking you to all different locations with our reporters dotted out and about to nurse you through the start of this Boxing Day.
To nurse you through.
Well, we're going to try and keep it snappy this section now because we're going to hit a few different topics all in one go. It's the start of the Boxing Day sales, isn't it, Emily?
It absolutely is. Are you planning to get out there? Are you going to... don't fancy it. Let us know.
Well, the tradition began, supposedly anyway, when John Major, the then Prime Minister, relaxed Sunday trading laws, but...
Apparently. But there are fears that the tradition could be dying out along with our high streets. Sorry to be a bit negative there, because Next and M&S and I think B&Q as well, most of their stores aren't opening at all. They're not bothering to open. They say it's because they want to give their staff, an extra day off. I'm not so sure if it's that.
Yeah, well, we've got 3 reporters out and about today. One's at a hunt, one's at the races. We're going to take you to our one here now, that Will Hollis, who's at a very different kind of sporting event, which is people trying to get their hands on all the bargains and everything. So, Will, how is it for us in Nottingham?
Yes, well, there are a few queues about on the high street here in Nottingham, which at times has been referred to as the jewel in the East Midlands shopping crown. What seems to have the most people outside today are those beauty brands. Superdrug, the store has just opened behind me, and a large queue of about 20-30 people went in. Before that, Lush, that had about maybe 100 people queuing outside for their Boxing Day sales. But those big brands that for generations have been favoured as the big Boxing Day sales, like Next, like M&S and John Lewis department stores. They've all chosen to stay closed today. They do have online Boxing Day sales, but the physical stores are closed. We've heard that there are a few different assessments of how much money will be spent. The latest one from Barclays that I'm just reading right now is that £4.6 billion is going to be spent on Boxing Day sales, and the average shopper spending around £236. Around 22 million people are going to be spending money in the Boxing Day sales, and around 14 million of them are real-life people on the high street. And this morning I've been speaking to a few of those people about why they were up as early as 6 a.m. to get the first spot in the queue on the high street here in Nottingham.
Yes, indeed. Will, thank you very, very much. Will Hollis there, joining us out and about all day in Nottingham. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to whiz ourselves over now for something completely different. Have you got your stirrups?
Oh, yes, I do, yeah.
Good.
Ready?
Well,
Waiting.
Okay. Well, maybe dressing up in your finest attire is more for you. Well, horse racing is a huge sporting tradition on Boxing Day.
Yes, so we've got events in Aintree, Kempton and Wetherby, and our reporter Doogie Beattie is at one of the events in Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
Doogie, there you are at the racecourse. What's on today?
Well, welcome to Down Royal Racecourse. Of course, this racecourse got its royal charter in 1685 by King James II, and it is an absolute action-packed day. Great day to come here, to be honest, is Boxing Day. You know, you've been out, you've been eating your Christmas dinner, putting on the pounds. You may as well lose if and I'm joined now by Emma Meehan, who is the CEO of Down Royal Racecourse. Emma, what can people expect here today?
Well, you can expect quite the atmosphere. It's been a sellout for us now 5 weeks ago. It's a big family day out, you know, all ages, all demographics, and it's a really, really good quality card. We have the Hunter's Chase 13 with last year's winner and runner-up, It's on the Line, who completed a double at Punchestown and Aintree. So it's really, really quality racing today, and we're looking forward to about 6,000 people descending on the racecourse.
6,000 people, quite a lot of money coming into the area on Boxing Day. Should they be at the sales?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, why not?
All right, guys. Well, look, obviously we're having a little bit of an issue with Doogie's connection there, but it's going to be a great day out at the races anyway. We'll go back to him there. But there is another kind of horse-related issue taking place today, which is thousands of people gathering across the country to partake in the annual Boxing Day hunts, with many claiming they play a vital role for local communities.
Well, they clearly do. In many places, they also do face opposition, though, from campaigners who believe the practice is inhumane, although there are much more regulations than there used to be. Things have changed on this front.
They have. Well, GB News' Home and Security Editor, Mark White, we think, is there for us now. Mark, good morning, mate. Great to see you again out and about. How's everything down at the hunt?
Oh, very good indeed, yeah. Lots of people now starting to turn up for this particular hunt. And I've strategically positioned myself right by the bar here. Let's, you know, no, you're great. You can stay there. Lots of beer, of course, will be flowing throughout. Do traditionally at these hunts. It's not just about those taking part in the hunt, but the many other people from the local community that show up for these.
Oh, come on.
Get very enthusiastic about it. Let's see if we can just have a quick word with a couple who've come to attend. Tony Devon, first of all, here today.
Well, you know, Boxing Day, nice to get out in the fresh air and see other people and, yeah, just have some fun.
Well, you look the part, you look fantastic.
Oh, no, I should be in green, but I'm not into dark colour.
Tony, you've been coming here for years as well.
Yes, it was.
No. Oh, it's such a shame, because we wanted to see all of that. We're going to have to try and return
This is just, you know what?
a little bit later on.
This country, and it's
Wi-Fi
it's Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi. Terrible.
Oh, I know. Well,
I know. Mark was doing such a great job there.
No.
Oh well.
We'll
you got a sense of the atmosphere. You got a sense of the atmosphere.
Yeah, we'll go back to it. Well, hopefully
I hope we can get back to him.
he can maybe get stuck in a little bit at the bar, and someone else can drive him home, and he can report on it. I want to see Mark White on top of a horse at some point. You know.
Yes, there are a lot of adverts going around at the moment telling people, you know, reminding them not to drink and drive.
Well, it's the time of year for it.
It's
the time of year that the police are everywhere setting out checkpoints and all of that stuff, aren't they? It starts when you have the Christmas parties and you've got the Boxing Day and all of that. So
and it is an issue in rural communities, isn't it? Because there's not much in the way of public transport. So people go and they're, you know...
It's also the morning after, isn't it? That's the thing. That's where people get caught out a lot of the time, where they think that maybe they're all right because they've had a few hours sleep and they wake up and actually still over the limit. So, yeah, it is a time of the year to be especially careful when it comes to drink driving. Just well, look, hopefully we'll be able to get back to Mark White. We'll be able to get back to Doogie Beattie as well at the races and at the hunt, respectively. But before all of that, should we just get a little bit of an update on your weather with Jonathan?
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, very good morning to you. This is your GB News weather forecast provided by the Met Office. If you are planning a Boxing Day walk today, then for some of you I can promise dry conditions. That is all thanks to this area of high pressure out in continental Europe that is stretching its way in across much of England and Wales. But further towards the north, we do have this cold front slipping southwards across Scotland and Northern Ireland. So it is a damper and wetter start to the day here with drizzly outbreaks of rain. To the far north of the Northern Isles, we will see some slightly brighter skies throughout today, a few showers to watch out for, but the winds will be a touch lighter today compared to what we did see on Christmas Day itself. This rain band then is going to be in play across quite a lot of areas of Scotland, so really quite damp and dreary, unfortunately. Certainly raincoats will be needed for any outdoor activities here. Hopefully in Northern Ireland it will turn drier into the afternoon, still relatively cloudy. The best chance of seeing some sunshine is going to be across parts of northeastern England, parts of northeast Wales as well. Might just see a few cloud breaks also. Otherwise, it's quite widespread grey skies for many of us. Temperatures generally around 10 or 11 degrees Celsius as our highs. Into this evening and overnight, that rain band is still in play across the far northwest, still quite damp and drizzly here. Elsewhere, it's a cloudy night. Can't rule out some spots of drizzle also over the higher ground sites, fog in there as well. But with all the cloud around, it's certainly not going to be too chilly. Temperatures holding up in mid-single figures at least. On Friday, well, there's not that much deal of a change. You'll see a lot of widespread cloud around grey skies for many of us. Again, a touch of drizzle possible over the highest sites. So the rain band across Scotland will begin to fade out a touch more. The rain here generally turning lighter and patchier. The rest of the brightness across parts of the Northern Isles, where here we'll start to see some cooler conditions moving its way in. Is there any chance of some sunshine for other areas? Well, hopefully on Saturday we will start to see more in the way of those sunny spells emerging. But by the time we reach the new working week, it's looking unsettled again. Bye-bye.
A chilly start will give way to a lovely, warm afternoon. Boxed Heat Pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Well, I'm looking forward to later this hour being joined by a chef in the studio to help teach us how we can make the most of our leftovers. How can you make your sprouts sprout new life?
My dad makes this delicious sort of white sauce turkey pasta dish with peas and things.
Oh, good. Well,
absolutely delicious.
Well, if you're listening, John, then I think Emily's probably just putting
in a little Tupperware.
An order there. But there we go. And we are going to do our best
ride it over
to get you back to that Boxing Day hunt where Mark White looks like he's having far too much fun, I must say, and Doogie Beattie at the races as well. And we're going to be showing some...
we've got everyone everywhere.
We have got everyone everywhere. And
find out where your favourite reporter is.
Indeed. Well, look, we'll see you very soon. Just keep it GB News and we'll see you in a couple of minutes' time.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Patrick Christys. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
apparently, in the Mail, page 5, hard-pressed bosses already having to deal with deadlines, red tape and staff who won't actually come into the office over Christmas. And they're saying that Christmas parties this year are going to be as lame as ever because everyone's afraid of basically getting cancelled or misbehaving or getting sacked for their behaviour. Would you risk it, Trey, at Christmas?
Do you know, I've actually never had a normal job in my life, so I wouldn't last a second because I'm not very politically correct. But it must be horrendous, really, because rather than enjoying yourself, you're having to completely always censor yourself. And it might be the most innocent of stuff that's said to someone that they then take offence to, which means you're going to probably just keep your mouth shut, which doesn't sound like the best of parties, does it, really?
No. Tricky one, isn't it? Because you're not at work, so it's not an office issue if, you know, some banter and it's taken the wrong way. But still, it's still a work environment, isn't it?
Yeah. If HR shows up, it's a work party. It's a work event.
HR shows up, I'm gone.
Yeah, well, that's what it is. And so even for us this year, first of all, it's the first year we're calling it a holiday party. I don't know how I felt about
Really?
that.
What, your company's doing that?
Yeah, they're calling it a holiday party.
Oh, no, well, no.
Yeah, I know. I voted against.
So they got rid of the word
Christmas.
Why?
Because we want to be inclusive.
How's it not inclusive to call it Christmas?
I know. Trust me.
Are you still going to go? I wouldn't bother going. I'd say no.
I am going to go, but I'm going to go dressed as Mrs. Claus, and it's going to be Christmassy, and I'm going to make sure that Christmas enters the door with me.
Yeah, you spread that Christian vibe.
100%. But outside of that, there is that element of HR showing up, and HR will be sober, and they've already prepped them to say, like, listen, this isn't your party. HR can have their party. This is your hangout.
Yeah.
Make sure everyone's being PC.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the argument. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together, and what have we got? In my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. You are watching and listening to GB News Boxing Day Breakfast with Patrick and Emily. And we've got a lot more coming your way. Like I said, we're going to have a chef in the studio shortly, teaching us how we can tart up our leftovers. We're going to be hearing...
I think he's in the kitchen right now.
I hope so.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about some sport as well, because there's a bit going on there. We're hoping to get you off to that Boxing Day hunt and to the races as well. But...
Yeah, Mark White's there ready to tell us what's going on. But it is actually time for the Great British Giveaway. It is your chance to become our biggest ever winner, an incredible £50,000 in tax-free cash. It's an amazing sum of money, really. And it could make your new year your best year yet. So here are the details.
It's our festive treat to you. Your chance to win an incredible £50,000 in tax-free cash. Our biggest ever Great British Giveaway. What would you spend £50,000 on in the coming year? Spectacular holidays? A brand new car? Home improvements? Or maybe you'd just like to save it for a special occasion? £50,000 is an amazing amount of money, and it could be all yours. For another chance to win, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. You can call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB10 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 31st of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Good luck indeed. Well, there's been some charity events taking place when it comes to the world of sport, and some of it's making for quite good viewing, actually. Ben Jacobs is here with us. Ben, what's going on?
Yeah, I've got 3 things I want to highlight in this particular domain. The first is your beloved Manchester United and Diego Dallo, who took some time out over Christmas to visit LifeShare, which is a charity that in particular deals with homelessness. And Dallo and his partner, as you can see, went to one of the facilities in Manchester. They cooked some meals, they handed out some warm clothes. And this is what we've seen from a number of footballers, giving a little bit of time to give back. And in a similar kind of manner, Chelsea had a wider campaign to do with combating homelessness. And you may know Cole Palmer has this very famous celebration where he does this with his hands, the cold celebration. And Chelsea came up with this great tagline, "Leave the cold to Cole." And they launched a Christmas campaign called Wrap Up Warm, and they sought financial donations, and they got over 90,000 via a GoFundMe campaign, and again, warm clothes that were donated. So we're seeing a lot of people help the community, and from the Premier League in particular, look at those that are either vulnerable or struggle as far as mental health is concerned, and these donations will go to various charities from Chelsea. Then if we move abroad, and I think this might be my favourite Christmas story, Real Betis, they do this every year.
Yeah.
The game before Christmas, they invite all of their fans to throw soft toys onto the field, which are then collected and given to children all across Seville. And this naturally is not only blockbuster in terms of the visuals, but again,
That's
these toys
amazing.
go to a very good cause.
That is really
What
sweet,
fun, eh?
actually. I like that.
What
They just
fun.
gather all the toys up and send them.
Look,
out
it looks
there.
like everyone's brought one.
Yeah. No, that's lovely. Gets
It's
everyone
raining
into,
teddy bears.
Gets everyone into the Christmas spirit, doesn't it? It helps the community. So no,
Yeah, that's really
brilliant.
nice. I think it's good when footballers do a bit of charity work, you know. Of course, they're very hard-working and very talented, but they do get paid a huge amount, don't they? So it's good to give back.
Yeah, and I think with Betis, there were over 5,000 toys that are now going to be distributed in early January.
Oh, well, that's really sweet. There are a couple of other highlights for us from the sporting world, aren't there? And quite a bit going on
I quite like
today.
the cricket argy-bargy.
The cricket argy-bargy, yeah.
Yeah, we spoke about the cricket earlier, Virat Kohli, and a little shoulder barge on Sam Constas, who on his debut hit a half-century and at blistering pace as well. We should point out Premier League action too gets underway very shortly, just a couple of hours or so. And keep an eye in particular on Manchester City against Everton. That's the early kick-off. Pep Guardiola under some pressure because he says that Champions League football now is not guaranteed, and then a full programme of horse racing as well. And it'll be interesting to see the King George VI in particular at Kempton.
Yes, indeed. I know a lot of people there are saying that they're going to be putting a lot of bets on today. If you are going to do that, please do gamble responsibly. But people are really hoping that they can, frankly, earn a fair bit of money back that they might have just spent on their relatives' presents and friends' presents. They can win it all back, can't they? But so, Ben, thank you very much for all of your efforts today and all your work today. And I think you're off up now to watch Manchester United versus Wolves.
Yeah, it's non-stop. I've
Lucky
got a
old
game
you,
coming
eh?
up. Hopefully I can bring your side 3 points.
Hopefully, yes. Well, anyway, you take
Have a great one.
best.
What's your team?
Leicester.
Oh, it is Leicester, yeah.
Leicester. OK, right. Well, we've got lots more coming up. We are going to be checking in on that hunt, the Boxing Day hunt. Also, what else are we going to be doing?
The chef's coming in.
of course, is coming in, which is going to be fantastic. What are you going to do with your leftovers? Maybe you're still thinking. Maybe you're still deciding. But in the meantime, we're going to have a look at a rendition of Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas by the Vocal Zone Voice Studio Choir.
Lovely.
Delightful.
Very nice. Well, shortly, this is the thing I've been looking forward to most. We've got a chef in.
What do you think we'll get to taste?
Leftover. Yeah, absolutely.
Taste test.
I was assuming we are, otherwise I'm leaving.
Didn't need that, Greg said.
I'm gonna walk if we don't get to taste any of these Christmas leftovers. But no, the chef's coming in shortly. Really looking forward to that.
It's not much of a threat when there's not that long to go.
No, it's not. It's probably someone else who'll just fill in the show.
Just do it on my own, you know.
Yeah, there we go. Oh well, we'll see you in a second. And thank you very much for everyone who's been sending in their lovely pictures. gbviews@gbnews.com. We want pictures of what you've been doing with what your Christmas dinner looked like yesterday, what you're doing with your leftovers today. We're going to get as many of those on the telly as possible, and we're going to be giving you the very latest headlines. By the way, I've got something to tease for you now. So apparently Prince Harry is in massive trouble because he's paid quite a lot of money by a mental health charity, I believe, to be in some kind of ambassador.
Mental health company. Yeah, he's the ambassador there, £1 million a year.
And that company now has just been described as a toxic train wreck.
And a psychologically unsafe place to work where everyone is living in fear. So is he, I don't know, mental health washing this company in a way? You know what I mean?
We'll see. Anyway,
making it look better than it is.
We'll have all the latest on that.
Hello there, very good morning to you. This is your GB News weather forecast provided by the Met Office. If you are planning a Boxing Day walk today, then for some of you I can promise dry conditions. That is all thanks to this area of high pressure out in continental Europe that is stretching its way in across much of England and Wales. But further towards the north, we do have this cold front slipping southwards across Scotland and Northern Ireland. So it is a damper and wetter start to the day here with drizzly outbreaks of rain. To the far north of the Northern Isles, we will see some slightly brighter skies throughout today, a few showers to watch out for, but the winds will be a touch lighter today compared to what we did see on Christmas Day itself. This rain band then is going to be in play across quite a lot of areas of Scotland, so really quite damp and dreary, unfortunately. Certainly raincoats will be needed for any outdoor activities here. Hopefully in Northern Ireland it will turn drier into the afternoon, still relatively cloudy. The best chance of seeing some sunshine is going to be across parts of northeastern England, parts of northeast Wales as well. Might just see a few cloud breaks also. Otherwise it's quite widespread grey skies for many of us. Temperatures generally around 10 or 11 degrees Celsius as our highs. Into this evening and overnight, that rain band is still in play across the far northwest, still quite damp and drizzly here. Elsewhere, it's a cloudy night. Can't rule out some spots of drizzle also over the higher ground sites, fog in there as well. But with all the cloud around, it's certainly not going to be too chilly. Temperatures holding up in mid-single figures at least. On Friday, well, there's not that much deal of a change. You'll see a lot of widespread cloud around grey skies for many of us. Again, a touch of drizzle possible over the highest sites. So the rain band across Scotland will begin to fade out a touch more. The rain here generally turning lighter and patchier. The rest of the brightness across parts of the Northern Isles, where here we'll start to see some cooler conditions moving its way in. Is there any chance of some sunshine for other areas? Well, hopefully on Saturday we will start to see more in the way of those sunny spells emerging. But by the time we reach the new working week, it's looking unsettled again. Bye-bye.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Right, the chef is in the house, but first we're going to take a quick look at your Christmas dinners, what you're having this morning, what you had yesterday. Lorraine's dinner from yesterday. Oh, a packed out plate there.
Lorraine.
She's got a bit of everything there. It's good, isn't it? It's good, isn't it? Chris from Derbyshire, what's he got? Another fantastic one. Is that Yorkshire on
Tell you
top?
what, you're doing very well here.
That looks delicious. Great photo skills there as well. I think that's on portrait mode.
Oh!
Pavlova. Paul sent this in. It's his wife's Pavlova. Looking good, looking good.
You've married well there. And Lee and Tony in Southsea, again, another one. So the GB News viewers and listeners that like to eat well.
They eat well.
They like to eat well. Well, have you got any leftovers? It looks like some of you might have some leftovers that you're keen to use up.
Well, if you do, you're in luck, because we have wellness chef Sandy Vera in the studio. Thank you very much indeed for coming in. You are the wellness chef.
Merry Christmas.
So you can turn a Christmas meal, Christmas leftovers, into a healthy, balanced meal for Boxing Day.
Well, you know, as a chef, one of the things that I love to do is plan food. And at Christmas time, one of the things that we have is the leftovers.
Yeah.
And that is already another dish to be made. It's like I'm looking forward to make the second part of what we already have. And we have an abundance of beautiful meats, vegetables, that it can be all used. I was just saying earlier, last night, after I finished my dinner that I made, I couldn't decide what to make because there's so many different dishes that you could make.
Yeah.
But I ended up making something that's very traditional in my family, and especially being a northerner, it was something that we have. Now, guys, you could do all sorts with your turkey. So you've got leftover turkey. One of the ideas I had was a fajita. You don't need to go crazy. Add a bit of lemon juice, bit of paprika, refry it again, put it in a tortilla. You got fajita.
Yum, yum.
You could take the turkey and bacon that's left over, add a bit of cream, put it with some chicken stock, straight into a pie.
So good.
Easy peasy.
So good.
Lovely.
Now, I don't waste anything. As a chef and being of Indian persuasion, we don't waste nothing.
Yeah.
So you've literally been given my mother's homemade Northern Manchester roast dinner curry. You've got sprouts, you've got roast potatoes, you've got turkey, you've got bacon, you've got gammon. Everything's in there. Now, the beautiful thing why we used to look forward to having this curry was that we only kind of used... it wasn't authentic, like my mum's authentic. It's just curry powder that the British brought back from India. Just a touch of curry.
Nice. Just a nice heat.
Touch of curry powder. The roasted potatoes add the flavour. I know I used to love as well. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but the sprouts really work. Because if you go to an Indian restaurant, you have gobi, aloo gobi.
Oh, I love aloo gobi.
Aloo gobi, a lot of people know it now. And a sprout is like, it's just another cabbage, isn't it? It's beautiful. Simplistic.
Oh, mate, this is...
The list of food you can do is endless. Is absolutely endless.
I could eat quite a lot of that.
without going into too much detail.
Yep.
But you were cooking for someone last night.
That's right, yeah.
So we won't say who they are, I don't think, but quite famous. But...
Quite famous.
So this is their leftovers?
This is their leftovers. I didn't take them... Boss, I didn't take them all, by the way, before he gets there. I just took a little bit left.
Because you're a private chef.
I'm a private chef as well.
Yeah, so, you know, movers and shakers.
And you had their best food. So the beautiful bronze gammon, beautiful turkey, beautiful roast potatoes, and it was remade into something beautiful, delicious.
I hope they're watching GB. Well, in a way, maybe for you, I hope they're not, actually, because I've just realised that you mixed a bit in the kitchen. But I'm sure they'll let you off. I'm sure they'll let you off.
Oh, there was plenty. I think it's traditionally that in every household, we kind of overbuy.
We do, yeah.
We do. And the shops are full of stuff, and when you're going around shopping, you think, I'll have a bit of that, I'll have a bit of this, I'll have a bit of that. And this time of year, there's nothing wrong with that. There really isn't. The reason why there's nothing wrong with that is because we're all at home, we're all chilling, we're all relaxing, and you can use everything. And you put it in the fridge, you've got 5 days freshness. If it's been cooked and you put it in the fridge, people are dead worried about if it's going to go off. Oh, you can't reheat it again. Yes, you can. You can. You know the really simple taste test is? Smell it or taste it.
It smells funky.
If it smells funky, get rid of it. If it doesn't...
with fish, right?
Anything.
So you think you've got 5 days? You reckon that, you know, if the fridge is on constantly and it's well cooled and all of that, realistically, you've probably got about 5 days to eat that.
To eat your turkey.
So I made the gammon yesterday. OK, there's a lot left over. Once it was cooked, it was presented, it was sliced, it was then put in the fridge. You got to look care for it a little bit. You can't just leave it lying around. You got to still care for this food, treat it with respect, put it in the fridge. Yeah, cover it. And it will last. And especially a curry. Oh, my days. I remember being a student, I saw a curry in my fridge after a little bit of time. I'm not going to tell you how long. And it was OK.
Now, you work for celebrities, athletes and things like this.
Yes, correct.
What's the most most popular sort of diet? You know, you've got the keto, you've got the low carb, you've got the vegan.
Obviously, officially, I like to say I'm low carb and keto. But it scares everybody.
Yeah.
It scares everyone. My current client, he is low carb and keto. And
because he's an athlete.
He just believes in what I believe in.
Right.
Okay, we just cut out as much sugar as possible. People say it's the carbs, but the biggest fight is sugar, and there's sugar in everything.
Whole food.
Frighteningly. And on my last piece, when I was here, we talked about ultra-processed food, and there's the issue. But at Christmas time, you've got beautiful fresh vegetables, you've got the roasted turkey. Just think outside the box, guys, and you can make just about anything.
Because January is the time after Christmas where people decide to embark on all sorts of strange diets, don't they?
Absolutely,
And I was just wondering what's sort of in. It's keto that lots of people...
a lot of my clients this year, I mean, I'll be available. I do classes to teach people how to live this lifestyle, because it's not just a diet, it's a lifestyle. How you eat, how you drink. I lost 4 stone.
Congratulations.
I lost it in less than 6 months, and I didn't do an ounce of exercise. An ounce of exercise.
Good for you.
Reversed my diabetes. Every member of my family is diabetic. Being of Indian persuasion, it's in our heritage.
It's common, isn't it?
It's very common. I'm the only person that doesn't have diabetes. I'm nearly 50, but I feel like a 25-year-old.
You don't look nearly 50,
You don't look
mate.
nearly 50 at all.
There you go.
All the good food he's
I'm going to
eating.
have to do something about it. I mean, I've got stuck in this. The last
Stop
month.
worrying.
I'm going to have to do something about it, I'm afraid.
But it's being aware about what you're eating. Like, you just asked me before about the food that you put in the fridge. Yeah, treat food with respect. Know what you're eating.
Yes, sometimes we don't always treat food with respect. I think that's a good way of looking at it, actually, because sometimes it's just like the more I can get in, the better, or the more stodgy or whatever.
Yeah.
And people have little binges and things like that. But if you respect the food for what it is, much better attitude,
But
right?
this here that we just had, I mean, the roast potatoes are fantastic. A bit of gammon
Did you taste the gammon in there as well?
Oh, lovely. It's beautiful.
And bits of bacon, because the bacon that came off the turkey, that wasn't wasted either. I put that in your curry.
But that, in terms of actually
Christmas
turning that into the curry, then. So what was the process? You used a bit of curry powder, did you?
Simple as that. That's what my mum used. That's why it was so beautiful, because normally when my mum would cook something, it would be an Indian-fried curry. But we all, as kids, and my father would say, can we have a British-style curry? Because it was different. It was different. She'd even put some raisins in it. Remember that, those days? With raisins and apples. Raisins and apples. So it was as simple as that. Go and get some curry powder, fry it in a pan, add all your leftovers, bit of tinned tomatoes if you want, or even water. Job done.
Fantastic, mate. And look, people obviously have been listening. I know that you're pretty regular on GB News anyway, but if people are just tuning in for the first time, they're just meeting you now, where can they find you? Find you online? Find
me online, www.thewellnesschef.co.uk.
Oh, that's
and I'm on Instagram, The Wellness Chef. You can see everything that I do. How I can help as many people. That's what I'm here for.
Well, thank you, mate.
Well, I'm going to check it out.
Legend.
Thank you very much,
Looking
Patrick.
for a bit of wellness.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for coming into the studio.
Yeah, and cheers for this. This has been top drawer. So thank you very
really
much.
Merry
enjoyable.
Christmas, everybody,
Yeah.
and a very happy New Year.
Good stuff. Well, look, hey, still to come, we're going to be having a look at what else is going on in the news. We've got Liz Brewer, we've got Adrian Hayes. They're going to be coming in. There's a bit of a Prince Harry scandal brewing as well, so make sure that you stay tuned for that. All right, we'll see you in a sec.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
The birth rate in Britain has sunk to 1.49, well below replacement rate. Yet policies pursued by both major parties are still to spend huge sums to encourage parents back to their work when their children are still at preschool age. Should we not be helping parents to spend longer at home, asks his new book, whilst recognising that in an age of sex equality, the question is fraught. David Goodhart joins me now.
We undervalue the domestic realm, and that has led to lots of the most negative trends in British society. About half of children in the UK are not living with both of their biological parents by the age of 14. We have, of families with dependent children, about 24-25% are single-parent households. You know, mainly mothers, and they're doing, valiant work. But of course, it means you don't have the the investment in children that that a two-parent family can give. I mean, the reason why it's a care dilemma is that a lot of these negative trends are also kind of intimately related to positive things, like that movement of women into work, the fact that women are no longer so defined by marriage and motherhood, the fact that women and men are freer to leave unhappy relationships. And the challenge for modern liberal societies is, how we hold on to those freedoms but get a better balance, which means, I think, investing more in the domestic realm. We spend a total now of £9 billion on childcare subsidies. Why not give that subsidy direct to young parents so they could then choose whether to subsidise themselves, as it were, to be able to afford to stay at home, or to give it to a nursery, or to give it to granny, or to keep it in the home.
GB News.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
OK, 10:41 is the time. Happy Boxing Day. You're with me, Emily and Patrick. Now, joining us to go through what's making the news is etiquette expert Liz Brewer and the British adventurer Adrian Hayes. Now, a new story has just dropped and it all centres around Prince Harry. Who wants to start with this one then? Oh, no, Adrian, what's going on? What's Prince Harry up to?
The story is that the firm that Prince Harry works for, or he's an ambassador for, Better Up, a San Francisco-based life coaching company. The staff, it's been condemned as staff as being toxic environment to work in, full of lies, full of incompetence, full of such and such and such and things. And I haven't read the story in detail here, but I'm not surprised because it brings me... I've been a professional coach for 18 years now. One of my working hats, on leadership, on team coaching, personal development. So the system works, but I think this is a coaching company that's become a little bit too progressive. It originates out of San Francisco, which anything out of San Francisco I take with a little bit of pinch of salt. And for Prince Harry, of course, Harry, he doesn't realise he's the epitome of this thing. The world is in a epidemic of victimhood, and he sort of exemplifies it. This whole victimhood, putting your stuff on social media.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a bit awkward, isn't it, for him? Because if he's the ambassador of this mental health charity, this life coaching thing, well, it's a company, actually. If he's the ambassador, and then it turns out that actually this company is pretty awful to its staff, it's been called a psychologically unsafe place to work, then, what's he doing there, then?
What's he doing there? He's getting, apparently, £1 million a year, or dollars, but I think it's £1 million a year. He's actually the Chief Impact Officer.
What's that even?
Yeah, what is...
I remember when he got
the job. What is the Chief Impact Officer? This is Better Up. This is, yet again, it's almost like a cult, and almost like sort of mind-controlling. They disguise it by saying, it's educational, or we're making people feel happy in their work, etc. And I know because my daughter actually teaches people and to really overcome mind problems, etc. in the workspace. Here you've got a VIP section of people making a huge amount of money. And presumably they charge the companies, or they charge the individuals who they're supposedly helping, a vast amount of money to be able to pay somebody who is totally unqualified and, frankly, as far as I'm concerned, has cotton wool between both ears.
Is this Prince Harry that we're talking about?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Just so we're clear.
Prince Harry.
And he's going to have to break up with this company, surely, because if he's this great mental health ambassador, and it actually turns out that this place is full of wrong-uns and is really bad for mental health, then it's not a great look.
And it's only the hierarchy that get all the VIP sort of treatment.
Supposedly,
Supposedly. Started by this man called Alexei Robichaux.
I said earlier that the mental health, mental fitness is...
They've been accused of the whole thing being based on lies. Now, that's quite a statement, and it's in writing. And this is going to be taken up now. I mean, it's not just going to be taken up, it's going to be... Yeah.
I mean, they say the line here is, Adrian, I am not saying this figuratively. Literally every person at Better Up hates their job. A cult-like facade with out-of-touch management. I mean, Prince Harry can't continue to be associated with this, surely?
No, and I think a lot of the American coaching problem... And look, Tony Robbins, the great coach, the most famous coach in the world. Again...
I could change your life.
Yeah, and he's got some great stuff. He talks too much. I think he could do 15 minutes. You can get what he speaks in about 3 hours for. But the sales pitch, I've been to his 4-day program once. The sales pitch, sales. And this article says there's pressure on sales. It's all, again, I keep saying, join the dots, find the vested interests, follow the money. I'd use that for everything these days, and it's a money-making business.
But the Duke of Sussex, Prince Harry, is not qualified to be a US coaching and mental health consultant.
Yeah.
I mean, this is all wrong.
It's interesting, though, isn't it? Because it just goes to show the scale of the money that you can essentially make out of mental health wokery.
Exactly.
So this company presumably will have had, I imagine, money to get started up and getting founded. They've obviously got enough money that they can afford to pay Prince Harry reportedly around £1 million as a salary there. Goodness only knows what the top bosses are on. Other people here are saying, well, actually, if you're right at the top, you're on a load of money. You go on all these trips, all of this stuff. There's clearly a huge amount of money in this space without potentially actual expertise in it, without potentially actual results in it. It's just capturing whatever zeitgeist there is at the moment.
Absolutely.
Yep, and as I said earlier on the show, it's mental health. The old days, Stoicism was the part of course. You know, we didn't speak about problems. It's good that we do this, but it's been now gone, like so many courses, gone over the top. Everyone is now encouraged to put their woes on social media to get all this attention, and it's a victimhood, attention-seeking form of narcissism.
There's a line here at the bottom which I think is really important. It says Harry himself has given this app his royal seal of approval, but that's why people want him. It's all very well and good saying, is he now mental health washing this company? Is he there? Well, because he's got the royal seal, even though many people think he shouldn't have, the Duke of Sussex. That's what he adds to these brands. That's where a lot of his value
But that's
comes
all
from.
he adds. He doesn't have the qualifications. He's actually a bit of a mental case himself. He's also admitted being on drugs. He's no longer part of our royal family. He's left and making money, I think, illegally, because I don't think you should do this kind of job, Better Up, get $1 million a year if you're not qualified.
Well, what I'll just say is the Mail Online, who broke this story about an hour or so ago when we first saw it, they've gone to Better Up for comment. They've not yet commented on it. They may well come out and say they deny all of this stuff and everything. So we'll have to wait and see what they say.
The only thing I would say is that there are a lot of companies out there and if you ask their staff anonymously what they thought about working there, I mean, ask any of the investment banks or the big corporations or some of the big legal firms, people say, oh, I hate it. Everyone hates it. The work-life balance, there isn't one. You know, bad for my mental health.
Fair point.
But if you are advocating for mental health, then it kind of changes matters, doesn't it?
You can't have a culture of people in a working space continually complaining about their work because they're there to do a job of work. And you've got to accept that. You've got to be able to work to earn your crust of bread.
Yeah, indeed. Well, look. Anyway, we'll have to wait and see what Harry says. We've got a couple of other stories doing the rounds here that I think we might as well cover now. Adrian, your name is next to this one, whether you know it or not. But large parts of the UK to be blanketed by 874-mile snow bomb.
Goodness. Climate change.
Yeah.
On my brother's WhatsApp group, we were actually having a little thing. When was the last white Christmas we ever remember? Because we don't. There's not been one Christmas, but New Year's obviously regular. Look, I don't take this is just sensationalism. A bit of snow coming. Guess what? In winter, it actually snows. Even in UK, even with a warming planet since the 1850s, when we were the coldest period in the last 2,000 years. Yes, the Earth is warming, but we used to have frost fairs on the Thames, so it's normal, so I don't think we should get any panic or any sort of great. And because the whole country does panic, we get a bit of snow and the whole country goes into meltdown, which just drives around the bend.
We used to be able to skate on the Thames, excuse me. Used to get that cold. People used to skate on lakes. We did have snow, but not necessarily at Christmas, but it was always sort of to be able to paint.
Do you know what winds me up, though? Winds me up. Whenever we get, like, some things that people are seeing on the screens now, with a little bit of snowfall. Right, the schools are shut. The trains are cancelled. Everything's shut. You can't possibly operate as a country with an inch of snow on the ground. Meanwhile, you cut to, you know, in Canada and Scandinavia, and they've got these
and Russia,
snow drifts
But
and
what
everything.
we are doing is we're forewarning, because people keep getting blamed for not giving enough warning beforehand. So now we have a forewarning, and just in the small print it does say it's not expected to last long.
No.
And it's also not exactly...
Panic.
And we'll give it a name, like the Beast from the East.
Oh, the Beast from the East.
Scare the living daylights off everyone. Yeah.
As if it's somehow violent.
There's a weather tornado. It's coming to rip down your high street. So, anyway...
Well, you never know. We could get, you know, 6 feet of snow and then we'll
I hope we do. I hope we do. It'd be great fun. Yes, it would be great fun. I can also just tell you, we'd be expected to come into work. Everyone would still be expected to come into work. I have to fight my way through here. Oh, we get in.
Everybody's got something to talk about, and they become quite friendly. And, you know, they've got a reason not to go to work because they're snowed in.
We'd be deemed key workers.
Well, which I do think was ridiculous, by the way. But,
you were a key worker?
During the pandemic, I was a key worker because I was doing a radio show. I'm not sure many people would have thought that I was a key worker, but there we go. Right, we've just about got time for one or two other little headlines that are available.
What about
private schools?
Yeah, let's do that one.
Go on. Take it away, private schools.
Action plans, private schools face bankruptcy. Surprise, surprise, surprise. And I've got this... Look, everything we do... I've got this mantra. Everything we do has always got trade-offs and consequences. Now, the Labour Party's, you know, basic ideology to tax private schools, VAT, will have consequences. And guess what? We don't have enough private school places, state school places.
Yeah.
And again, all these things always come back to, if you want to do such a tax raid, you've got to have the schools, you've got to have the hospitals, you've got to have the doctor's appointments. Everything comes back to the unsustainable population increase in this country. Everything. And both for those on the green side, even the environmental side, food resources, waste, pollution, etc., etc. This is just one such consequence.
Yeah, they're all going bankrupt,
But the more private schools that close is going to overwhelm
That's the point.
the state
we haven't
system.
got enough state schools.
Precisely, and I don't think they've thought that out.
Consequences, choices and
consequences. But, you know, schools close every year and schools open. And somewhere I read that 46 schools have closed and 76 have opened. People criticise because, OK, this new government have introduced this horrendous VAT, but a lot of the private schools, if I mentioned Eton, for example, it's a charity-run school. It actually takes about over 70, 80 million a year. And therefore, you know, even if you don't like that system, it has actually produced some pretty amazing people over the time. As have state schools, with some exception. So, you know, there's good and bad in everything, and I think it's a wait and see.
Absolutely.
It's a good thing to end the show on, really.
Thank you.
It's good and bad in everything.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to thank you for you know, co-hosting with me yesterday and today. I would.
Thank you as well.
And I'd like to thank all of our listeners as well for being such a big part of our Christmas. I do believe that we're going to get you to a Boxing Day hunt with Mark White and Nigel Farage a bit later on in the races as well. But yes, well, take care, everybody.
It wasn't meant to be.
A nice bright morning will generate a lovely warm day, right through to the evening. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello there, very good morning to you. This is your GB News weather forecast provided by the Met Office. If you are planning a Boxing Day walk today, then for some of you I can promise dry conditions. That is all thanks to this area of high pressure out in continental Europe that is stretching its way in across much of England and Wales. But further towards the north, we do have this cold front slipping southwards across Scotland and Northern Ireland. So it is a damper and wetter start to the day here with drizzly outbreaks of rain. To the far north of the Northern Isles, we will see some slightly brighter skies throughout today, a few showers to watch out for, but the winds will be a touch lighter today compared to what we did see on Christmas Day itself. This rain band then is going to be in play across quite a lot of areas of Scotland, so really quite damp and dreary, unfortunately. Certainly raincoats will be needed for any outdoor activities here. Hopefully in Northern Ireland it will turn drier into the afternoon, still relatively cloudy. The best chance of seeing some sunshine is going to be across parts of northeastern England, parts of northeast Wales as well. Might just see a few cloud breaks also. Otherwise, it's quite widespread grey skies for many of us. Temperatures generally around 10 or 11 degrees Celsius as our highs. Into this evening and overnight, that rain band is still in play across the far northwest, still quite damp and drizzly here. Elsewhere, it's a cloudy night. Can't rule out some spots of drizzle also over the higher ground sites, fog in there as well. But with all the cloud around, it's certainly not going to be too chilly. Temperatures holding up in mid-single figures at least. On Friday, well, there's not that much deal of a change. You'll see a lot of widespread cloud around grey skies for many of us. Again, a touch of drizzle possible over the highest sites, though the rain band across Scotland will begin to fade out a touch more. The rain here generally turning lighter and patchier. The rest of the brightness across parts of the Northern Isles, where here we'll start to see some cooler conditions moving its way in. Is there any chance of some sunshine for other areas? Well, hopefully on Saturday we will start to see more in the way of those sunny spells emerging, but by the time we reach the new working week, it's looking unsettled again. Bye-bye.
We can expect clear skies, leading to a light and warm day ahead. Lovely. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Imagine getting the call. Luck.
Headliners. Tomorrow's papers tonight. Every night from 11 p.m.
The Daily Mail now, Josh, and pub landlords have to worry about more than the optics when it comes to offensive banter,
Yeah,
it
this
seems.
is a really big story and important. Pub landlords could have to become banter cops to stop themselves